Chapter 2287. Silence reigned in the wilderness as a gentle breeze blew past, stirring up an austere atmosphere. Yi Jinghan felt that something was amiss, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. She could only wrap her clothes tighter around her body with a nervous look on her face. "Will you show yourselves obediently? Or do you want this young master to drag you out?" Yang Kai suddenly sneered and shouted into the void. "What? There's someone here?" Yi Jinghan was startled when she heard this. Only now did she understand why she was so nervous. She cried out in alarm, "What's going on?" "We're being watched." Yang Kai wore a calm look on his face and didn't show the slightest hint of nervousness. After waiting for a while and not receiving any response, he sneered, "It seems that you're quite confident in your concealment techniques. Do you think that this young master is trying to trick you?" After uttering the last word, his figure suddenly turned blurry, and in the next instant, he appeared 300 meters away. He formed a palm with one hand and slammed it into the void. Starry clouds swirled around his palm, and his strength dissipated. Hong. At the same time, there was an explosion, accompanied by a cry of surprise, and a figure fell out of the void. He retreated more than 100 feet before he could stabilize himself. Yang Kai returned to his wooden boat after his attack and clasped his hands behind his back. He said calmly, "Come out, all of you. Don't waste this young master's time. I don't want to drag you out one by one. We're not kids anymore, so is there a need for this?" After he finished speaking, in less than 3 breaths of time, 2 more figures suddenly appeared in the sky, including the one who had been knocked out by Yang Kai. There were 3 people in total. Yi Jinghan was dumbfounded by this sight. If not for Yang Kai's warning, she wouldn't have been able to detect anyone. She was afraid that she would never be able to discover that there was someone hiding here. Although she knew that the difference in strength between her and Kai Yang was huge, she didn't think it would be to this extent. She was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, yet she didn't sense any danger in this place. If these 3 people targeted her, then her fate would be, thinking of this, Yi Jinghan's whole body became drenched in sweat. Hee. Yang Kai suddenly laughed. He didn't look at the 3 people who had just appeared, and instead turned his head to look at an empty spot. What's wrong? Did this friend of his think that he had hidden himself well? Don't tell me you don't know that you're above me? I can smell your scent from far away. As soon as he finished speaking, another person appeared on the other side. There are more? Yi Jinghan's pretty face turned pale, and after she released her divine sense, she discovered that the auras of the 4 people who had just appeared were restrained, and they all had powerful cultivations. They were all cultivators of the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm. Any one of them could easily crush her to death. Now that there were 4 of them, even if she had a deep understanding of Yang Kai's strength, she couldn't help but worry. She didn't know if Yang Kai could fight against 4 of them. The 4 of them were also very strange. Ever since they appeared, they had not spoken a single word. Moreover, his face could not be seen clearly. This was because all 4 of them were wearing hideous ghost masks. These masks were obviously some kind of artifact that had the effect of isolating divine sense from probing. When Yang Kai released his divine sense, it was blocked by these masks. Aside from the masks, the clothes worn by the 4 of them were also the same. They were all dressed in black, and they looked very capable. Large characters were engraved on their clothes, and they were respectively wind, thunder, fire, and mountain. The auras emanating from their bodies were completely different, and there seemed to be a faint connection and resonance between them. Noticing this, Yang Kai's expression darkened. He realized that these 4 people were not to be trifled with, and it was highly likely that they had cultivated some kind of joint attack technique. Wind, thunder, fire, and mountain? Yi Jinghan furrowed her brows, and a pensive look appeared on her face. It seemed like she had just recalled something. "Friends, why have you been waiting here for so long?" Yang Kai looked at the 4 of them with a smile and asked. The 4 of them didn't move, and after a long while, the ghost mask with the word "wind" on his clothes said, "Come with us." Yang Kai raised his brows and asked, "Who are you, and where are you going?" The cultivator with the word "thunder" said in a deep voice, "There's no need to ask. You'll find out once you make a trip." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "I'm sorry, but I'm a little afraid of strangers. I've never met you before, so I won't make a trip with you. We'll meet again someday." Saying so, he urged the wooden boat to leave. With a crackling sound, the cultivator with the word thunder turned into a bolt of lightning and blocked Yang Kai's path. He snorted coldly and said, "I'm afraid that's not up to you." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and he couldn't help thinking that this person was extremely fast. His short-distance movement was probably not inferior to his own teleportation. Moreover, judging from the aura emanating from his body, he should have cultivated a lightning attribute cultivation art. Lightning attribute cultivation arts were tyrannical and swift, so it was only natural for this person to possess such speed. Yang Kai's face sank. These people had obviously been hiding here for some time, and judging from their attitude and words, they had probably been waiting here for him. However, Yang Kai had no idea where these 4 people came from or why they were looking for him. During this time, the only ones he had offended were Flying Saint Palace and Evil Moon Valley, but it was impossible for these 2 sects to have such a powerful cultivator, so it was definitely not them looking for trouble. Yang Kai secretly guessed that it was most likely the myriad sword in his hand that had caused this disaster. But on second thought, this didn't seem right. If this was the case, there was no need for these people to ask him to go with them. It would be much faster to just kill them and steal their treasures. Thinking quickly, Yang Kai smiled and said, "Friend, you're quite fast. May I ask, what do you want me to do with you?" "No comment." The cultivator with the word thunder coldly replied. "Your arrogant attitude really makes it impossible to cooperate with you." Yang Kai curled his lips. What's the point of wasting time with him? The cultivator with the word fire seemed to have cultivated a fire attribute cultivation art, so his temper was as irritable as his source chi. When he saw Yang Kai dilly-dallying, he immediately let out a low roar and a blood-red long blade appeared in his hand. He circulated his strength and the blade swept up a cloud of flames before chopping down at Yang Kai's head. In an instant, the temperature in the air soared and the sky was dyed a fiery red. Blood blade! Yijing Han suddenly cried out involuntarily and covered her mouth with her small hands, her beautiful eyes trembling violently. He had a terrified look on his face. Yang Kai furrowed his brows and his body flickered, dodging the terrifying attack with Yijing Han and reappearing a few dozen feet away. He looked coldly at the 4 people and asked, "Do you know where these people came from?" "Bloodblade. It's Bloodblade." Yijing Han replied in alarm. "That's why I'm asking you, what is Bloodblade?" Yang Kai shouted impatiently. Yijing Han took a deep breath and calmed her emotions before she replied, "Bloodblade is an organization and isn't a sect, but it has a foundation that's even greater than a first-rate sect's. No one knows where its headquarters is, but traces of its activities can be seen in the territory of the Star Boundary's 4 great territories. They often take money from people and eliminate disasters for them. As long as they can afford it, there isn't anyone they don't dare to kill. Moreover, when they attack, they won't stop until one of them is dead." As she spoke, Yijing Han's voice trembled. "Young Master Yang, why did Bloodblade target you?" Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "I'm also puzzled." He didn't even know about Bloodblade before this. As he spoke, he shouted at the 4 people in front of him, "Friends of Bloodblade, right? May I ask who wants to take my life?" "No one." To Yang Kai's surprise, the wind-titled cultivator actually answered his question. "We have just received orders from our superiors to bring you back to the headquarters, so we ask for your cooperation, friend." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "It seems that being too flashy isn't a good thing." "Young Master Yang, you're still in the mood to joke?" Yijing Han stamped her foot and said, "Look at me." Yang Kai stared at Yijing Han seriously and said in a deep voice, "Do I look like I'm joking? Am I not flashy enough? I'm going crazy because of you." Yijing Han's face turned red. Asterisk shio shio shio. Asterisk all of a sudden, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out. While Yang Kai and Yijing Han were talking, the wind-titled cultivator took the opportunity to summon his blood-red saber and slashed out several wind blades. These wind blades were blood-red in color, as if they were made of blood, and they emitted a nauseating bloody aura. It was unknown how many people these people had killed, but their attacks were all bloody and ruthless, giving off a ruthless aura. Yang Kai's body flickered again, and he easily dodged these attacks. He looked at the people of Blood Blade with a sneer and said, "If this is all you've got, you should go back home and become a farmer. It's not easy to survive in the outside world, and you may lose your life at any moment." Upon hearing Yang Kai's ridicule, only the fire-titled cultivator had an angry look in his eyes, while the other three remained indifferent. The wind cultivator nodded and said, "It's just as the rumors say. He possesses the space divine technique, so he won't be easy to deal with." The thunder cultivator said, "It's because of this that he's worth bringing back, isn't it? Let's begin." The fire cultivator shouted impatiently. "Begin." The wind cultivator shouted loudly, and his body shook. He circulated the energy in his body, causing a gust of wind to rise and whistling sounds to ring out. A vortex of wind appeared around his body, and he weaved hand signs with a laborious expression on his face. It seemed like he was about to use a powerful secret technique. The other three people did the same, but the energy emanating from their bodies was completely different. Yang Kai's expression became grave, and he shouted at Yi Jinghan, "Protect yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, he pounced forward and the myriad sword appeared in his hand. It was filled with Emperor's aura, sword chi, and sword intent. It seemed like it was about to split the world apart, and he slashed it down at the wind cultivator. Since they knew that he possessed the space divine technique, yet they still dared to obstruct him here, it was obvious that they had some kind of trump card up their sleeves. The secret technique they were about to use together was probably this trump card. Since Yang Kai didn't know about them, how could he allow them to use their secret technique? As the sword slashed down, the world changed color and the universe collapsed. The sword chi hadn't reached him yet, but a biting, cold, murderous intent had already pounced at him. The wind cultivator's pupils contracted as he smelled the scent of death. But he didn't dodge, and a resolute look flickered in his eyes, which were covered by the ghost mask, while his speed of weaving hand signs increased. Chapter 2288. At the same time, the other three Blood Blade cultivator also changed their hand seals, their expression solemn. Buzz! A strange sound suddenly came out, and the source strength of the four people surged, halos fluctuating. Yang Kai's face changed. He found that the power of these four people had produced a great resonance at this moment, and they were closely connected to each other. Immovable. Mountain. The mountain cultivator who had not spoken until now suddenly shouted. His face flushed red, and his hands slammed down into the void. Boom, boom. Accompanied by a violent sound, a huge phantom of a mountain appeared behind this person, flashing and disappearing into his body. A layer of invisible ripples leisurely spread out with him as the center, turning into a strange power that suppressed this part of the world. He sat cross-legged in the void and closed his eyes, like an old monk in meditation, not hearing, not seeing, and not moving. Boom! Yang Kai's myriad sword also slashed down at this moment, but the wind cultivator who bore the brunt of the attack raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a mocking smile. Pa! This sword strike landed 3 inches in front of the wind-titled cultivator, and the sharp sword chi tore apart the black hair in front of his forehead. It even tore open a bloody wound on his skin, but it still wasn't able to kill him as Yang Kai had hoped. The myriad sword was directly blocked by an invisible barrier. What the hell? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and he stared at the wind cultivator in disbelief. He saw very clearly that the other party did not make any defensive moves, but miraculously blocked his fatal blow. While Yang Kai was still in a state of shock, the wind-titled cultivator had already pointed his finger at his chest. Wind and clouds swirled around the fingertip. It contained an enormous amount of power. Yang Kai hurriedly blocked with his sword. This finger hit the body of the myriad sword. In the next moment, Yang Kai's face changed greatly, and he felt a huge force coming from the front, as if a mountain had crashed into him, and he could not help but fall back. The aura on his body suddenly became chaotic. While he was in the air, a fiery red figure quietly attacked him. The fire cultivator held a blood-red blade, sweeping up a cloud of fire and slamming it down at Yang Kai's head. Young Master Yang, be careful. Yi Jinghan's pretty face turned pale, and she cried out involuntarily. Whoosh! The wind swept up the cloud of fire, and the two forces of different attributes overlapped perfectly, and in an instant, the whole world was dyed in a fiery red color. Yang Kai could naturally feel the ferocity of this move, and his face changed greatly, and he was about to teleport away, but a crackling sound was accompanied by an explosion. The thunder-titled cultivator appeared behind Yang Kai like a ghost and sent a palm strike towards Yang Kai's back. This palm strike was so solid that Yang Kai was unable to dodge it at all. In an instant, thunder energy surged and lightning flashed wildly. It was like a group of demons dancing wildly. Yang Kai's figure was disturbed by the lightning, and he was instantly submerged in the cloud of fire. The coordination of the wind, thunder, and fire cultivators was simply perfect, and their timing was perfect. It was as if several clones of the same person were attacking at the same time, and in just 2 or 3 moves, Yang Kai had fallen into an irredeemable situation. Yijing Han's face turned pale, and her eyes trembled. She stared at the burning cloud of fire and kept asking herself in her heart, did he die? Did he die just like that? It was undeniable that she had come into contact with Yang Kai. He was the most powerful Dao Source Realm cultivator, and his domineering aura, unrestrained demeanor, and strange and unpredictable means made her yearn for him, and she secretly felt that Yang Kai would definitely achieve great things in the future. But such a person had been killed right in front of her eyes. Yijing Han could not believe that he had died so easily. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk the wind cultivator, thunder cultivator, and fire cultivator appeared leisurely, and they stood side by side in the air, staring down coldly. Aren't our superiors making a fuss out of nothing? There's nothing special about this little brat. The fire cultivator snorted coldly and said disdainfully. The wind cultivator furrowed his brows and focused on sensing the movements in the cloud of fire. Upon hearing this, he said angrily, aren't you being too ruthless? Our superiors asked us to capture him alive, not bring his corpse back. If he really died just like that, how can we report to our superiors? The fire cultivator's expression changed slightly, and he seemed to have realized that the situation was far from good, but he still said stubbornly, how could I have known that this little brat was so weak? He couldn't even withstand a single move. What should we do now? The wind cultivator snorted coldly, you should deal with the trouble you caused, and I will report it to our superiors after we go back. The thunder cultivator furrowed his brows and said, that's enough. Stop arguing. We can't be sure whether he's dead or not. Maybe this little brat is lucky and only suffered heavy injuries. Fire cultivator, go down and take a look. The fire cultivator wasn't happy to hear this, but he still dashed into the cloud of fire to investigate. The wind cultivator and thunder cultivator waited anxiously, as they were afraid that Yang Kai would really die. After all, their superiors had ordered them to capture Yang Kai alive, and if they really killed him by mistake, their good days would come to an end, as the internal punishment of blood dagger wasn't something they could bear. The cloud of fire was still burning fiercely, and it seemed like it would continue burning until the end of time. The interior of the cloud was quiet, and the fire cultivator didn't react for a long while after he entered. The thunder cultivator and wind cultivator exchanged a glance, and they both realized that something was amiss. It was at this moment that a sudden change occurred. A muffled groan transmitted from the cloud of fire, and the fire cultivator's body flew out from it, while he spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. What? The expressions of the thunder cultivator and wind cultivator changed drastically. Swish, 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 swish. A strange sound suddenly transmitted from the cloud of fire, and it seemed like sword intent and sword chi filled the air. Along with this sound, the raging flames dispersed and disappeared completely, leaving a person standing there quietly. His whole body was covered in multicolored light. Young Master Yang. When Yijing Han saw the figure covered in multicolored light, she couldn't help but shed tears of joy. Impossible. When they saw Yang Kai's current state, the wind cultivator and thunder cultivator both cried out in alarm. They were shocked to discover that Yang Kai didn't seem to have suffered any injuries, and he was just in a sorry state. Moreover, the multicolored light emanating from his body seemed to contain a profound mystery. The two of them could clearly sense the pure energy of the five elements from the multicolored light. The five elements' energy appeared in the same person's body at the same time, and they countered each other while circulating endlessly, causing his aura to rise by a large margin. Be careful, this guy isn't easy to deal with. The fire cultivator also rushed over from nearby, and he wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth while looking eagerly at Yang Kai. You don't have to say that. The thunder cultivator and wind cultivator both cast a glance at the fire cultivator at the same time. I'm really sorry for causing you to worry. Yang Kai waved the myriad sword in his hand, and the five elements' indestructible sword chi lingered around his body, while a sinister grin appeared on his face. While I was resting just now, this young master has a rough idea of what your combination technique is. Wind, thunder, fire, mountain, and everyone's energy can form a resonance with each other. And while they possess their own energy, they can also obtain the support of others' energy. After saying this, he cast a glance at the mountain cultivator, who was sitting in the void and paying no attention to the outside world, and said, "Brother Mountain, you're in charge of defending and sealing this part of the world, right? It's no wonder that my teleportation didn't work just now. If it wasn't for my strong physical body, I would have suffered a great loss. The one who created this combination technique is really a genius," he said with a look of admiration. The wind cultivator's expression changed slightly. "You managed to discern so much in such a short time?" "That's right." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and patted his body. "I even took the time to change into a set of clean clothes. I wonder if you like them." The wind cultivator's expression turned ugly, because he discovered that Yang Kai really had changed into a new set of clothes, and he wasn't just joking. The thunder cultivator said with a gloomy expression, "The higher-ups had a reason for ordering the four of us to act together. This boy can't be judged with common sense. No matter how strong he is, he's still just a second-order Tao Source Realm cultivator. The four of us can even fight against an ordinary cultivator from the Emperor Realm if we join forces, so why should we be afraid of him?" The fire-titled cultivator seemed to be angry from embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Yijing Han's heart, which had just calmed down, immediately became anxious again. If the four of them could really fight against an ordinary cultivator from the Emperor Realm, then Yang Kai wouldn't have any chance of winning. No matter how strong Yang Kai was, he was only strong in the Tao Source Realm, so how could he be compared to someone from the Emperor Realm? After the three of them spoke one after another for a while, they all shut their mouths and looked at Yang Kai with solemn gazes. On the other side, Yang Kai just responded with a smile, as if he didn't care at all. An austere atmosphere slowly pervaded the air. Yijing Han felt a chill run down her spine, as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. The omnipresent murderous intent was drilling into her skin, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. She also knew that she wouldn't be able to help Yang Kai in this battle with her strength, so she didn't want to cause trouble for Yang Kai, so her delicate body flickered as she moved to the side. At a certain moment, the murderous intent colliding with each other exploded like a bomb, and the atmosphere in the air changed abruptly. The fire-titled cultivator shouted, "Kill!" As he shouted, the thunder cultivator, who was the fastest among them, appeared in front of Yang Kai in a flash. He raised his hand high, and thunder energy surged out of his palm, before he slapped it down. In an instant, endless crackling sounds rang out. Yang Kai's pupils contracted, and he snorted coldly, 3,000 Sword Dao, Seal. As he used his ultimate move, sword waves streaked across the sky and filled the air around Yang Kai before they bombarded the thunder cultivator. But the thunder cultivator didn't show any fear, and he just curled up the corners of his mouth before his body blurred and disappeared. He was replaced by the fire-titled cultivator, who was still a few dozen feet away, and he suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. Form displacement transposition. Yang Kai's expression changed drastically. The fire-titled cultivator waved his blade, and a cloud of fire whizzed over, before he shouted, "Raging flames burning the plains." Bang, bang, bang. The sword chi collided with the flames, and an intense rumbling sound echoed out. For a moment, the surrounding world's spirit chi was thrown into chaos, and the void shuddered, while spirit chi splashed out in all directions. Thunderstorm. The thunder cultivator suddenly appeared on Yang Kai's left side, and with a slap of his hand, several bolts of lightning as thick as an arm appeared above Yang Kai's head before they rained down on him. Chapter 2289. Yang Kai had just broken through the blazing cloud of fire when several bolts of lightning crackled down from the sky and struck his body, causing him to tremble and emit a charred smell. The power of this lightning was incredible, and if it were not for Yang Kai's physique being extraordinary and his 5 elements indestructible sword-tempering art, he would have fainted on the spot. Even so, he felt that his source chi was blocked and his circulation was somewhat sluggish. Spring breeze. Rain. The wind character cultivator had appeared beside Yang Kai at some unknown time and raised his blood-red blade, creating a gentle breeze that enveloped Yang Kai. This gentle breeze seemed to contain a strange power that could make people drowsy and give up all resistance. As the wind poured into Yang Kai's body, Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help but appear dazed for a moment. At this critical moment, Yang Kai bit the tip of his tongue and space principles swirled around his body before he sent out several huge moon blades in all directions. Dodge! The wind character cultivator's complexion changed as he shouted in a low voice. The thunder character cultivator and fire character cultivator seemed to have some understanding of Yang Kai's abilities. When they saw this space secret technique being used, their expressions became solemn and they quickly used their movement skills to dodge. Asterisk voila. Asterisk accompanied by a soft sound. A pair of illusory wings suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai's back. Above these wings, the power of wind and thunder lingered, causing Yang Kai's speed to suddenly increase. Wind and thunder wings. Yang Kai hadn't used these things for a long time, and as his strength increased and his mastery of space principles improved, the role of the wind and thunder wings became less and less useful. But at this moment, with this part of the world being suppressed by the mountain character cultivator, Yang Kai simply couldn't teleport away. He could only display the wind and thunder wings to slightly increase his speed. Wind swirled and thunder surged. The appearance of this pair of psionic wings stunned the wind cultivator and thunder cultivator, as if they had not expected Yang Kai to have grasped the power of wind and thunder. Including this person's elemental energy as well as his own spatial energy, Blood Knife and the others were shocked to discover that Yang Kai had mastered so many different types of energy that it was simply breathtaking. Whoosh! With the help of the wind and thunder wings, Yang Kai's speed increased again. In just a flash, he appeared in front of the fire cultivator. His face was almost in front of the other party. The cultivator with the word fire was shocked. They looked at each other and saw the sarcasm and murderous intent in Yang Kai's eyes. He couldn't help but roar angrily, "Why are you staring at me? Always pick the soft persimmon to pinch." Kai Yang grinned. The expression of the cultivator with the word fire changed as he growled. "Are you saying that I'm the easiest to deal with?" "Who knows?" Yang Kai grinned. The reason why he was the first to make a move on the cultivator with the word fire was indeed as this person had said. He was the easiest to deal with. The cultivator with the word mountain was not mentioned. At a glance, one could tell that he was a person who focused on defense. Under the resonance of the four people's powers, Yang Kai estimated that he might not be able to break through his defense in a short time. The cultivator with the word wind and the word thunder were extremely fast people. Only the word fire cultivator was a soft persimmon among the four people. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed forward. He growled, "Condense." The law of space was leisurely mobilized. Although it was affected by the divine technique displayed by the word mountain cultivator, it still made the cultivator with the word fire stagnate. In a battle between experts, life and death was only a moment away. This moment of stagnation made the word fire cultivator feel the call of death. His face suddenly turned pale. Slash! Yang Kai roared as the myriad sword in his hand slashed down leisurely. The word fire cultivator did not have time to make any defensive movements before the tip of the sword was already in front of him. At the critical moment, the word mountain cultivator slowly opened his eyes and made a hand seal. The shadow of a mountain suddenly lay between Yang Kai and the word fire cultivator, condensing into a solid existence. The myriad sword struck the mountain peak. With an ear-piercing sound, the mountain peak suddenly collapsed, but it had already exhausted the power of Yang Kai's attack. The word mountain cultivator's body only swayed for a moment before it closed its eyes again and sat upright in its original position. The word fire escaped from death. Large beads of sweat rolled down its forehead as it dodged and fled. At the same time, the word thunder cultivator and the word wind cultivator arrived at the same time. After exchanging a few blows, the two of them realized that Yang Kai was extraordinary. They looked at each other and urged their source chi at the same time. Their hands quickly formed hand seals, and as they swung their long blades, the power of wind and thunder combined to form a thunderstorm that swept towards Yang Kai. In an instant, Yang Kai was in a precarious situation. His clothes were torn to shreds by the sharp wind blades, revealing his strong muscles. Lightning crackled and roamed across his skin, making it difficult for him to even move. All he could do was desperately defend himself. In the distance, the word mountain cultivator slammed down from the air. Another shadow of a mountain peak smashed down from the sky, as if it wanted to completely suppress Yang Kai in place. With a rumble, after the shadow of the mountain peak fell, Yang Kai's body shrank. The ground under his feet directly collapsed, and dense cracks like a spider web appeared. He abruptly raised both of his hands into the air, holding up the mountain peak in the air. The word mountain cultivator's expression, which had been as calm as an ancient well, finally showed some slight changes. Shock seemed to flicker in its eyes. The other three people also had solemn expressions. After the fight, the three of them didn't dare to approach Yang Kai and could only watch from afar. This little brat, is he even human? The fire's heart was still beating wildly after surviving the calamity. His eyes widened as he looked ahead and said, he actually used his physical strength to resist the mountain ghost's Mount Meru. Mount Meru weighs 100,000 kilograms. Even the Emperor realm wouldn't be able to lift it, not to mention Mount Meru's suppressive power. His physical body is very strong. The word wind cultivator said enviously. The word thunder cultivator sighed and said, I now understand why the higher-ups want us to capture this person alive. This person really has research value. He's only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, but he already has such strength. If we can dig out his secrets, we'll benefit immensely in the future. Hearing this, the eyes of the word wind cultivator and the fire's eyes lit up, as if they saw a bright future. But this is as far as he goes. The word thunder cultivator coldly snorted. No matter how he resists, he'll be suppressed by the mountain ghost's Mount Meru in the end. The word wind cultivator and the fire's expression showed agreement. Obviously, they both understood the power of the mountain ghost's Mount Meru. Heh 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 heh. Right at this moment, a sneer suddenly came from Yang Kai's mouth. After being besieged by these four people, he was in an extremely sorry state at this moment, but he still couldn't stop laughing. The fire's cultivator shouted, Little brat, keep laughing. We'll make you cry later. If that's all you have, I'm afraid that you'll be the ones crying later. Yang Kai glanced at the fire's cultivator and said indifferently, What? The fire's cultivator was stunned. On the other hand, the word wind cultivator's expression changed, and he shouted in a low voice, Not good. Hurry up and take action. This brat still has a trump card. After saying this, he was the first to rush up. Wind attribute energy lingered around his body, while principal strength spread out. Dragon transformation. Yang Kai didn't wait for him to rush over and suddenly shouted. A resounding dragon roar suddenly rang out, and along with it, a giant golden figure suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. The giant golden figure twisted and turned, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a giant golden dragon. It coiled above Yang Kai's head and opened its eyes wide, looking around disdainfully. The word wind cultivator, who was rushing forward, stopped and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His body swayed, and he floated back. This is. The word lightning cultivator's eyes trembled. Dragon might. The word fire cultivator also opened his eyes wide and shouted hysterically. The three of them felt as if they had just seen a ghost in broad daylight. They felt as if the world was spinning around them, and their feet were cramping. Yijing Han's expression wasn't any better. When she saw Yang Kai being suppressed by Shumi, she wanted to go over and help him, but before she could do anything, a sudden change occurred. In an instant, dragon might filled the whole area, and the pure aura of a true dragon filled the air. It was enough to make all living beings bow their heads, and a shadow and fear that couldn't be erased appeared in the depths of every Blood Dagger member's heart. Asterisk crack. Asterisk, a series of cracking sounds rang out, and Yang Kai's arms were covered in dragon scales. Even his exposed skin was covered in dragon scales. The phantom of a giant dragon flashed and disappeared into Yang Kai's body, only to be replaced by Yang Kai's half-dragon body. His tyrannical aura rose to a level comparable to that of the Emperor realm. He wore an indifferent expression and slowly clenched one of his hands into a fist, while his other hand firmly held onto Shumi. It was no longer as difficult as before, and it was as if he was just holding onto something insignificant. Soon after, he suddenly punched out and pounded the bottom of Shumi. A loud bang rang out, and the 100,000 Shumi flickered wildly as it was struck by a tremendous force and sent flying into the sky. Shan Gui's expression changed drastically, and he almost bit his tongue. He made a hand seal and turned Shumi back into a ray of light. "You're in trouble." Without the suppression of Shumi, Yang Kai was completely free, and after shaking his neck, he looked at the 3 Blood Dagger members with a sinister smile. "Fight him to the death." The Wind Cultivator roared, "Wind Saber, Frost Sword." He urged the source chi in his body, and all of his strength transformed into a saber and a sword. They were incomparably large and seemed to have the power to cut through heaven and earth as they slashed towards Yang Kai. At the same time, the Fire-Tidal Cultivator and the Thunder Cultivator also attacked Yang Kai with their most powerful techniques. The Wind, Thunder, and Fire Mountain combined attack could borrow a large portion of the strength of others, and under the support of each other, their power was limitless. They indeed had the qualifications to exchange blows with ordinary people from the Emperor realm. But today, a scene that made their eyeballs pop out appeared. In the face of these 3 people's desperate divine technique, Yang Kai actually charged straight in. With 2 cracking sounds, the 3 people watched as Yang Kai used the power of his fists to shatter the Wind Saber and Frost Sword, and then rushed into the eye of the storm and the thunderstorm vortex without any reduction in power. In just a few breaths of time, the 3 people's divine technique was broken through by brute force. A figure flashed, and the half-dragon Yang Kai rushed in front of the 3 people. One of his hands turned into a dragon claw that was incomparably sharp, as if it could be compared to the sharpest secret treasures in the world. He grabbed at the Wind Cultivator's chest. Chapter 2290. Wind Vanish. On the brink of life and death, the Wind Cultivator let out a roar. His entire body flickered on the spot, turning into a gust of wind and disappearing. No one knew where he had fled to. This was actually an extremely brilliant escape technique. Yang Kai sneered. He stretched out his dragon claw and grasped at the void. An invisible force seeped out of his body and turned into the law of space, suppressing the void. The Wind Cultivator's figure reappeared in a sorry state. His face was still filled with disbelief, as if he had not expected that his most powerful life-saving technique would be so easily broken by Yang Kai. "Ah!" The Thunder Cultivator and the Fire-Tidal Cultivator exclaimed at the same time. "Die!" Yang Kai let out a roar and waved his hand in the direction of the Wind Cultivator. A huge crescent blade that spanned across the heavens and the earth appeared leisurely. It seemed to have crossed the endless space and time. It took the shape of a half-moon and carried an unparalleled momentum as it slashed towards the Wind Cultivator. The Wind Cultivator's face suddenly became extremely pale. He nervously swallowed his saliva. He was unable to dodge because of the law of space and could only watch as death approached him. Mountain of Earth. The mountain ghost, who was several hundred feet away, suddenly shouted. He changed his hand signs, and Shumi appeared once again. It stood between the moon blade and the wind-titled martial artist, and rich earth elements surged out. The gravel and soil on the ground were attracted by it, and in the blink of an eye, They formed an indestructible defensive barrier in front of the wind-titled martial artist. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk the crescent blade slashed down and shattered the barrier, but its power was greatly reduced. As a crackling sound echoed out, the thunder-titled martial artist turned into a bolt of lightning and saved the wind-titled martial artist before escaping to the side. Yang Kai's face darkened. He glared fiercely at Hill Ghost. He had been fighting with Blood Dagger and the others since the beginning. Hill Ghost had ruined his plans time and time again. If this person did not have an extremely strong defensive technique, the four of them would not have been able to hold on for so long. If he wanted to kill these four people, Hill Ghost must be the first to be killed. Otherwise, with him in charge of defense, Yang Kai would not be unable to kill the other three, especially with Hill Ghost guarding there. His aura and that of the other three people were one, sealing this part of the world, making it impossible for Yang Kai to use Blink. At this thought, Yang Kai's heart became ruthless. He smiled sinisterly and said in a cold voice, "You are indeed impressive. This Yang can be considered as an eye-opener today." Boy, don't boast shamelessly. Even though the fire-titled man was shocked by Yang Kai's tyrannical strength, he didn't fear him too much since he had the advantage in numbers. It's not too late for you to surrender now. Otherwise, we can't guarantee that we won't let you live when we get too excited about killing you. The thunder-titled cultivator nodded and said, "That's right. If we really kill you, we won't be able to explain it to our superiors. So, just surrender." The wind cultivator. He did not say a word. It seemed that he was a little uneasy after escaping from death just now. Hee. Yang Kai sneered again. The fire-titled cultivator scoffed coldly, deliberately mystifying things. Yang Kai's smile disappeared. He looked at the fire-titled cultivator coldly and scoffed. "Open your dog eyes and see if this young master is deliberately mystifying things or not." As soon as he finished speaking, his divine sense surged out like a tide as he shouted, "Come out!" As his voice rang out, a small hill suddenly appeared in the wilderness. It fell from midair and caused the ground to shake, causing dust to fly everywhere. The four people from Blood Dagger were stunned. All of them wore blank looks as they stared towards the hill, none of them understanding what kind of divine ability Yang Kai was using that allowed him to summon a hill out of thin air. What the hell is this? The wind cultivator gradually calmed down. Seeing this, he waved his hand impatiently. A gust of wind blew and blew away the dust. The hill was instantly imprinted in their eyes. In the next moment, the four from Blood Dagger widened their eyes as they stared dumbfoundedly at the small mountain, their faces filled with disbelief. Hey, am I seeing things?" The fire-titled cultivator could not help but shout. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Why do I feel that this hill looks like a human? It even has 2 arms and 2 legs." Gulp. The other 3 people also swallowed their saliva. Their expressions were extremely difficult. "What the hell is this?" the wind cultivator asked in shock. "There's a woman." The thunder cultivator narrowed his eyes and looked at the beautiful figure sitting on the hill's shoulder. "It must be an illusion. It must be an illusion." The fire-titled cultivator looked frightened. With a pale face, he muttered to his companions, "Did this hill smile at me just now? It must be an illusion." It's possible." The wind cultivator showed a thoughtful look. This little brat probably used some kind of illusion technique. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Yang Kai, only to see Yang Kai looking at them with a meaningful smile. This smile made the wind-titled cultivator shudder, and he couldn't help but have a bad premonition. "You should have called us out earlier." Hua Qingxi sat on the embodiment's shoulder and shook her legs. She curled her lips and said, "I really don't know why you fought with them alone. It's a waste of time and energy." She seemed to have seen the battle just now clearly in the small sealed world. The embodiment grinned and said in a thunderous voice, "Didn't we come out now?" When the woman and the mountain suddenly spoke, the 4 Blood Dagger cultivators were startled and their faces turned pale. It was because they felt that what they saw and heard was so real. It was as if the woman and the mountain really existed. It was not an illusion caused by some kind of illusion technique. Yang Kai chuckled and said, I didn't expect that the four of them would be so powerful. I wanted to fight against the four of them alone. In the end, I was almost beaten into a pig's head. Hua Qingxi snorted. Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "It wasn't that bad. They were just a little troublesome. Sister Hua, pick one of them." Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes rolled, and she giggled. Her gaze swept over the four blood dagger cultivators and finally fixed on the fire-titled cultivator. She pointed at him and said, "I'll pick him." They all like to bully soft persimmons. Yang Kai laughed involuntarily. The fire-titled cultivator was furious upon hearing this. "Boy, I'm warning you. If you dare to call me a soft persimmon again, I'll fight you to the death." The wind, thunder, fire, and fire dagger cultivators had equal strength and status, but the fire-titled cultivator was called a soft persimmon by Yang Kai time and time again. He was naturally furious and felt that he was being looked down upon. Hua Qingxi smiled and said, "Among those three, one focuses on defense and the other two focus on speed. I don't want to deal with them, so I'll pick him." "Okay." Yang Kai nodded. The two of them spoke one after another and completely ignored the fire-titled cultivator, which made him very angry. "Then, you'll deal with the mountain ghost. Is that okay?" Yang Kai looked at the embodiment and asked. The embodiment laughed and said, "That's exactly what I want." The mountain ghost lord's defense was perfect for a powerful but slow existence like the embodiment to deal with. "Let's do it." Yang Kai spoke in a casual tone, as if he had already prepared a meal and placed it on the table. Then, he called out to his family, "Let's eat." Hua Qingxi giggled and her tender body flickered as she jumped down from the embodiment's shoulder and gracefully walked towards the mountain ghost. Halfway there, a ribbon-shaped artifact suddenly appeared in her hand and twirled around her fingers, giving off a halo of light. "Little brother, come and play with me." Hua Qingxi greeted the fire-titled cultivator enthusiastically. The fire-titled cultivator wore a grave expression and glanced at the wind cultivator and thunder cultivator after hearing this. The wind cultivator nodded slightly, and the fire-titled cultivator activated his power. His whole body was engulfed in flames, and it seemed as if his whole body was burning. He said in a stern voice, "I don't care whether you are an illusion or not. Since you dared to look for me, you should be prepared to die. I won't show you any mercy." So fierce. Hua Qingxi covered her red lips with her hand and wore a scared look. She said in a delicate voice, "Don't be so fierce. My heart is beating so fast. Go to hell." The fire-titled cultivator remained unmoved. He swung the blood blade in his hand, and the flames tumbled, turning into a ferocious roaring fire dragon that pounced toward Hua Qingxi. Hua Qingxi's face darkened. She gritted her teeth and said, "Are you serious? I'm a woman. I'll fight you to the death." As she spoke, source energy was also poured into the ribbons. They suddenly seemed to come to life and danced in the air, drawing a gorgeous pattern that enveloped the fire-titled cultivator. In an instant, the two of them clashed together. Their moves were ruthless, and the battle was intense. At the same time, the wind cultivator and thunder cultivator suddenly felt their bodies sink, as if they were being pressed down by an invisible mountain. Moreover, the space around them buzzed, and countless small pitch-black spatial cracks appeared. They moved around them like living creatures. The two of them looked at Yang Kai in unison. Yang Kai grinned. "It's best if you two don't move first. It won't be too late for me to make a move after my companions send your companions on their way." The wind cultivator's face darkened. "You want to take our lives with a trifling illusion technique? Don't you think that it's too childish and laughable?" "An illusion technique? Heh. Yang Kai chuckled. He looked like he deserved a beating. When the wind cultivator and thunder cultivator saw this, they wished they could rush forward and give him a good beating. Blood Dagger and the others weren't the only ones who thought this was an illusion. Even Yijing Han felt the same way. She had been standing in the distance when she suddenly saw a huge stone golem and a young woman appear. She was stunned for a long while and kept rubbing her eyes, telling herself over and over again that this was an illusion, that this was just an illusion. But, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't see any flaws in this illusion technique. It seemed like the giant stone golem and the young woman were real. Asterisk dong dong dong. Asterisk the embodiment strode forward and walked toward the mountain ghost. Even though the mountain ghost kept telling himself that this was just an illusion technique, he still couldn't help but swallow his saliva when he saw the embodiment walking toward him. His face turned pale. The enormous body of the avatar gave off a tremendous amount of pressure. In just a few steps, the embodiment arrived in front of the mountain ghost. The mountain ghost was sitting cross-legged in the air in front of the embodiment's nose. His small figure and the embodiment's gigantic body created an intense visual conflict. Chapter 2291. Hee hee. The embodiment suddenly grinned and smiled at Hillghost. Cold sweat dripped down Hillghost's forehead like rain. He swallowed his saliva and shouted, "Wind Ghoul, I feel like something's not right. This doesn't seem to be an illusion." Wind Ghoul's face darkened, and he shouted, "Guard your mind. Don't let your vision be disturbed." Until now, he still felt that everything in front of him was an illusion because no one could make a stone man and a young woman appear out of thin air. Even the 10 great emperors couldn't do it. When Hillghost heard this, he took a deep breath and calmed down a little. Yongkai smiled strangely at Wind Ghoul and Thunder Ghoul and said, "Take a guess. How many hits can your brother Hillghost take?" Thunder Ghoul snorted, "Will you die if you don't act tough?" Not to mention that it was just an illusion. Even if there was a real Emperor Realm Master here, the mountain ghost would still be able to persist for 10 breaths. Wind Ghoul also said, "Kid, don't underestimate us Blood Blade 4 ghosts." Yongkai laughed, "I'll turn you 4 ghosts into dead ghosts right away." After that, he shouted at the embodiment, "Did you hear that? They said that even if the Emperor Realm attacks, Brother Hillghost can still hold on for 10 breaths. 10 breaths? The embodiment smiled, but that smile instantly turned sinister. He hummed, 3 breaths is enough." After saying that, he suddenly punched at Hillghost. Maybe it was because they had used the joint attack technique, but Hillghost hadn't moved since he appeared. He had been sitting cross-legged in the air, not only in charge of defense and suppression. It seemed that the 4 people's power was also connected with him as the center. Therefore, even if he saw the embodiment's punch, he didn't have any intention of dodging. However, he stretched out his hand with a solemn expression, and Empty Sumeru appeared again. However, this time, Empty Sumeru was almost solid, and it shone brightly as if there was really a mountain in front of him. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The embodiment snorted and smashed his mountain-like fist down. Boom! There was a loud noise, and heaven and earth shook. The point of contact between the fist and Mount Meru suddenly rippled with layers of halos of power, turning into a vortex that spread out in all directions. The mountain ghost's grave expression instantly turned ghastly pale. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura instantly withered. At the same time, Mount Meru, which stood between the avatar and the mountain ghost, shattered and turned into countless rays of light that shot out in all directions. "What?" Wind Demon's expression changed drastically. "That's impossible!" Thunder Devil exclaimed in shock. The two of them couldn't believe their eyes. The mountain ghost's innate defense had been shattered by the stone golem in a single exchange. After smashing Mt. Shumi and being heavily injured, the two of them asked themselves over and over again in their hearts, was this also an illusion? If this was an illusion, then it was too real. The mountain ghost was drenched in blood. The smell of blood in the air lingered around the noses of Wind Ghost and Thunder Ghost, causing them to shudder. After the Dharmakea's attack, however, he did not stop. Another punch was thrown. Boom! A deafening noise sounded for the second time. This time, the mountain ghost did not have Mtishumi to block it. Instead, he desperately changed his hand seals and displayed his divine technique to the extreme. The power of the earth element fluctuated wildly, and the law of earth lingered around him, turning into a protective barrier. Pacha! A series of crisp sounds rang out. Visible to the naked eye, within a radius of a few hundred feet around them, a transparent barrier appeared. A layer of transparent light screen, like an inverted bowl, vibrated out. However, at this moment, this light screen was like a broken mirror. Cracks appeared on it, and then it collapsed, turning into specks of fluorescent light that dissipated into the world. Yang Kai felt his body lighten. He grinned at Wind Ghost and Thunder Ghost and said, "It seems that the sealing power has been broken. Are you sure this is just an illusion?" Wind Ghost and Thunder Ghost's faces were so gloomy that water could almost drip from them. Their hearts were in a mess. What they saw and heard made them feel conflicted. They really didn't dare to be sure whether this was an illusion or not. Puff! On the other side, the mountain ghost spat out another mouthful of blood. His already weakened aura became even more unbearable. His face was as pale as paper. He looked in the direction of Wind Ghost and Thunder Ghost and said with difficulty, "Save me." The Dharmakaya grinned and threw a third punch. However, at this moment, the mountain ghost was powerless to defend. Seeing the mountain-like fist coming at him, he only felt cold all over and his hands and feet were numb. The fist hit the mountain ghost directly. In midair, the mountain ghost's body suddenly burst open, turning into a bloody mist that sprinkled down. His entire aura disappeared in an instant. "Look, it's just 3 breaths." After the Dharmakaya finished his attack, he turned around and smiled at Yang Kai. Yang Kai gave him a thumbs up. Wind Ghost and Thunder Ghost looked at each other, knowing that the situation was not good. At this moment, they could not care about the spatial cracks lingering around them. They suddenly urged their power, and the law of Earth lingered around them. They broke through the seal of the power of space and fled in 2 directions. "Since you're here, don't think of leaving." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. His figure flickered and suddenly appeared in front of Wind Ghost. His dragon hand turned into a claw and grabbed at him. Wind Ghost was shocked. He raised the blood saber in his hand and slashed at Yang Kai with all his might. Wind whistled above the saber, as if it contained great power. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Yang Kai's eyes as he grabbed the blood saber in his hand. In an instant, the ear-piercing sound of metal colliding rang out. What kind of joke is this? Wind Ghost's eyes almost fell to the ground. He was shocked to find that his opponent had taken his blow with just his physical strength. Moreover, he was not injured at all. Wind Ghost's blood saber was a Dao source-grade artifact. At this moment, even the Emperor Realm would not dare to take this attack head-on. However, his opponent had done it. Just as he was in a daze, Yang Kai's other hand directly pressed against his chest. Violent source chi poured out and poured into Wind Ghost's body. With a cry, Wind Ghost flew out as if he had been struck by lightning. The light on his body instantly dimmed. Yang Kai followed closely behind. His hands moved rapidly as he poked Wind Ghost a few times, directly suppressing his cultivation. Although Wind Ghost's face was ashen and shocked, he still glared at Yang Kai coldly and shouted, "Kill me if you want. Your situation will be reported to Blood Dagger's headquarters. Next time, there will be more powerful people coming for you. If I kill all of you, who will leak my situation?" Yang Kai sneered. Wind Ghost said, "Thunder Ghost's escape technique is unparalleled. You won't be able to catch him." "Are you still dreaming?" Yang Kai smiled sarcastically. Wind Ghost. At this moment, a dejected call came from not far away. Wind Ghost was stunned when he heard this and turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. He saw Thunder Ghost standing in midair with his head hung low. His body was surrounded by pitch-black moon blades, which were humming and ready to attack. Wind Ghost did not dare to make the slightest move. "How did you?" Wind Ghost looked at Thunder Ghost in disbelief. He did not expect the other party to not escape. "We lost." Thunder Ghost sighed. He looked at Yang Kai with a complicated gaze and said, "We underestimated this person. We are not his opponent." "So that's how it is." Wind Ghost smiled miserably. "I'll take my leave first," Thunder Ghost suddenly said in a deep voice. Immediately, he formed a seal with his hands. The source chi in his body suddenly became chaotic and his body expanded. Yang Kai's face changed drastically and he shouted, "You dare!" Thunder Ghost sneered, "This king is not your opponent, but I still have the right to choose how to die." As soon as he finished speaking, his body exploded. Not even his bones were left behind. Thunder Ghost chose to self-detonate after being trapped. His determination and decisiveness were beyond anyone's expectations. Yang Kai could not stop him in time. The self-detonation of a third-order Dao source realm powerhouse was so powerful that it made one's hair stand on end. A black hole appeared in the void from the explosion. The space became unstable and turbulent air currents flowed in all directions. Even though Yang Kai was not close to it, he was still shaken by the aftershocks. Wind Ghost, whose cultivation had been crippled, let out a muffled groan. All the bones in his body were shattered, and he died with blood flowing out of his 7 orifices. Yijing Han was also sent flying by the aftershocks of the self-detonation. She kept urging her source chi to resist the aftershocks. Her face was pale. After a while, the aftershocks gradually subsided. Yang Kai arrived in front of Wind Ghost in a flash. He found that Wind Ghost was no longer breathing. He was dead. Damn it! Yang Kai couldn't help but curse. He raised his head and looked at Hua Qingxi. He shouted, "Sister Hua, leave him alive." Yang Kai had no idea what kind of organization Blood Dagger was or why they had come to look for him. If he could capture 1 or 2 of them alive and interrogate them, he might be able to get some information. Yang Kai had not killed Wind Ghost directly, but had instead crippled his cultivation. He had not expected that he would be killed by the aftershocks of Wind Ghost or Thunder Ghost's self-detonation. Mountain Ghost had already been killed by the embodiment, and only Fire Ghost was left alive. Yang Kai naturally didn't want Fire Ghost to die. However, when he shouted out those words, he was stunned on the spot. Hua Qingxi, who was surrounded by ribbons, turned her head and looked at him with a bitter smile. She said, "I'm afraid that this will be quite difficult." Not far in front of her, Fire Ghost laughed miserably. His blood dagger had already been stabbed into his heart, and blood was flowing out of his mouth. Although he looked pained, he still laughed wildly. Once the blood dagger attacks, it won't stop until it's dead. Ha 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 ha. Looking at his appearance, it was obvious that he had committed suicide. He probably saw that the other 3 people had already died and felt that there was no hope for him to escape. So, he directly stabbed his blood dagger into his heart. With such a fatal injury, even the Emperor Realm wouldn't be able to live for long, let alone Fire Ghost, who was only in the 3rd order Dao Source Realm. If he was left alone, it would only take a short while for him to die. Yang Kai's face was ashen. After several changes of expression, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Do you want to die without my permission? Dream on." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered and he arrived in front of Fire Ghost. He patted him with one hand and sealed his power, so that he would not choose to self-detonate like Thunder Ghost. If that happened, there would be no way to save him. "You, what are you doing?" Although Fire Ghost had already heard the call of death, he couldn't help but be startled when he saw Yang Kai's ferocious appearance. Yang Kai sneered. "What am I doing? Of course, I'm saving you. You don't need to thank me." Chapter 2292. Save me? The fire-titled cultivator's eyes, which were gradually losing their luster, widened in shock. Yang Kai grabbed him by the collar and his body flickered, disappearing from where he was standing. The wasteland reeked of blood and was filled with the remains of a great battle. There were also many severed limbs and pieces of flesh. It was a miserable sight. "Young Master Yang." Yijing Han flew back with a pale face. She looked around, but she couldn't find Yang Kai. So, she asked Hua Qingxi anxiously, "Elder sister, where did young Master Yang go?" Hua Qingxi exchanged a glance with the embodiment. Then her body flickered and she appeared behind Yijing Han. She stretched out her hand and chopped at the back of Yijing Han's neck. Yijing Han had never expected that Hua Qingxi would attack her. After all, in her opinion, Hua Qingxi was in cahoots with Yang Kai, so she hadn't been on guard at all. As soon as Hua Qingxi's palm chopped down, she fell limply to the ground. "Did you kill her?" The embodiment was startled. "How is that possible?" Hua Qingxi rolled her eyes at him and curled her lips. "I just knocked her unconscious." She paused for a moment, then looked at the embodiment suspiciously and asked, "What did you do?" While she was speaking, she noticed that the embodiment had walked over to the dead wind demon and picked up his corpse. The embodiment grinned and said, "What else can I do? This is a great tonic. TSK, this is the 3rd order Dao Source Realm." Upon hearing this, Hua Qingxi's face turned pale. She seemed to have recalled something and she cried out in alarm. Are you going to use that evil cultivation technique to devour his flesh and blood essence again? The embodiment replied, I'm just making use of trash. How disgusting. Don't try it in front of me. Otherwise, I'll break off all relations with you, Hua Qingxi said in disdain. At this moment, Yang Kai's body flickered and he reappeared in the wasteland. He waved at the embodiment and Hua Qingxi and said, Come back. After he spoke, he cast a glance at Yijing Han, who had fainted on the ground, and he seemed to have understood something. He nodded and said, It's good that she's unconscious. He waved his hand and sucked Yijing Han into the sealed world bead. At the same time, he opened the entrance to the sealed world bead, allowing Hua Qingxi and her Dharmakaya to enter. Inside the small sealed world, next to the medicine garden, Yang Kai and his embodiment reappeared. At this moment, the fire ghost's aura was weak, and his vitality was dim. It seemed as if he would die soon. The blood-red saber in his chest was still standing upright, and blood was flowing out from the wound. He laughed mockingly. I have already suffered a fatal injury. In this world, other than a few kinds of healing panaceas that only exist in legends, no one can save me. I advise you not to waste your time. Cough, cough. He coughed as he spoke, his mouth and nostrils filled with blood. Yang Kai snorted, It's probably impossible for you to recover, but it's definitely not a problem to keep you alive. He went straight to the fire ghost. He stretched out his hand and opened the fire ghost's mouth. Then, he took out a large number of healing spirit pills and poured them into his mouth. The fire-titled cultivator was stubborn and still refused to compromise, shaking his head vigorously like a rattled drum. But now that his cultivation had been sealed, how could he defy Yang Kai? After struggling for a while, he had no choice but to swallow these spirit pills. His gaze was filled with resentment and ridicule. He obviously felt that it was impossible for Yang Kai to keep him alive. He could clearly feel his vitality fading away, and although the feeling of his life slowly leaving his body was chilling, it was still better than falling into the hands of his enemy and suffering torment. Under his gaze, Yang Kai sat cross-legged in front of him, made a hand seal, and pressed his palm toward his chest. When the palm pressed on the blood saber, it directly shook the blood saber out of his chest, causing a large amount of blood to spurt out. The fire ghost could not help but groan, and his body shook violently. He only felt that he was about to die. However, in the next moment, the fire ghost's expression changed. This was because he sensed a rich and pure vitality pouring into his body from the outside world, allowing him, who was on the verge of death, to slowly return from the gates of hell. The wound on his chest became numb and no longer bled. His vitality that was fading away was also greatly replenished at this moment. The fire ghost widened his eyes and looked around. He saw a lush tree that was not taller than half a person in the medicinal garden next to him. It was emitting a dark green aura, which was visible to the naked eye. It was being guided by Yang Kai's secret technique into his body. What's this? Even though the fire ghost knew that he was going to die sooner or later, he was still so shocked that his whole body was trembling. This was because he felt an unimaginable vitality from the small tree. It was the green aura emitted by the small tree that acted on his body and prevented him from dying immediately. He was instantly stunned and realized that this small tree must be very famous. The immortal tree, I don't know if you've heard of it before. Yang Kai grinned at him, but his smile was full of evil. The immortal tree? The fire ghost's body trembled as he looked at Yang Kai in shock and shouted, You're talking nonsense. The immortal tree is born from heaven and earth and has the effect of reviving the dead. It is said that if the immortal tree is refined, one can obtain an immortal and indestructible body. How could you have such a divine object? You know quite a lot, Yang Kai chuckled. This is the immortal tree? Who are you trying to fool? The fire ghost disdainfully said. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Yang Kai glanced at him and said with an evil grin, You even have the strength to quarrel with me. Not bad, not bad. It seems that you won't die anytime soon. As soon as these words came out, the fire ghost was immediately silenced. and his expression changed endlessly. He was shocked to find that just the green aura emitted by the small tree was enough to make his injuries show signs of improvement. He was no longer bleeding and was far away from the misfortune of death. If he could swallow the leaves on the small tree, wouldn't it mean that he would immediately be full of energy and recover from his injuries? As soon as this idea appeared in his mind, the fire ghost was completely shocked and cold sweat rolled down his forehead. Although he didn't want to believe it, from his own experience, this small tree might really be the legendary immortal tree. Gulp. The fire ghost couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and his eyes suddenly became fiery as he stared at the immortal tree. Yang Kai no longer paid attention to him and said to the embodiment, "I'll leave this person to you. You must ask him something. Don't worry. He will talk." The embodiment laughed evilly, and his voice entered the fire ghost's ears, making his hair stand on end. However, when he turned his head to take a look, he discovered that Yang Kai had already disappeared. Only the giant stone man was still sitting cross-legged on the ground, and he was holding a corpse in his hand. Wind Ghost. The fire ghost looked mournfully at the wind ghost's corpse, and a sad feeling welled up in his heart. After a short while, he looked coldly at the embodiment and said, "I don't care what kind of ghost you are. You won't get any information from me." "You have a backbone." The embodiment praised him. "I like people with a backbone. You can set your mind at ease. I won't make things difficult for you." The fire ghost sneered. It was obvious that he didn't believe the embodiment's words easily. However, to his surprise, the embodiment didn't pay any attention to him. He also didn't seem to have any intention of torturing him. Instead, he placed the wind ghost's corpse in front of him. Then, he folded his hands and wrapped the corpse in his palms. "What are you going to do to the wind ghost?" The fire ghost's expression changed drastically, and he asked in a stern voice, "What am I going to do?" "Ha ha ha ha." The embodiment laughed strangely. The veins on the fire ghost's forehead throbbed, and he was inexplicably upset. The embodiment's perfunctory attitude of not answering the question and asking the question was really infuriating. Just as the fire ghost was getting anxious, the embodiment's expression turned solemn, and he shouted, "The heaven-devouring great emperor's tactics." The fire ghost's eyes widened in an instant, and his 2 rows of teeth clattered together violently, making a clattering sound. He said in horror, "The heaven-devouring great emperor's tactics?" The fire ghost didn't have a backbone like he had said before. In other words, what he had seen was beyond his psychological bottom line. He could stab the blood knife into his own heart without hesitation and die to prove his resolve. However, when he saw the Dharmakaya use the heaven-devouring battle law on the wind demon's corpse with his own eyes, the line of defense in his heart instantly collapsed. No one was willing to have their flesh and blood devoured while they were still alive. This kind of death was a little too miserable. Therefore, he quickly revealed everything he knew. The 4 of them were the cultivators of the blood knife, and they had received orders from their superiors to capture Yang Kai alive and return to their headquarters. As for the reason, the fire ghost couldn't explain it. They were just following orders. The hierarchy of the blood knife was very strict, and one couldn't get in touch with its secrets unless one reached a certain level. They didn't even know who had issued the order. They just received a missions instruction at a specific place and time. Through this inquiry, Yang Kai also learned that the blood knife size was beyond his imagination. The blood knife's members were diverse, and they were scattered in various big sects in the territory of the blood knife. Usually, they wouldn't leave any trace behind, and they would only go out to carry out missions when they received a mission. Once the mission was over, they would disappear without a trace, and no one would be able to trace them. When the embodiment asked where the headquarters of the blood knife was in the southern territory of the blood knife, the fire ghost's sea of consciousness suddenly exploded before he could answer, and he died. He seemed to have been put under a restriction by some expert. Once the real secrets of the blood knife were involved, this restriction would be activated to prevent the information from leaking out. After receiving this information from the embodiment, Yang Kai's face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped off. Although it was his first time coming into contact with the blood knife, judging from the strength and performance of the 4 ghosts, the blood knife was not to be trifled with. Now, He was being targeted by the blood knife, but he didn't even know the reason, let alone the information of the enemy. This made him feel very uncomfortable, and he always felt like there was a fishbone in his throat. The blood knife would not rest until they were dead. Now that the mission had failed, the blood knife would definitely not let it go, and there would definitely be more powerful enemies coming to find him. He could get rid of the 4 ghosts of wind, thunder, fire, and fire, but what about next time? What if the blood knife mobilized the experts of the Emperor realm? For a moment, Yang Kai was very worried. Chapter 2293. Just as Yang Kai was feeling vexed, he suddenly heard a moaning sound coming from behind him. He turned around and saw Yi Jing Han sitting on the wooden boat with a frown on her face and a blank look on her face. It seemed like she still didn't understand what was going on. But soon, she recalled what had happened before she fainted and stood up abruptly, calling out, "Young Master Yang, you're awake." Yang Kai cast a glance at her and said calmly, "Don't move around. Check your body and see if you have any serious injuries." Yi Jing Han nodded and closed her eyes to examine her body. After a short while, she opened her eyes and said, "I'm fine." She had just been knocked unconscious by Hua Qingxi. Even though she had been hit by Thunderghost's explosion, she hadn't suffered any serious injuries. Her qi and blood were just a little unstable, and she would recover after taking some pills. "Yang Kai, where are the big sister and the big stone golem?" Hua Qingxi looked around, but didn't find any trace of Hua Qingxi or the embodiment. She couldn't help but ask in confusion. Yang Kai asked, "What big sister and the stone golem?" "It's that." Yi Jing Han was about to describe them, but she suddenly furrowed her brows and said with a strange expression, "Could it be that it was really an illusion?" At this moment, she recalled the scene when Hua Qingxi and the embodiment had appeared, and she couldn't help but feel that everything was so unreal. She suddenly suspected that she had fallen into an illusion, and that the young woman and the stone golem weren't real. "I used an eye technique to deal with the 4 ghosts, so you must have been hallucinating," Yang Kai replied. "I see." Yi Jing Han exhaled and laughed at herself. "Young Master Yang's divine technique is really great. I'm really ashamed that I couldn't help you at all." "It's nothing. The 4 ghosts of Bloodsaber aren't easy to deal with. If you had really interfered, you would have already died." Yi Jing Han broke out in a cold sweat when she heard this. She realized once again the huge gap between her and Yang Kai. The Bloodsaber's 4 ghosts were 3rd-order Dao Source Realm Masters, and the 4 of them had joined forces to execute a joint attack. They could even fight the Emperor Realm, but they were completely annihilated by Yang Kai. Such a battle record was enough to be proud of. Even though they were both 2nd-order Dao Source Realm cultivators, Yi Jing Han discovered that the gap between her and Yang Kai was like the difference between heaven and earth. She couldn't help but feel depressed and yearn for the day when she could possess Yang Kai's strength. She smiled bitterly and touched the back of her neck, only to find that there was a slight pain there. She was stunned. He recalled the scene of the young woman knocking him unconscious. Yi Jing Han was extremely hesitant. She didn't know whether what she had just seen was an illusion or reality. Nothing was said along the way. Yi Jing Han seemed to have noticed that Yang Kai wasn't in a good mood after his encounter with the 4 ghosts, so she didn't bother him and just pointed him in the right direction. When she had some free time, she would meditate and rest on the wooden boat. After more than 10 days, the 2 of them finally saw a continuous mountain range in the distance. Only then did Yi Jing Han get up from the wooden boat. She pointed excitedly at the mountain range in front of them and said, "Young Master Yang, this is the 1,000-leaf mountain range. Our 1,000 Leaves sect is located in this mountain range. It will take us less than half a day to reach it." Yang Kai replied casually. Yi Jing Han smiled and said, "I will send a message to my father so that he won't worry." She had spent several months on this trip and was always worried about her family when she was alone. Now that she had returned safely, the first thing she wanted to do was to report her safety. Yang Kai didn't pay attention to her and just sat at the front of the boat and observed their surroundings. Yi Jing Han took out her communication artifact and poured her divine sense into it. After a short while, the artifact buzzed and seemed to have received an answer. After Yi Jing Han checked it, she furrowed her brows and an unhappy look appeared on her face. Yang Kai noticed the change in her expression and asked, What's wrong? Yi Jing Han pouted and said, my father unexpectedly asked me to represent our Thousand Leaves sect and attend Sky Crane City's City Lord's wedding ceremony. He's really infuriating. She complained, if I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have told him that I had returned. It would have saved me a lot of trouble. It seems like you don't want to go. Yang Kai looked at her with a faint smile. Yi Jing Han snorted coldly and said, I don't want to get involved in the affairs of a person who has forgotten his master. It's fine if he takes her as his concubine. But my father also doesn't want to give him face and send someone to attend such a troublesome ceremony. Yang Kai's expression changed and he asked, does your Thousand Leaves sect have a grudge with Sky Crane City's City Lord? Yi Jing Han wore a cold look. That guy is an ungrateful person. He was able to become the City Lord all those years ago because of our Thousand Leaves sect's support. Now that he's grown strong and has found another backer, he doesn't take us seriously. He even squeezed out our Thousand Leaves sect's many properties in Sky Crane City. He's really a vile person. Yang Kai wasn't interested in this matter, so he didn't reply after asking a casual question. Yi Jing Han seemed to have realized that she had misspoken, so she stuck out her tongue and said, I'm sorry, young Master Yang. I misspoke. It doesn't matter. There are always some stingy people in this world who make people angry. Yang Kai waved his hand. Young Master Yang, please wait for a moment. I will inform my father and take you back to the sect to settle down, Yi Jing Han said before she poured her divine sense into the communication artifact. There's no need for that, Yang Kai grinned. I'll go with you. It'll save me a lot of trouble, and I'll just take it as a walk to relieve my boredom. Yi Jing Han was delighted to hear this, and she said, many thanks, young Master Yang. Please forgive me if I neglected you. It's fine. After they spoke, the two of them turned around and headed towards Sky Crane City. Sky Crane City was located 3,000 kilometers away from the foot of Thousand Leaf Mountain, and even though it wasn't a big city, it was still much better than Maplewood City and could be considered a medium-sized city. According to Yi Jing Han, there were a dozen or so Dao Source Realm Masters in Sky Crane City's City Lord's mansion, and the City Lord, Luo Jin, had a powerful cultivation in the Third Order Dao Source Realm, which was comparable to some of the nearby medium-sized sect masters. It was because of this that he was able to secure his position as Sky Crane City's City Lord. When Yang Kai and Yi Jing Han arrived at the city gate, they saw that it was bustling with activity. Many carriages were loaded with goods and were waiting to enter the city. The carriages were filled with precious treasures, and Yang Kai even smelled some pills and spirit herbs. Judging from the joyous decorations on the carriages, it was obvious that the goods in the carriages were gifts prepared by the nearby sects. Sky Crane City was considered an outstanding sect in the surrounding 100,000 kilometers, and now that the City Lord was taking a concubine, the various sects would naturally come to congratulate him. The guards at the city gate also seemed to be in high spirits, and they all wore smiles as they inspected the goods and let them pass. Yang Kai and Yi Jing Han didn't rush into the city, but instead stood 1,000 meters away from the city and waited quietly. According to Yi Jing Han, Thousand Leaves sect's disciples would be arriving soon. It was a coincidence that Yi Jing Han had been assigned this task. If she hadn't rushed back today, she wouldn't have been assigned this task by Yi Hin, which annoyed her so much. In any case, she was the young sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, so it would be acceptable for her to lead the team to congratulate him. After waiting for a while, Yi Jing Han's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up and she pointed in a certain direction. They're here. Yang Kai raised his head and saw a ray of light flying towards them from the horizon. When the ray of light approached them, it revealed its true form. It was an artifact in the shape of a ship with several well-dressed cultivators standing on it. One of them was leaning against the ship's railing and looking around, and when he saw Yi Jing Han, he couldn't help but grin and wave at her intimately. Yi Jing Han responded, and after a short while, the ship landed on the ground. The man who had greeted Yi Jing Han flew down and waited for the others to disembark before he made a hand seal and put the ship away. Yi Zi, you finally returned. If you hadn't come back, I would have gone to Maplewood City to look for you. The man came up to Yi Jing Han and looked at her affectionately with bright eyes, completely ignoring Yang Kai's existence. Brother Du Xian. Yi Jing Han's cheeks flushed from his passionate gaze, and she lowered her head bashfully. When Yang Kai saw this, He knew that there was something going on between this man and woman, and he couldn't help but smile. Another man suddenly poked his head out from behind Ducian and grinned. Senior Sister Yi, you don't know this, but ever since you went to Maplewood City, our eldest brother hasn't been able to eat or drink. He's not even in the mood to cultivate, and he's been scolded by our master several times. Shut up. Ducian glared at the man, but there was a smile in his eyes. Yijing Han pursed her red lips and said in a low voice, How can you be like this? You still have to cultivate. Ducian looked at Yijing Han affectionately and said softly, I've been cultivating, but I can't calm my mind, and I'm always thinking about someone. Who are you thinking about? Yijing Han's delicate body trembled, and the blush on her cheeks became even more obvious. I'm thinking about you. That sneaky man interrupted again and said, Senior Marshal Sister Yi, Junior Marshal Brother misses you too. I miss you so much that I can't sleep at night. As he spoke, he put on a pained expression and tossed and turned in bed, causing the other Thousand Leaves sect disciples to snicker. Wizard Ma, get out of my way. Ducian suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped the disciple called Wu Ma on the head. Wu Ma's neck shrank and he shouted indignantly, Only the magistrate is allowed to set the fire, but the common people are not allowed to light the lanterns. Is there still any justice and law? Yi Shiji, you have to give me justice. Yijing Han spat, Serves you right. Who told you to keep chattering? Big brother should give you a good beating. A dejected look appeared on Wizard Ma's face. Yang Kai looked on coldly from the side and felt that the disciples of Thousand Leaves sect were quite interesting. They seemed to be quite close to each other, and he couldn't help but chuckle. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. In fact, the smaller the sect, the stronger the cohesiveness of the sect's disciples would be when they encountered a crisis. However, once the sect grew larger, all kinds of deception and deceit would slowly breed. Ducian seemed to have just noticed Yang Kai, and a surprised look flashed through his eyes. He cupped his fists and said solemnly, I'm Ducian from Thousand Leaves sect. May I know your name, brother? Chapter 2294. Ducian wore an odd expression when he asked this question. He didn't know why a stranger like Yang Kai was with Yijing Han, but he didn't show any hostility towards him. The other Thousand Leaves sect disciples did the same, all of them curiously sizing up Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. I am Yang Kai. Nice to meet you, Brother Du. Yijing Han continued. Young Master Yang is an honored guest invited by me. He was going back to the sect to meet with my father to discuss some important matters, but he was assigned a mission by my father to come to Sky Crane City on his way back. So, he had no choice but to come here first. Elder brothers and junior brothers, please don't neglect him. Her tone was serious, as if Yang Kai was some kind of master. Ducian and the wizard looked at each other and became more confused. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai discovered that Yang Kai was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, and he wasn't wearing luxurious clothes. It was obvious that he wasn't a disciple from a great force. Why does Yijing Han value such a person so much? Although they had doubts in their hearts, the two of them didn't ask much and just nodded slightly. Since you're here, let's enter the city first. That old thing's concubine marriage ceremony is tomorrow, right? Yijing Han asked as she looked at Ducian. She didn't have any intention of explaining this matter to her brother. After all, she had asked Yang Kai to go back and repair the world-crossing space array. The fewer people who knew about this, the better. She hadn't even had the time to report this matter to Yi Hin. Only then did Ducian withdraw his attention from Yang Kai. His expression changed slightly as he said, Yi Zi, be careful with your words. As he spoke, he glanced around. The crowd was now 1,000 feet away from the city gate, and he didn't want to let Sky Crane City's people hear him. He was afraid that it would be another round of trouble. Yijing Han curled her lips. I'm already being polite by calling him an old bastard. He's already half buried, yet he still dares to imitate others and take in concubines. I don't know which little girl was fooled by him. Wizard Ma smiled bitterly and said, he might not have been deceived. Maybe he had no choice. All these years, this master of the city lord has frequently taken in concubines, but he hasn't had any children. I don't know if his body can take it. Hee hee hee. Retribution. Yi Jinghan's face was filled with satisfaction. Du Xian rubbed his forehead and said, all right, let's talk less. This time, we're here to congratulate you, not to cause trouble. Before we left, Master said that we mustn't cause any trouble in Sky Crane City this time because the people from the surrounding great powers will be here. Yi Jinghan pouted and didn't say anything, while wearing an unhappy expression. Du Xian smiled at Yang Kai and said, I've let Brother Yang laugh at me. It's fine. Yang Kai waved his hand. Pack up and enter the city. Du Xian yelled at the others. Only then did everyone tidy up their clothes and walk towards the city gate under his lead. The Thousand Leaves sect's congratulatory gifts were all stored in their space rings. Naturally, there wasn't much to tidy up. Only those who were eager to curry favor with Luo Jin would use their carriages to carry their congratulatory gifts. This way, others would be able to see clearly what kind of precious gift they had brought. Not only would it satisfy the city lord's mansion, but it would also bring glory to them. There were many people at the city gate. The Thousand Leaves sect's members didn't show any intention of cutting the queue. They just quietly lined up and waited to enter the city. During this time, Yi Jinghan kept apologizing to Yang Kai, as she was afraid that she would offend him. Others didn't know about Yang Kai's methods, but Yi Jinghan was well aware of them. The Blood Saber's 4 demons had been completely annihilated by Yang Kai 10 days ago, and the scene from that day was still vivid in her mind. If Yang Kai didn't want to line up and force his way into the city, the guards at the city gate wouldn't be able to stop him, but it would definitely bring disaster to Thousand Leaves sect. Fortunately, Yang Kai seemed to be very relaxed and didn't show any signs of irritation. The expressions of Du Xian and the wizard Ma became more and more suspicious. They couldn't understand why Yi Jinghan was treating Yang Kai so cautiously. Her cautious attitude made it seem as if she was interacting with a powerhouse from the Emperor realm. The queue moved forward quickly, and in less than half a cup of tea's time, it was the Thousand Leaves sect's turn. When the cultivator at the city gate, who was in charge of inspecting goods and people, saw Yi Jinghan, he grinned and cupped his fists. So it's Thousand Leaves sect's young lady Yi. Please forgive me for not coming out to greet you. This person's appearance was nothing special. He looked extremely ordinary and was about 40 years old. The clothes on his body were extremely festive. There was a smile on his face, but that smile gave people a feeling that it was extremely fake. He wasn't weak and was comparable to the First Order Dao Source Realm. It seemed like he held an important position in Sky Crane City. Usually, such a powerhouse wouldn't be in charge of guarding the city gate, but today was different. The cultivator from the surrounding great forces had arrived in Sky Crane City ahead of time to congratulate them, so Sky Crane City naturally had to send a competent cultivator to wait for them. This person was such an existence. Judging from his tone, it was obvious that he knew Yi Jinghan. This wasn't strange, as according to Yi Jinghan, Sky Crane City's city lord had only been able to secure his position because of Thousand Leaves sect's secret support. Sky Crane City's people must have had many interactions with Thousand Leaves sect in the past, and as the daughter of Thousand Leaves sect's sect master, Yi Jinghan was no stranger to them. Yi Jinghan's face was as cold as ice, and she replied calmly, Elder Siming, you don't need to be so courteous. The middle-aged man called Siming smiled and said, Thank you for your understanding, young lady Yi. It's Sky Crane City's honor to have young lady Yi here at the city lord's wedding ceremony. The city lord's master will surely be happy to hear about it. Please, young lady Yi. As he spoke, he extended his hand and made an inviting gesture. He didn't seem like he was trying to make things difficult for Yi Jinghan. Yi Jinghan didn't need to be courteous with him and just walked into the city. Just as Du Xian and the others behind Yi Jinghan were about to enter the city, Siming waved his hand and blocked Du Xian's path. He shouted coldly, What are you doing? Are you trying to force your way into the city? Du Xian furrowed his brows upon hearing this, and Yi Jinghan, who was walking in front of him, also stopped and turned around to look at them. Siming shouted, You're quite daring. How dare you try to enter the city without my permission? It's obvious that you don't put Sky Crane City in your eyes. A displeased look appeared on Du Xian's face, and he said in a deep voice, Elder Siming, are you blind because of your age? Can't you see that we're here with the young sect master? Brat, how dare you scold me? Siming was infuriated and he snorted, Do you believe that I won't take you down right now? Du Xian narrowed his eyes and sneered, Elder Ming. What do you mean by this? Ming snorted and said, What do you think I mean? Du Xian took a deep breath and calmed the anger in his heart before he said, We're here to congratulate City Lord Luo on the orders of our master. Why do you stop us in front of the city gate and make us a laughingstock? Have you also come here to congratulate him? Ming seemed to be startled, and he sized up Du Xian before he curled his lips and said, You're dressed so shabbily. Which sect do you belong to? You, old fool, don't be so shameless. The wizard flew into a rage upon hearing this. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that they had come here with Yi Jinghan and were obviously Thousand Leaves sect's disciples. However, Ming still acted as if he didn't know them. Not only did he stop Du Xian and the others, he even mocked them in a roundabout manner. It was obvious that he wanted to humiliate Thousand Leaves sect. When the cultivator who was waiting in line to enter the city saw this scene, they understood what was going on and started whispering among themselves. When the discussions reached the ears of the Thousand Leaves sect's disciples, their faces turned ashen and ugly expressions appeared on their faces. They had only come here to congratulate Luo Feng on orders, yet they had suffered such humiliation at the city gate. No one would be able to swallow this humiliation. The source chi of the Thousand Leaves sect's disciples surged as if they were about to start a fight. Ming immediately jumped back and said vigilantly, What do you want to do? Are you trying to rebel? This is Sky Crane City, not your desolate wilderness. Where did these country bumpkins come from? How dare you act so presumptuously here? Ming shouted and acted as if he was serious, causing the cultivator behind him to snicker in a low voice. They all understood that this old fool was just pretending to be crazy in order to humiliate Thousand Leaves sect in front of everyone. Unfortunately, Thousand Leaves sect was powerless to retaliate. Elder Ming. Yi Jinghan looked at him coldly and said, Elder Ming can't be so forgetful, right? You can't even recognize our Thousand Leaves sect symbol? Do you want my father to come here and explain it to you personally? When Ming heard this, a stunned look appeared on his face. He looked at Yi Jinghan and said, Young Miss Yi, do you mean? He turned his head to look at Du Xian and the others, and when he saw the Thousand Leaves sect symbol on their clothes, he slapped his forehead and said with an embarrassed smile, Oh, young Miss Yi, please forgive me. This king didn't realize that these people were actually Thousand Leaves sect's geniuses. Judging from their behavior, this king assumed that they were from that bumpkin. Asterisk cough, asterisk, asterisk cough, asterisk. He put on an act as if he had just woken up from a dream and apologized to Yi Jinghan for a long time. It was as if he had really just discovered that Du Xian and the others were Thousand Leaves sect's disciples. Humph. Yi Jinghan was infuriated, and her pretty face flushed red, but she couldn't vent her anger. She was so depressed that she felt like vomiting blood. Since you're all Thousand Leaves sect's geniuses, you can enter the city after registering. This king was negligent, so please don't take offense. Ming wore a brilliant smile and cupped his fists towards Du Xian and the others. Register? Register what? Yi Jinghan was startled by his words. Ming said with a smile, Names, sect affiliation, and some other simple things. Young Lady Yi should also know that tomorrow is the City Lord's wedding ceremony. It's a very important matter, so in the next few days, not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can enter the city. As long as someone enters the city, they must register for inspection purposes. Yi Jinghan said coldly, Why didn't I see any of those people registering? Ming said with a smile, Young Miss Yi, this king recognizes all of them and knows their origins, so there's no need to register. Are you saying that you don't recognize my Thousand Leaves sect's people? Yi Jinghan gritted her teeth and anger appeared on her pretty face. Ming had repeatedly made things difficult for Thousand Leaves sect, which infuriated her. She didn't want to come to Sky Crane City to participate in the concubine ceremony, but now she felt even more repulsed by it. What infuriated her even more was that Ming was deliberately humiliating Thousand Leaves sect in front of so many people. Chapter 2295. Young Miss Yi, please don't make things difficult for me. I'm just following orders. Ming wore a smile on his face and spoke in an official tone. If I enter the city without registering and the city lord's master learns of this, I won't be able to bear the consequences. Good, very good. Yijing Han couldn't bear it any longer, and she laughed out of anger. Sky Crane City. I'll remember this. It's fine if we don't enter this city. Brother, let's go. Upon hearing her words, Seeming didn't show any signs of fear, and he even laughed even more heartily. Yijing Han turned around, and it seemed like she really wanted to leave this place. However, Du Xian grabbed her arm and slowly shook his head at her, indicating that she should not be impatient. Luo Jin's marriage ceremony was just a ceremony, but there were guests from all over the world, and almost all the forces in the surrounding 100,000 kilometers were involved. If Thousand Leaves sect really left, they might get involved in some disputes and give Sky Crane City an excuse to fall out with Thousand Leaves sect. If this wasn't the case, Yihin wouldn't have warned Du Xian and the others to endure the humiliation before leaving. Du Xian was more mature and prudent, so when he saw Seeming laughing so heartily, he immediately realized that there was something fishy going on. Seeming probably wanted Thousand Leaves sect to return home and break off all relations between Sky Crane City and Thousand Leaves sect. When Du Xian realized this, how could he allow Seeming to do as he wished? He grabbed Yijing Han's arm and whispered a few words to her. Yijing Han was so angry that her chest heaved up and down, and she gnashed her teeth in anger. She remained silent for a while before she nodded bitterly. Du Xian smiled and cupped his fists. Elder Seeming, we just need to register, right? Seeming furrowed his brows and replied, That's right. That's simple. Du Xian nodded. He walked to the side. He then wrote down his name and the sect he belonged to on the scarlet registration book. With him taking the lead, the other Thousand Leaves sect's disciples also stepped forward one after another, even though they were annoyed. However, a scene that made the Thousand Leaves sect's disciples even more infuriated appeared. The names and sects written on the registration book were all unpresentable families and sects. Any sect with a little bit of power wouldn't be asked to register, and Thousand Leaves sect was the first one to do so. In other words, the level of Thousand Leaves sect had been leveled by Seeming to the same level as those small families and forces. Despite the anger in their hearts, the Thousand Leaves sect members still endured. Not long after, the few of them finished registering. When it was Yang Kai's turn, Yijing Han's beautiful eyes flickered and she glanced at him worriedly, only to see that Yang Kai had also walked up to the table and started writing down his name. She couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Previously, she was really afraid that Yang Kai wouldn't cooperate and would leave in a huff. Wait a minute, Seeming suddenly shouted. He stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze, scrutinizing him from head to toe as he asked, Friend, you don't look familiar. Are you also from the Thousand Leaves sect? Yang Kai grinned and said, Yes. Seeming snorted coldly. Friend, you should think carefully before you answer. Sky Crane City is now heavily guarded. If this friend wishes to use Thousand Leaves sect's name to infiltrate the city, then I will. This king will have to have a good chat with you. Yang Kai raised his brows and asked with a faint smile, Elder Seeming, why are you so sure that I'm not from the Thousand Leaves sect? Could it be that you know everyone from the Thousand Leaves sect? Seeming replied, Although I don't dare to say that I know everyone, I've seen most of them, especially those with your cultivation. Yang Kai asked curiously, Elder Seeming's words are quite puzzling. Since you know most of the people with my cultivation, why didn't you recognize Brother Du Xian earlier? Brother Du is our sect's eldest brother, so there's no reason for me to not recognize him. Du Xian sneered coldly and said, I'm also quite curious. Although I haven't spoken to Elder Seeming before, I've seen him at least twice. So why did Elder Seeming pretend that you didn't recognize him just now? Seeming coughed lightly and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead in embarrassment. He then said, I didn't see him clearly just now. It seems like Elder Seeming has an eye disease. You should go and treat it. Otherwise, you won't have long to live. Du Xian's words were filled with sarcasm. Seeming's expression changed slightly and he asked, But your Excellency's clothes don't have the insignia of a Thousand Leaves sect disciple. How do you explain this? The city lord is taking a concubine, so I changed into a new set of clothes to show my sincerity. I haven't even had the time to embroider the insignia on them yet. Yang Kai grinned and made up an excuse. This explanation, I'm afraid it won't satisfy you, Seeming sneered. Ming, what do you mean by this? Yijing Han became anxious when she saw that Ming wouldn't let Yang Kai go. She had invited Yang Kai to repair the world-crossing space array, and this matter was related to the rise of the Thousand Leaves sect, so how could she not pay attention to it? Moreover, Yang Kai was a powerful individual, so if he was provoked, the city's gate would surely be flooded with blood. Therefore, when Yijing Han noticed that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, she immediately stood up and glared at Ming angrily. You've repeatedly made things difficult for us. Do you really think that our Thousand Leaves sect is easy to bully? This queen and the others came here to congratulate Luojin, yet you stopped us here and made things difficult for us time and time again. If we leave now, no one will say anything bad about my Thousand Leaves sect, and it will be your Sky Crane City that has neglected its guests. Ming furrowed his brows. He didn't know why Yijing Han was so angry. She didn't seem so irritable when he was making things difficult for Du Xian and the others, but now, she had directly called out his name and that of the City Lord's master without showing any respect. It was obvious that she had run out of patience. When he thought of this, Ming smiled embarrassedly and said, Young Misty, please calm down. I'm just being careful. I just want to have a chat with this friend. Either you let us go, or we leave. I'll give you 3 breaths time. Make your choice. Yijing Han's face was ashen as she stared coldly at Ming. Ming's expression changed slightly. Even though he also hoped that the Thousand Leaves sect's group would leave so that Sky Crane City could find an excuse to sever ties with the Thousand Leaves sect and annex many of their properties, he still felt that something was amiss. He had a feeling that if he shed all pretense of cordiality here, he would be in grave danger. This feeling made his heart jump for a while. I was wondering who was so arrogant. It turns out that it was Yi Er. It was at this moment that a person's voice rang out from nearby. Along with this voice, a streak of light flew over and disappeared, revealing 3 people. 2 of them were old men, while the last one was a young man. The 2 old men had a cultivation in the third-order Tao source realm. They had high cheekbones, restrained eyes, and dignified expressions. It was obvious at a glance that their cultivations were profound. As for the young man, he was about 30 years old and had a cultivation in the first-order Tao source realm. He had rosy lips and white teeth, and he was holding a folding fan in his hand, which he gently waved in the wind. Show you. When Du Xian saw this person, his expression turned solemn. It seemed that this person had a great background, and the tone in which he addressed Yijing Han made him feel even more displeased. Xiao Yu's expression turned cold as he looked at Du Xian and said, This young master's name isn't something you can casually address. Slap him. As soon as he said this, all the cultivators outside the city opened their mouths wide in shock. Du Xian was a second-order Tao source realm master, but he was going to be slapped just because he called this person's name. If he was really punished like this in front of so many people, even if Du Xian's martial Tao heart didn't crumble, he wouldn't be able to face anyone in the future. When they heard this, the expressions of the Thousand Leaves sect's disciples changed drastically. All of them circulated their source qi as if they were facing a great enemy. While everyone was still in shock, Qiu Yu laughed heartily and said, I was just joking. Brother Du, don't be so nervous. Du Xian's expression changed drastically in an instant. His heart was filled with rage, but there was nothing he could do. After all, this person was accompanied by 2 masters from the third-order Tao source realm. If he really acted impulsively here, it would be the Thousand Leaves sect that would suffer. Qiu Yu didn't pay any more attention to Du Xian. Instead, he looked at Yijing Han with a burning gaze and said politely, Yi, it's been a long time since we last met. You seem even more elegant than before. His current demeanor was a stark contrast to his previous arrogant and despotic attitude, causing everyone to be flabbergasted. Was he still the same person? You're still as hateful as before. Yijing Han sneered. As soon as she said this, the eyes of the 2 old men beside Qiu Yu suddenly lit up. 2 powerful waves of pressure enveloped Yijing Han, causing her to let out a muffled groan and her face to turn pale. 2 elders, stop. Qiu Yu's expression changed drastically, and he shouted sternly. Only then did the 2 old men beside him retract their oppressive might. You 2 old fogies, how dare you do this? Qiu Yu turned his head and reprimanded the 2 old men. What if you hurt Year? If you dare to act recklessly without my permission, you won't have to follow me anymore. Young master, please forgive us. The two old men didn't get angry after being reprimanded, and they just lowered their heads and admitted their mistakes. This caused everyone to be amazed. Are you all right? Qiu looked at Yi Jinghan with concern. Yi Jinghan took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth, "Keep your old dogs in check. Don't let them bite people." Qiu smiled faintly and closed the folding fan in his hand. He pointed at Yi Jinghan and said, "I like your straightforward character, but you're really hateful." It's fine, it's fine." Qiu smiled calmly. This young master believes that sincerity can move metal and stone. Stop dreaming. Even if you're the only man left in this world, I still won't spare you a single glance. Yi Jinghan sneered coldly. Qiu's expression changed slightly, but he still wore a carefree smile and stopped arguing with her. He looked at Siming and asked, "What did you do just now? Why did you infuriate Year?" Siming seemed to be afraid of Qiu, and he wiped off his cold sweat and said, "It's nothing. It's just a routine matter." "Humph. Why aren't you apologizing to Year?" Qiu snorted. When Siming heard this, he immediately ran to Yi Jinghan and said in a low voice, "Young Miss Yi, please forgive Siming for offending you." "Master, please don't blame me." Yi Jinghan cast a glance at him and waved her hand dismissively. "Elder Siming has his duty, so let's forget about this matter." "Many thanks, young Miss Yi." Siming felt as if he had just been pardoned. Chapter 2296. It's better to meet by chance than by chance. How about we enter the city together? At the beginning of the month, this young master got a pot of top-notch blood black tea, and I was worried that I couldn't find anyone to taste it for me. Would you do me the honor of tasting it? Qiu turned around and looked at Yi Jinghan with a smile. Yi Jinghan replied coldly, "Those who walk different paths will not work together." After saying this, she called out to Du Xian and the others, "Brother, let's go." Du Xian nodded lightly like a general who had just won a battle and smiled at Qiu. "Young Master Qiu, keep that black tea for yourself. Don't choke on it." "Hee, thank you for your concern, Brother Du." Qiu didn't get angry and replied with a smile. After a short while, the Thousand Leaves sect members entered the city. Qiu seemed to have lost interest and walked into the city with the two old men, disappearing into the crowd. "What's Qiu's background? He seems quite amazing," Yang Kai asked curiously after entering the city. Yi Jinghan sighed and replied, "He's the young palace master of Sky Illumination Palace. Sky Illumination Palace has always been at odds with our Thousand Leaves sect and has always wanted to push us aside, but they never had the chance. However, I heard that the palace master of Sky Illumination Palace, Qiu, is in seclusion to break through to the Emperor realm. If he really succeeds..." Yi Jinghan's face became worried as she spoke. Du Xian said, "Sky Crane City and Sky Illumination Palace are in cahoots now. If Qiu really breaks through to the Emperor realm, the future of our Thousand Leaves sect will be bleak." Hearing this, Yang Kai suddenly realized that Sky Crane City's new backer was probably Sky Illumination Palace. The wizard said, "It's not that easy to break through to the Emperor realm. That old man, Qiu, might become the demon race and die during his breakthrough." Everyone could hear this. This was his curse. However, since Qiu dared to break through to the Emperor realm, he must have a certain degree of confidence. If he really did break through, Thousand Leaves sect would really be in trouble. Master has his own considerations. Let's just do our own thing. Du Xian quickly comforted his brothers when he saw that they weren't in high spirits. Sky Crane City, in front of a shop called Heavenly Puppet Building. The group from Thousand Leaves sect stopped in their tracks. Yi Jinghan explained to Yang Kai, "This is the largest property of my Thousand Leaves sect in Sky Crane City. If young Master Yang doesn't mind, you can stay here for 2 days. After the ceremony tomorrow, I will accompany young Master Yang back to the sect." "Sure." Yang Kai looked at the magnificent and luxurious Heavenly Puppet Building and nodded slightly. It could be seen that the Celestial Puppet Building's business must have been booming in the past because it was able to build such a store in such a prime location. It was very likely that it was as busy as a marketplace, with merchants coming and going like carps crossing the river. Unfortunately, Circumstances had changed with the passage of time. Presently, the heavenly puppet building was completely deserted and empty. Only some goods placed on the shelves were covered in dust. A manservant dressed like a waiter was taking a nap behind the counter. He didn't know what good dream he was having, but he kept laughing foolishly, and saliva was dripping down from the corner of his mouth. "This business is quite shabby," Yang Kai sighed. Yi Jing Han said with a bitter smile, "If a store was blocked every day by some ferocious fellows who used the city lord's mansion's name to pressure customers, I'm afraid that no one would come to buy anything." Upon hearing her words, Yang Kai discovered that not far from the heavenly puppet building, there were several ferocious-looking strong men who were sneering at the entrance of the heavenly puppet building. It seemed like they were ready to take action at any moment. But when he saw the Thousand Leaves sect's insignia on the clothes of Yi Jing Han and the others, his expression changed. His expression changed slightly, and he averted his gaze. Yang Kai chuckled. "Your sect's situation in Sky Crane City isn't very good." Yi Jing Han's face turned gloomy. "The situation isn't good. Young Master Yang, please come inside." Yang Kai nodded lightly and followed Yi Jing Han into the store. Du Xian, the wizard Ma, and the others looked at each other in confusion. Along the way, they could see that Yi Jing Han seemed to value Yang Kai a lot, treating him like a guest of honor and treating him with respect. But no matter how they looked at him, Yang Kai was just a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, so they couldn't understand what kind of ability he had that made Yi Jing Han treat him with such respect. But now wasn't the time to ask such questions. After they entered the store, the wizard Ma strode forward and knocked on the counter a few times to wake up the sleeping waiter. The waiter was probably also a Thousand Leaves sect disciple, but his cultivation wasn't high and his status was quite low. When he saw Yi Jing Han and the others, he was scared out of his wits and his face turned pale. He lowered his head and apologized profusely. Yi Jing Han waved her hand impatiently and said, "Ask the shopkeeper to arrange a few rooms for us." Yes, this little one will call the shopkeeper." "Eldest young lady, please wait for a moment." The waiter felt as if he had just been pardoned and ran to the back of the store. After a short while, an old man came out of the back of the store and bowed to Yi Jing Han and the others before leading them to the back of the store. The concubine ceremony was to be held tomorrow, so there wasn't much to do today. After Yi Jing Han helped Yang Kai settle down properly, she returned to her room and waited quietly for a moment before she heard a light knock on the door. She walked over and opened the door, only to see Du Xian standing at the doorway with a bright smile on his face. She blushed and bashfully welcomed him into the room, whispering sweet nothings to him. In the room, Yang Kai was sitting in meditation and resting. Coming to Sky Crane City with Yi Jing Han was just a coincidence, so he decided to take things as they came. But for some unknown reason, he felt uneasy today, as if something was about to happen, making him unable to calm down and meditate. This was the first time such a situation had occurred, and Yang Kai had never encountered such a situation when he was cultivating in the past. He didn't dare to be careless, so he used his divine sense to examine his body over and over again, fearing that he would develop a hidden danger or develop a heart demon due to his improper cultivation. But no matter how many times he examined himself, he couldn't find any problems. Instead, the uneasy feeling was becoming more and more intense. Yang Kai furrowed his brows in contemplation and discovered that this feeling had appeared ever since he entered Sky Crane City. It was as if there was something in Sky Crane City that was affecting him. This feeling was inexplicable, but Yang Kai didn't dare to be careless. At his current cultivation level, unless there was some external interference, it was impossible to disturb his inner peace. Yang Kai couldn't figure it out, so he just sighed helplessly and stood up. He wanted to greet Yi Jing Han and tell her that he was going out for a stroll to relieve his boredom, but when he released his divine sense, he discovered that Yi Jing Han and Du Xian were whispering sweet nothings to each other in a room, and his face immediately darkened. The two of them weren't doing anything out of the ordinary, but Du Xian was holding Yi Jing Han's hand and looking at her affectionately while complaining about his longing for her. Yi Jing Han lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, and her slender neck glowed with a pink luster. Yang Kai quickly withdrew his divine sense, as he was afraid that he would get a pinprick if he continued looking at them. Without informing anyone, Yang Kai's body flickered, and he left the heavenly puppet building. In the next instant, he appeared on a bustling street. Sky Crane City could be regarded as a medium-sized city in the entire Southern Territory. So, whether it was its overall layout or its size, it wasn't something that Maplewood City could compare with. The streets were wide enough to accommodate 8 horses walking side by side, and there was an endless stream of martial artists who were jostling shoulder to shoulder. There were many shops on both sides of the street, and the sound of people shouting could be heard everywhere. Perhaps it was because tomorrow was the day that the city lord would take in a concubine, so the whole Sky Crane City was in a festive mood. Everywhere was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and it was bustling with noise and excitement. The faces of all the cultivators were filled with joy, but no one knew why they were so happy. Yongkai followed the crowd, and after a short while, he arrived in front of a restaurant. When he saw that it was full of guests, he turned around and walked into the restaurant. Immediately, a friendly waiter came up to him. This waiter was also a cultivator, but his cultivation wasn't high, only at the Saint realm. With a smile on his face, the waiter bowed to Yongkai and said, "Master, please come in." "Master, you don't look familiar. Are you here to meet friends, or to drink alone?" Yongkai glanced at him and said with a smile, "I'm alone." The waiter smiled knowingly and said, "This little one understands. Master, please take a seat." While speaking, he led Yongkai to the 3rd floor and arranged a table by the window for him. He then said with a smile, "Master, what do you want to eat and drink?" This little one isn't bragging, but there are only a few restaurants in Sky Crane City that can compare to our restaurant. The ingredients used in our restaurant are all monster beast ingredients: spirit flowers, spirit fruits, and spirit flowers. Even for someone of master's cultivation, taking them all year round can improve your cultivation and consolidate your foundation. If you are lucky enough, you may even break through on the spot. This has happened a few times in our restaurant as well. "Oh?" Yongkai raised his eyebrows in surprise and said with a smile, "Then, what do you think I should eat and drink with my cultivation?" The waiter chuckled meaningfully. "Sir is obviously a Dao Source Realm Master, so it's only natural for you to use the best ingredients and the best wine. If you have a beautiful woman to accompany you, that would be the best." The waiter had been serving customers all year round, so he seemed to have developed a pair of discerning eyes. Even though he was just a Saint Realm Master, he could tell that Yongkai was a Dao Source Realm Master. Moreover, he had a glib tongue and was pleasing to the eye. He was very likable. Yongkai said with a smile, "Okay, you can arrange it for me." When the waiter heard this, he was overjoyed and said, "Master, I will definitely satisfy you. If you aren't satisfied, Master, you can break this little one's bones and stew it into soup." Yongkai nodded and said, "Okay, if you aren't satisfied, I will fulfill your wish." The waiter's face darkened and he said, "Then, this little one will do his best." Saying so, he immediately left and seemed to have gone to arrange it. While waiting, Yongkai sat by the window and looked at the scenery below. He felt that it was quite interesting. The gloomy mood of the past few days was swept away, and the previous uneasy feeling seemed to have disappeared. Chapter 2297. Not only that, he suddenly felt his entire body lighten up, his entire being becoming refreshed and full of vigor, while the flow of source chi within his body became even more rapid. Sensing this, Yongkai was slightly startled, but he quickly reacted. This should be due to the breakthrough in his mental state. His face immediately lit up with joy. From the looks of it, choosing to come out for a stroll was a wise decision. If he had been meditating and cultivating in the heavenly puppet building, he might have ended up in a dead end and would not have had such an opportunity. Not long after, the waiter brought over some good delicacies and wine. Although the waiter seemed to be bragging, the food and wine in this restaurant were indeed pretty good. All of the ingredients were extraordinary and contained an enormous amount of energy. If one consumed them all year round, they could theoretically increase one's cultivation. However, such an increase would be very small and would not be as solid and pure as one's diligent cultivation. Therefore, a cultivator would generally not choose such a method to increase their cultivation. Not to mention the large amount of source crystals consumed every day, the growth obtained would be extremely limited. Therefore, it would be better for them to obediently meditate and cultivate. However, Yang Kai did not intend to argue with the waiter. After praising him and tipping him with some source crystals, he dismissed him and sat there alone, drinking by himself. The third floor of the restaurant was filled with guests, either in groups of 3 to 5 or in pairs. There were only a few tables where a single person was sitting alone like Yang Kai. As these people drank excitedly, they naturally started to talk loudly, talking about the customs of various places, as well as the strange happenings. Hearing this, Yang Kai felt that it was rather interesting. He did not know what was going on. Perhaps it was due to his natural disposition as a man. As this topic continued, it eventually reached the topic of City Lord Luo Jin's new concubine. Speaking of our City Lord Master, don't be fooled by his age. He's already enjoyed all the blessings in the world. That's right. City Lord Master already has 14 concubines, including the one tomorrow. That's 15. I wonder if City Lord Master's energy can keep up. Ha ha ha. A beauty guarding an empty chamber is an extremely cruel thing. If Master Luo is unable to disperse the rain and dew, the harem of the City Lord's mansion will probably be turned upside down. What? Judging from the meaning of your words, what do you have in mind? I wouldn't dare. I was just speaking casually. Hearing your tone, I thought that you wanted to help City Lord Master, if there's such a chance. It's not impossible to give it a try. You two drank too much, huh? Be careful that the walls have ears. Disaster comes from the mouth. Someone suddenly snorted coldly. He reminded himself. The expressions of the two people who were in the middle of a conversation changed when they heard this. He said embarrassedly, I did drink a little too much. What did I say before? I don't think so. I didn't say anything. For a moment, the topic was suddenly changed. But after a while, someone else said, speaking of which, the City Lord's 14 wives all seem to be outstanding beauties, capable of causing the downfall of cities and countries. As a person, they have to be like Lord Luo, who let him be City Lord Master. But from what you said, it seems that you have seen those City Lord's wives? That's right. City Lord Master hid those wives in the City Lord's mansion. Even if they went out, they would wear black veils to hide their faces. How did you see them? That person smiled faintly and said, this one naturally doesn't have such good fortune. It's just that this one has a niece who works as a servant in the City Lord's mansion and serves the City Lord's wives. From what she said, all of the City Lord's wives are beauties that captivate all living things, especially that new City Lord's wife. She seems to be particularly outstanding and is quite liked by the City Lord. Oh, you even have information about the new City Lord's wife? Tell me, what does she look like? That's right. I'm also curious. That person smiled and said, it's fine to talk about it, but this table's wine money. I'll give it to you. Waiter, bring a few more pots of your best wine. Someone suddenly shouted. The man smiled and cupped his fists, saying, friend is straightforward. Since that's the case, this one will casually talk about it. As he spoke, he wiped his mouth and described the appearance of the new City Lord's wife. This man's eloquence was excellent. After a while, everyone seemed to be able to see a graceful, charming, and coquettish woman slowly walking towards them from the void. For a moment, they all showed expressions of fascination, and some of them even began drooling. Humph! At this moment, someone suddenly snorted coldly and slammed the wine cup in his hand onto the table, making a loud noise. Everyone's reverie was interrupted, and they all looked at the man angrily. Yang Kai was also listening attentively. When he noticed the noise, he quickly looked towards the source of the sound and saw a brawny man sitting alone at a table. He reeked of alcohol and had a ferocious look on his face. Sweeping him with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that this man was only a third-order origin king. Moreover, he seemed to have been injured not long ago. His aura was unstable, and his right eye had been blinded. There was no black pupil, only white. Coupled with his ferocious and rough appearance, it made people shudder. For some unknown reason, this one-eyed brawny man had a furious look on his face. The wine pot in his hand was crushed, and the fragrant wine slid down his fingers. I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be Brother Hu Chai. The man who spoke earlier chuckled. After he finished speaking, he patted his mouth and said, "No, no, it should be. One-eyed tiger. Ha 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 ha." He didn't hide his ridicule and mockery, causing everyone else to laugh along with him. It seemed that this man surnamed Chai wasn't likable at all. "Brother Chai, I'm really curious. Who exactly blinded your eye?" After he finished laughing, he asked another question. Chai who snorted, but didn't reply. He just sat there with a ferocious look on his face. Rolling his eyes, he glared at the man and said, "Don't make irresponsible remarks here, or I'll tear your mouth apart." The man's face changed as he roared, "What irresponsible remarks? What do you mean by that?" Chai who replied, "That young lady isn't like what you're saying." "Which young lady?" The man frowned. However, he quickly reacted and narrowed his eyes. "Chai who, you're not talking about the new city lord's wife, right?" Chai who snorted coldly. Picking up the wine cup on the table, he drained it in a single gulp. The man didn't give up and continued, "From the looks of it, you've seen the city lord's wife?" Chai whose hand came to a halt as a look of reminiscence appeared in his remaining eye. However, it disappeared in a flash as he replied in a cold voice, "There's no need to ask." The man gawked for a moment, before suddenly clapping his hands with a smile. "I know how you went blind." Pausing for a moment, he kept the man in suspense before roaring with laughter. "You must have peeked at the new city lord's wife coming out of the bath and got blinded by her." As soon as he said that, the entire hall burst into laughter. Chai who suddenly stood up and flipped the table. His figure blurred as he rushed towards the man like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. A machete suddenly appeared in his hand as he chopped towards the man. It was unknown if those words had touched Chai who's reverse scale. At this moment, the murderous intent radiating from Chai whose body was so dense that it seemed corporeal. Frightened, the man hurriedly circulated his secret art to defend himself. Both of them were third-order origin kings, so when they went all out, the power they created wasn't small. A shockwave swept out as St. Chi surged, sending all the tables on the third floor flying. Even the restaurant shook and nearly collapsed. Hearing the commotion, the restaurant's shopkeeper hurriedly rushed up, only to see the two fighting to the death. His face turned pale from fright as he begged the two to fight to the death outside the city. However, how could the two listen to him? Yang Kai shook his head with a helpless look on his face. Reaching out, he grabbed the wine cup on the table and downed it. Throwing some source crystals on the table, he left the restaurant in a flash, shuttling through the crowd. Fights between cultivators were extremely common. Every cultivator was a master who licked the blood from their blades. Today, either Chai Hu or the other man might die from this fight. However, this was also their fate. Yang Kai wasn't prepared to pay any attention to them. He originally wanted to return to the heavenly puppet building, but when he passed by a medicine store, he suddenly paused and walked in leisurely. This medicine shop should be the property of the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, as the shop's signboard had the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's logo. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to purchase some herbs. Recently, he had consumed a lot of pills. Although he still had a lot of materials in his space ring, he still needed to supplement them with some other materials if he wanted to refine pills. As for these materials, he could only buy them. The scale of the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's medicine shop in Skycrane City was much larger than the Spirit Pill Plaza in Maplewood City. It also had a lot of goods. Under the accompaniment of a waiter, Yang Kai bought a lot of herbs that he thought would be useful, causing the waiter to be overjoyed. He secretly felt that he had met the god of wealth, so he became even more respectful and attentive to Yang Kai. After spending an hour, Yang Kai finally finished shopping. He asked the waiter to pack up all the goods and went to the counter to settle the bill. The shopkeeper seemed to know that he had met a financial backer, so he smiled amiably. Just as he was calculating the price, the light at the door dimmed and someone walked in. The shopkeeper raised his head and was immediately surprised. "So it's young Lady Luo. This lowly one has been rude." Hearing this, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He secretly felt that the young Lady Luo mentioned by the shopkeeper might be the daughter of Sky Crane City's city lord, Luo Jin. Because they had the same surname, and the shopkeeper valued her so much, She could only be a member of the city lord's mansion. The shopkeeper was a member of the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, so it was impossible for him to treat a guest with no status so seriously. He looked back curiously and saw a young girl with an exquisite figure and strange clothes walking in from the outside with a smile. Hearing this, she waved her hand and said, "Shopkeeper, I'll leave you to your business. This young lady is just here to look around." "Young lady Luo, please." The shopkeeper smiled. Chapter 2298. The young girl walked straight in, accompanied by a young man. The young man had rosy lips and white teeth, and he looked handsome and elegant. He was holding a folding fan in his hand and had a suave look on his face. It was Sky Illumination Palace's Chiu Yu. When Yang Kai and Chiu Yu looked at each other, Chiu Yu was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, "Is it you?" Yang Kai covered his face with his hand and said, "It's not me. You've got the wrong person." Chiu Yu was stunned, as he didn't know what Yang Kai was trying to do. The young girl also looked at Yang Kai curiously and asked Chiu Yu, "Brother Yu, do you know this person?" Chiu Yu chuckled, "I know him, but I'm not familiar with him." "Oh." The young girl nodded her head and patted Yang Kai's shoulder in a carefree manner. "Hey Yu, big brother Yu is talking to you. How dare you ignore her?" Yang Kai moved his shoulder and pushed her hand away. He looked at her impatiently and said, "Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Didn't your master teach you that? What are you trying to do by patting someone's shoulder on the street?" The young girl's face turned red and she gritted her teeth. "How dare you lecture me?" Chiu Yu smiled and said, "Sister Bing, you don't need to lower yourself to his level. This person seems to be sneaking around like this. He was also sneaking into the city under the name of Thousand Leaves Sect. I don't know what his intentions are. Is he in cahoots with Thousand Leaves Sect?" Luo Bing's face darkened when she heard this. It seemed like she didn't have a good impression of Thousand Leaves Sect. "That's right." Chiu Yu nodded. Luo Bing immediately said, "Then he must be up to no good, you rascal. Explain it to me clearly. What are you trying to do by sneaking into the city? Is there some kind of conspiracy?" She questioned him directly in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai was speechless and stared at her. He thought that this little girl was spoiled and didn't know much about the world. Thinking so, Kai Yang sneered mischievously. Luo Bing said in disgust, "You look so disgusting when you laugh. Why aren't you telling me? What are you trying to do by entering the city?" Yang Kai laughed lewdly and said, "What else can I do?" He had heard that there were countless beauties in Sky Crane City. "Of course, I'm here to steal beauties, especially those little girls with fresh and tender skin. They're just to my liking." As he spoke, he took a deep breath and pretended to be intoxicated. He continued, smell it, lick it, it's delicious. TSK, TSK, TSK. Luo Bing was startled. Her little face turned pale, and she couldn't help but take a few steps back. She couldn't say a word, as if she was really frightened. Chiu Yu furrowed his brows and moved in front of Luo Bing. He snorted coldly and said, "Friend, please be careful. One had to know that one could eat anything they wanted. You can't speak carelessly. Some words can lead to death." Yang Kai chuckled and shrugged. "It was you guys who insisted that I sneaked into the city with ulterior motives, so I played along." Luo Bing came back to her senses and jumped out from behind Chiu Yu. She shouted, "How dare you scare me? Do you know who I am?" Yang Kai glanced at her and said disdainfully, "I don't know. Just ignore me. It's annoying." "You actually told me to ignore him?" Luo Bing's beautiful eyes widened, and her chest heaved up and down in anger. She was born as the daughter of Sky Crane City's city lord. She had a respected status, a wealthy family, and an outstanding appearance. Ever since she had grown up, she had been surrounded by many men who pursued her. For example, Sky Illumination Palace's Chiu Yu would accompany her every time he came to Sky Crane City. He would never leave her side, as if he was her guardian angel. Luo Jin was also willing to give her whatever she wanted. She had always lived in an environment where everyone held her in the palm of their hands. She had never been so disdained by a man. She felt wronged and stamped her feet. Yu, I'll teach you a lesson." Upon hearing this, Yang Kai's face darkened. Although he wasn't afraid of Sky Crane City, if he really had a conflict with Luo Bing, he might implicate the Thousand Leaves Sect, which was something he didn't want to see. Luo Bing shouted and rushed up to Yang Kai. She raised her slender white neck and glared at him fiercely. Yang Kai was vigilant, but he saw her turn her head and point at the goods on the counter. She said to the shopkeeper, "He bought these things, right?" Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper nodded subconsciously and said, "Yes." "Very good." Luo Bing gritted her teeth and said, "I want all of these things. Don't sell them to him." Yang Kai's face darkened. Qiu Yu was also stunned. He thought to himself, "Is this how you want to teach him a lesson? Isn't this a little too outrageous?" The shopkeeper showed an awkward expression and said, "Young Lady Luo, these things were bought by this guest. The price has already been calculated." Luo Bing said, "He hasn't paid yet, right?" The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment and said, "He hasn't." "That's fine. I want all of them." Luo Bing snorted and looked at Yang Kai with a complacent expression. She seemed to be saying, "Do you dare to fight with me?" Yang Kai was completely speechless. He felt more and more that this little girl had been spoiled to the point that she didn't even know how to vent her anger. The shopkeeper took a deep breath and said, "Young Lady Luo, these goods were bought by this guest. If he insists on buying them, I will have to sell them to him. I'm afraid I can't satisfy your request." "What?" Luo Bing pulled a long face and stared at the shopkeeper. She said, "Didn't you hear what I just said?" The shopkeeper said calmly, "My shop has its own rules. Please forgive me, young Lady Luo." Although this shop wasn't big, it was still a business of the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce and represented the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. So, even though Luo Bing was the daughter of the City Lord's master, the shopkeeper wasn't too afraid of her. He wouldn't offend other guests and ruin the reputation of the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce because of her. As for offending the City Lord's young lady, his superiors would take care of it. Moreover, if Luo Ji knew the reason, he wouldn't make things difficult for this shop. "You." Luo Bing's face turned red with anger. Upon seeing this, Qiu Yu said, "Sister Bing, forget it. It's just some herbs. If you don't sell them here, you can buy them elsewhere." "No, I must buy them today." Luo Bing puffed up her cheeks and gritted her teeth. She said, "Shopkeeper, tell me how much these things cost. I will pay double." The shopkeeper rubbed his forehead and said with a bitter smile, "My shop's rules can't be broken." Yang Kai said with a smile, "Shopkeeper, you'd be a fool if you didn't earn money. Since this young lady is willing to pay double for these things, just sell them to her." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper immediately cast a grateful look at Yang Kai and bowed, "Thank you for your generosity." Luo Bing shouted, "Why are you talking as if he gave them to me? I snatched it from you." "Yes, yes, yes. You were the one who snatched it. This one admits defeat." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. "That's more like it." Luo Bing's face turned slightly amiable, and she raised her head proudly. She knocked on the table and said, "Tell me, how many source crystals are they?" The shopkeeper looked at the abacus in front of him and said, "If you buy them, it will cost 300 source crystals. You can round it off and make it 18,660,000. So, young Lady Luo only needs to pay 37,200,000 source crystals." "Gudong." Luo Bing couldn't help swallowing her saliva and said with difficulty, How much?" The shopkeeper raised his head and reported the price again with an indifferent look on his face. This time, even Qiu Yu couldn't help but open his eyes wide and look at Yang Kai in shock. He didn't expect that the things Yang Kai bought would cost so many source crystals. This amount of source crystals was enough to move most Dao Source Realm cultivators. Even Qiu Yu, the young palace master of Sky Illumination Palace, didn't have so many source crystals. Yang Kai's huge financial resources showed that he wasn't an ordinary cultivator. Luo Bing was also dumbfounded and didn't come back to her senses for a long time. After a while, Luo Bing said bitterly, "Shopkeeper, are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" The shopkeeper said in a neither servile nor overbearing tone, "This old man has been in charge of this shop for 30 years and has never made a mistake." Yang Kai grinned and said, "What's wrong, young Lady Luo? You don't have enough money to buy them?" "Who said I don't have enough money?" When Luo Bing heard this, she jumped up like a rabbit whose tail had been stepped on and said, this little amount of source crystals is nothing in this young lady's eyes. My father, master, gave me more than this amount of pocket money. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly and cupped his fists. Young Lady Luo is so rich and generous. I really admire you. Luo Bing said in a low voice, but I left in a hurry today and didn't bring them with me. Yang Kai smiled and cast a sidelong glance at her. Young Lady Luo, you don't want to buy them on credit, do you? Who said I wanted to buy them on credit? Luo Bing's face turned red. She really did want to just now, but after being ridiculed by Yang Kai, she didn't have the face to do it. She could only stare at Xiao Yu and say, Brother Yu. Xiao Yu instinctively wiped his space ring and the corners of his mouth twitched as he said, Sister Bing, I only have 10 million. When Luo Bing heard this, she stamped her feet and said, Why didn't you bring more source crystals with you when you left? Xiao Yu was speechless. He thought that 10 million was already a lot, and it was all of his hard-earned savings. How could he have more? Moreover, even if he had more, he couldn't take it out at this time. He had spent twice the price to buy some herbs in a fit of pique, and he had spent his own source crystals. Luo Bing would never return them to him. As he thought of this, Xiao Yu glared at Yang Kai with hatred. He felt that this boy was secretly playing tricks to embarrass him. Yang Kai acted as if he didn't see it and laughed. Young Lady Luo, it turns out that you didn't bring enough money. In that case, I will take these herbs. Stop. Luo Bing shouted and threw herself at the herbs. She used her body to protect them, as if she was protecting something very important. She shouted at Yang Kai, Wait a moment. I will go back and ask my father, Master, to give me enough source crystals. Will the City Lord Master give you the source crystals? Yang Kai curled his lips. As long as Luo Jin hadn't lost his mind, he wouldn't give Luo Bing such a large amount of source crystals just to spite her. He would probably send someone to teach Yang Kai a lesson. Chapter 2299. Xiao Yu couldn't stand it any longer, and he pulled Luo Bing's arm and said, Sister Bing, don't make a fuss. The City Lord's master is busy preparing for tomorrow's ceremony, so he probably won't see you. I'm not making a fuss. I just want to buy these things. Luo Bing said stubbornly. Yang Kai shook his head, took the herbs, and put them in his space ring. He then handed over the corresponding amount of source crystals to the shopkeeper, turned around, and walked out. He didn't want to waste any more time with these two people. Don't go, Luo Bing shouted, but it was to no avail. When she saw that Yang Kai was about to leave, she quickly pulled Xiao Yu and pleaded, Brother Yu, help me stop him. I must buy these herbs today. Forget it. Impatience flickered in Xiao Yu's eyes. He had almost reached the limit of his patience, as he had to accompany this ignorant little girl to make a fuss. However, Sky Crane City was quite powerful, and the Sky Illumination Palace wanted to get closer to it. So, every time he came to Sky Crane City, he would accompany Luo Bing. It won't be good if the City Lord's master learns about this. What's not good about it? I can take anyone I want in Sky Crane City, and I'll take responsibility for anything that happens. Luo Bing said arrogantly, Moreover, isn't he with the Thousand Leaves Sect's people? We can ask him what he's plotting in coming to the city. Sigh. Xiao Yu sighed helplessly. He had no choice but to agree to her request. Moreover, he also wanted to know the relationship between Yang Kai and the Thousand Leaves Sect. He knew that there was no one called Yang Kai in the Thousand Leaves Sect. However, at the city gate, Yi Jinghan had said that he was a member of the Thousand Leaves Sect. Xiao Yu couldn't help but become vigilant. He nodded and said, Fine, but if the City Lord's master asks about this, I won't mention you. Brother Yu, you're the best. Luo Bing revealed a happy expression. Xiao Yu's face became stern, and he shouted in a low voice, Elders, I'll have to trouble you. It was unknown who he was talking to. Luo Bing stood there with a smile on her face. She stared at Yang Kai's back, hoping that he would be taken down. She imagined that this fellow would be tortured by her, kneel on the ground and beg for mercy, and obediently hand over the medicinal herbs with both hands. However, as she watched, she could no longer laugh, because Yang Kai walked out of the shop, then turned around and rushed into the crowd. Then, he disappeared. He ran away. Luo Bing shook Xiao Yu's arm and reminded him. Xiao Yu was also stunned. He shouted into the void, "Two elders, what's going on?" As soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly flashed beside him. The two old men from the Third Order Dao Source Realm who had come with him at the city gate appeared together. However, both of them were sweating profusely. His face was slightly pale, and he had a look of lingering fear. "Why aren't you attacking?" Xiu asked angrily. He felt that he had lost face in front of Luobing and was in a bad mood. The two old men looked at each other, and one of them said, "Young master is wise. It's not that we don't want to attack, but that we can't." "What's going on?" Xiu's face darkened. The old man said, "I can't explain it, but when we were about to attack, we felt an inexplicable sense of danger. As if, he said. A frightened expression appeared on his face. The other old man said, "It seemed that if we attacked, we would have immediately collapsed." "Are you kidding?" Xiu opened his mouth wide and stared at the two old men in disbelief. The old man who spoke first said, "Young master, we have followed you for many years, and we have never refused your orders. However, this time, there is something fishy." "That's right. Please forgive us, young master," the other old man said. Xiu looked at them for a long time, then said bitterly, "Are you saying that this lad is a wolf in sheep's clothing? He might be a powerhouse from the Emperor realm?" Xiu couldn't help but gulp when he heard this. Cold sweat broke out on his back, and his face turned pale. The two old men were both powerhouses from the Third Order Dao Source realm. Although they were old, their cultivation was purer and stronger. Only someone from the Emperor realm could suppress them in an instant and make them afraid to attack without leaving a trace. Xiu couldn't help but feel weak when he thought about how he had provoked a powerhouse from the Emperor realm. His legs trembled, and he couldn't even stand properly. No. The old man who spoke first shook his head. "That lad is young, so he can't be a powerhouse from the Emperor realm. Moreover, we have carefully scanned him with our divine sense. He is indeed a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator." "Then, does that mean that the Emperor realm is secretly protecting him?" Xiu was shocked again. "That's not it either. That feeling didn't come from a powerhouse from the Emperor realm." The other old man shook his head. Xiu gulped and said, "Are you two mistaken?" The old man who spoke first said, "Young master, don't you believe us?" "That's not it." Xiu quickly waved his hand. "But there must be an explanation for this, right? Could it be that that lad can easily defeat you two?" The old man sneered. "With his cultivation, he is still 100 years too young to defeat us." Luobing, who was standing at the side and listening to their conversation, interjected, "What are you talking about? That person has already run away. You two old fogies are really useless. Brother Yu is so good to you." Xiu's face suddenly turned cold, and he looked at Luobing and said, "Shut up." Luobing was startled. Ever since she met Xiu, she had never seen him treat her like this, and she had never seen him get so angry. Moreover, she was wrong just now, so she couldn't accept it. She shouted hysterically, "Are you scolding me? How dare you scold me?" Xiu snorted coldly, "These two old men treat me like an elder, so you can't humiliate them." Luobing's eyes turned red, and tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. She gritted her teeth and glared at Xiu bitterly. Then, she pounced on him and punched him, shouting, "I hate you! I hate you! Brother Yu is the worst. I hate you so much." After punching him for a while, she turned around and ran out of the store. In the blink of an eye, she rushed into the crowd and disappeared. "Young master, why aren't you chasing after her?" One of the two old men's expression changed when he saw this. Xiu snorted coldly and said, "This little girl is spoiled, so let her reflect on herself for a while." "But, if Miss Luo has an accident," the old man said worriedly. Xiu didn't take it seriously and said, "She is the daughter of the city lord's master, so who dares to do anything to her in Sky Crane City? I'm afraid that she has already run to the city lord's mansion. I know her character, so you don't need to worry too much." Hearing this, the two old men didn't say anything else. "As for that lad, he deserves more attention," Xiu said with a grave expression. Xiu's expression was solemn. "This kid might have some secrets. I really want to know where he came from." "Young master, you can rest assured. I will go and investigate." One of the old men cupped his fists and said. Then, his body flickered and disappeared. On the streets of Sky Crane City, a young girl was weeping, and she wore a heartbroken look. She was running amok in the crowd, and many people were cursing her. Luobing was heartbroken. Not only was she disliked by a strange man, but she was also humiliated in the store. Then, she was scolded by Chiuyu, who she regarded as her best friend. She had never suffered such grievances since she was a child, and she was filled with grief. She couldn't stop crying, and her eyes became red and swollen after a while. She cried as she ran, and she looked back from time to time. It seemed like she was expecting something, but she didn't see anyone chasing after her. She became even sadder. She felt that she was the most miserable person in the world, and no one could be more pitiful than her. After thinking about it, she felt that the main culprit was the young man with a despicable face. If he hadn't refused to give her the herbs, she wouldn't have been humiliated, and she wouldn't have been scolded by Chiuyu. Thinking of this, she cursed Yang Kai in her heart. She swore to herself that she would teach him a lesson the next time she saw him. Luobing didn't know how long she had been crying, but when she came back to her senses, she discovered that she was lost. Although she was the daughter of Sky Crane City's city lord, and she had grown up in this city since she was a child, every time she went out, she would be escorted by guards. So, she didn't need to worry too much. She just needed to be happy, and someone would take her home after she finished wandering around. The place she went to was the most prosperous district of Sky Crane City. But, at this moment, she discovered that her surroundings were desolate. The streets were narrow, and the air was unpleasant. She was surrounded by a nauseating odor, and there were many disabled people begging on both sides of the street. There was even a sloppy beggar covered in filth who was catching lice under the sun. He threw one into his mouth and took a bite. It was crunchy, and he ate it with relish. Luobing quickly turned her head, and she felt nauseous. At the same time, she asked herself in her heart, "Is this still the prosperous Sky Crane City? Don't tell me that I ran all the way to some nameless small town?" Luobing was startled by this thought. If that was the case, she wouldn't be able to find her way home. Her mood, which had just calmed down, fell again, and tears of panic flowed out of her eyes. At this moment, she suddenly saw two men walking in front of her. She looked like a drowning person who had just caught a life-saving straw. She quickly wiped her tears and ran over to them. She shouted, "You two, wait a moment." When the two men heard her, they stopped and turned around to look at Luobing. When they looked at her, their eyes lit up. Luobing had an outstanding appearance, and she had a graceful figure. She had lived like a princess for many years, so she had a natural temperament of a superior. Although she was crying at this moment, she still looked pitiful. It was no wonder that the two men couldn't take their eyes off her, and they swallowed their saliva secretly. Usually, any woman with a little status or beauty wouldn't come to Sky Crane City. But a goddess had come here today, so how could the two men not be moved? Chapter 2300. As they scanned her with their divine senses, they discovered that she was only a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. They looked at each other and saw the eagerness in each other's eyes. One of the plump cultivators put on a smile and pretended to be mature and reliable. He asked softly, "Little girl, why did you call us? Could it be that he was lost?" Hehehehe. Luobing's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this. She looked at the plump cultivator in surprise and asked, "How did you know? This young lady is lost. I don't know how to get back." The plump cultivator was stunned. "I was just making things up. Did I really hit the jackpot?" Looking at the delighted look on the girl's face, it didn't seem fake. He immediately understood that she was the kind of person who didn't know anything about the outside world. He coughed dryly and put on a compassionate look. "Little girl, don't be afraid. With the two of us here, no one will hurt you." Luobing wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Relieved, she smiled and said, "That's great. I knew things weren't that bad." Her smile was like a spring breeze and 100 flowers bloomed. The two cultivators were stunned. They couldn't stop swallowing their saliva. Their blood was boiling. "You two, hurry up and send this young lady home. I will reward you when I get back." Luo Bing regained her previous arrogant attitude in the blink of an eye and shouted at the two cultivators. The two looked at each other. The thinner cultivator smiled and said, "Good, good, good. We will send you home. Please follow us." Luo Bing nodded and said, "Lead the way." She didn't ask them whether they knew who she was. They didn't know where her home was. She followed the two cultivators and walked deeper into the alley. The two of them didn't seem to have any intention of talking. They just kept walking forward. Luo Bing, who was following them, seemed to be in a good mood. She forgot all her previous unhappiness. She even hummed a tune as she walked, looking like a happy lark. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, Luo Bing gradually realized that something was amiss and stopped in her tracks. Luo Bing turned her head to look around and discovered that this place was even more desolate than the previous place. Moreover, she couldn't see a single person in the surroundings. The houses had collapsed, and the walls were in ruins. It seemed like a ghost town. This scene made Luo Bing panic, and she asked in a trembling voice, What is this place? Didn't I ask you to send me home? Why did you bring me here?" The two cultivators in front heard him. At the same time, he stopped and turned his head to look at Luo Bing with a sinister smile. No matter how stupid Luo Bing was, she realized that something was amiss. The two people in front of her didn't seem to be good people, and they didn't intend to take her home. What do you want to do?" Luo Bing was so scared that her face turned pale, and she took a few steps back. However, he tripped over something. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. Panic and pain welled up in her, and she immediately burst into tears. Hehehe. The fat cultivator sneered as he walked towards Luo Bing step by step. His gradually approaching figure put great psychological pressure on Luo Bing, causing her heart to beat so fast that it felt like it was going to jump out of her throat. "This young lady is warning you not to act recklessly. Otherwise, you'll be dead." Luo Bing bit her red lips and threatened them with the words that she thought carried the most weight. However, things had already reached this point, so how could the two people let it go? The thin cultivator laughed and said, "Little girl, you're very interesting. Do your parents know that you're so naive?" The fat cultivator laughed even more lecherously. He said, "Scream, scream. In this damned place, even if you scream until your throat is hoarse, no one will care about you." As he spoke, the fat cultivator had already dashed in front of Luo Bing and reached out to grab her slender neck. Luo Bing screamed in horror and pushed her palms up. The Saint Chi in her body surged and she struck out with a powerful blow. However, she was just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator who didn't like to cultivate since she was a child. Her current cultivation was only possible with the help of a large number of precious treasures. The Saint Chi in her body was impure, and she wasn't familiar with the moves she was using. Both the fat and thin cultivators had reached the Origin King realm, so when faced with this move, the fat cultivator only needed to wave his hand casually to break the other's move. Immediately after, he patted Luo Bing's shoulder twice with lightning speed. Luo Bing went limp and couldn't muster up any strength. Her meridians were blocked, and her cultivation was suppressed. She could only watch helplessly as the fat cultivator reached out and pulled the belt of her clothes and slowly undid it. "No, no," Luo Bing cried and begged. The fat cultivator was stimulated by this weak cry. His nostrils flared and his eyes turned red. He swallowed his saliva and said, "This girl's voice is really enchanting. The heavens have eyes to let us brothers meet such a stunning beauty." The thin cultivator was also burning up. At this moment, he rushed to the front of Luo Bing's head and pinched her little face. He looked like he couldn't stop himself and said, "Your skin is so soft and smooth. I wonder which family's young lady you are. Hehehe, we are lucky." When Luo Bing heard this, she didn't know where she got the strength to shout, "I'm the daughter of the city lord's master. Let me go quickly. Otherwise, if my father finds out, you will die." As soon as she said this, the fat and thin cultivators froze and their faces turned pale. The fat cultivator's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He wiped the sweat off again and again. He couldn't stop wiping it off. He said in a hoarse voice, "No, no way? The daughter of the city lord?" The thin cultivator was also frightened. He looked at Luo Bing and said, what's your name? Luo Bing looked at them coldly and said through gritted teeth, my name is Luo Bing. When the fat and thin cultivators heard this, they felt a chill from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. They couldn't help but shiver. After looking at Luo Bing seriously, the fat cultivator said in a trembling voice, She really is the daughter of the city lord's mansion. I saw her once from afar. It's over. It's over. The thin cultivator couldn't bear this huge blow and fell on the ground. His eyes were blank, and he couldn't stop muttering. The fat cultivator was also shivering. He quickly withdrew his dirty hand that was undoing Luo Bing's clothes. He looked at Luo Bing, as if he wanted to squeeze out a flattering smile but couldn't. His expression was uglier than crying. When they found out that the young girl in front of them was the daughter of the city lord's master, they were scared out of their wits. They thought that Luo Bing was just a lost little girl. They didn't expect her to have such a powerful background. If they had known that she was the daughter of the city lord's master, they wouldn't have dared to do this even if they had the guts. Luo Bing's eyes lit up when she saw this. She shouted, Are you scared now? If you don't want to die, send me back to the city lord's mansion obediently. The fat cultivator knelt down in front of Luo Bing and kowtowed to her. His head was bleeding profusely after a few kowtows. He said, My brother and I were blind and offended, Miss Luo. Miss Luo, please be magnanimous and forgive us. The thin cultivator seemed to have come back to his senses at this moment. He crawled over and kowtowed as well, begging for mercy. Luo Bing looked at them in disgust and snorted coldly, Send me back to the city lord's mansion and I'll spare your lives. Really? The fat cultivator was delighted when he heard this. He raised his head and looked at Luo Bing with a joyful expression, as if he had survived a disaster. Luo Bing said, You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. I'll punish you for what you did to me just now. She tilted her head and thought for a while. Then, she said, I'll ask my father to lock you up for 8 to 10 years. The fat and thin cultivator's expressions suddenly changed. They stared at Luo Bing with a strange expression. What are you looking at? Do you believe that I won't gouge your eyeballs out? Luo Bing glared at them fiercely, as if she had the situation under control. Big brother. The thin cultivator poked the fat cultivator and whispered, Is this little girl? Is her brain damaged? If her brain wasn't damaged, how could she threaten others before she got out of prison? Anyone with a little common sense wouldn't do this. The fat cultivator nodded seriously and said, I think so too. I pity the city lord's master for having such a daughter. What should we do now? A trace of ruthlessness flashed in the fat cultivator's eyes. He said slowly, What else can we do? We might as well go all the way. As he said this, a trace of murderous intent appeared on his face. The thin cultivator thought for a while and nodded. That's the only thing we can do. Although the two of them spoke softly, Luo Bing heard them clearly. She thought that there was hope for her to get out of this, but she didn't expect things to turn out this way. Moreover, it seemed that the two of them were not only going to take advantage of her, they were even going to take her life. She was so scared that her little face turned pale. She said in shock, What are you doing? Don't do this. If you send me back to the city lord's mansion, I won't punish you. It's too late. The fat cultivator sneered. Since he had already made up his mind, he wasn't so afraid anymore. Although the city lord's master wasn't someone to be trifled with, this place was deserted. As long as they cleaned up after the incident, they might not be able to be traced back to them. He crawled down and half-knelt beside Luo Bing. The delicate fragrance of her virginity lingered at the tip of his nose, making his whole body hot. He puckered his big mouth and pressed it against Luo Bing's red lips. He said vaguely, You're so beautiful. If I can fuck you once, I'll have no regrets even if I die. Get lost. Don't. Luo Bing kept twisting her head, trying to avoid his disgusting face. However, her cultivation was sealed and her movements were restricted. How could she do that? She could only watch as his big mouth got closer and closer to her. She could almost smell the unpleasant smell in his mouth. Luo Bing's mind went blank. At this critical moment, what appeared in her mind wasn't her doting father, nor was it Qiu Yu, who obeyed her every word. Instead, It was Yang Kai's annoying figure. If it wasn't for him, how could she have encountered such a hellish nightmare? Chapter 2301. Since you can die with no regrets, then you can go to hell. Just as the fat cultivator was about to kiss Luo Bing, a cold voice suddenly rang out. The fat and thin cultivator were already filled with lust and passion. At this moment, when they heard someone's voice, they jumped up like birds startled by the twang of a bow, their hair standing on end. The fat cultivator stood up abruptly, but before he could see who was speaking, he suddenly saw a fist flying towards him. St. Chi surged on the fist, containing a ferocious move. It kept enlarging in front of his eyes, blocking out all the light. The fat cultivator wanted to dodge, but he found that he couldn't. The other party's cultivation seemed to be much higher than his. Pong. A muffled sound rang out, accompanied by the fat cultivator's miserable cry. His fat body was directly sent flying, and in midair, his entire head exploded like a smashed watermelon. Red and white matter splattered in all directions. Ah! The sudden change made the thin cultivator scream, but before he could react, his brother had died tragically in front of him. He hurriedly raised his head to take a look, only to see that a burly man with long hair had appeared in front of him at some point in time. That burly man seemed to have fought with someone, as his entire body was covered in blood. Half of his face was swollen, and his eyes were full of blood. It was a ghastly sight to behold, and no one dared to look directly at him, especially when this fellow's one eye was white without a single trace of black. It was even more chilling. You, who are you? The thin cultivator scanned with his divine sense and found that the other party was actually a third-order origin king. His heart sank. He and the fat cultivator were only first-order origin kings, but the other party was 2 minor realms higher than them. Although the burly man with long hair didn't seem to be in his best condition, judging from the power of his punch that killed the fat cultivator just now, the thin cultivator was no match for him. I'm the one who will send you on your way. The burly man with long hair snorted coldly. His tower-like body swayed slightly on the spot and suddenly disappeared. Seeing this, the thin cultivator immediately shouted, "Friend, let's talk nicely. We have no grievances with you. Why are you attacking us directly?" Although he said so, he immediately summoned his defensive artifact, which turned into a light curtain to protect his body. The voice of the burly man with long hair suddenly sounded behind him. It was extremely cold, like the summons of the Grim Reaper. "What's there to talk to scum like you who bullies others? Go to hell." As he spoke, a machete suddenly appeared in his hand. When he poured his St. Chi, the machete let out a tiger's roar, and a huge phantom of a tiger's head appeared on the blade. It opened its bloody mouth and bit down on the thin cultivator. The thin martial artist turned pale with fright and shouted, "I'll fight you to the death." Although his cultivation was lower than the other party by 2 small levels, if he really fought with his life on the line, he felt that he still had a glimmer of hope to escape. The reason why the fat martial artist was killed by a punch was only because of a moment of carelessness. This was because he hadn't even summoned his artifact. He was sure that he wouldn't be killed by a single blow. But the development of the situation was beyond his expectations. The opponent's machete chopped down with an irresistible force. It directly broke through the burly cultivator's defense and cut into his body. Impossible. The thin cultivator was stunned. He looked at the huge wound on his chest that spread from his shoulder to his lower abdomen. He raised his head to look at the burly man with long hair and said bitterly, "Are you a Dao Source Realm Master?" Just now, he had clearly sensed the aura of a Dao Source Realm cultivator descending upon him. The machete in the opponent's hand was obviously a Dao Source grade artifact. That was why it could easily break through his defense and give him a fatal blow. Why ask a dying man? The burly cultivator snorted coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, blood spurted out of the thin cultivator's body like a fountain. His whole body was split in half, and all his internal organs were exposed. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Luo Bing lay on the ground, trembling violently. Her beautiful eyes were wide open, and her teeth were chattering. She turned her head and retched. She had been pampered since childhood. When had she ever seen such a bloody and cruel scene? The strong visual impact was too much for her to bear at once. After retching for a while, she vomited all her bile. Luo Bing felt better. She turned her head to look at the burly man with long hair with a face full of gratitude. She asked in a trembling voice, Are they dead? The burly man with long hair glanced at her coldly. For some reason, a trace of disgust flashed in his single eye. He didn't intend to answer. He just snorted coldly and put away his machete. Then, he walked in front of Luo Bing and stretched out his hand to poke her body a few times. Luo Bing's sealed cultivation was suddenly unsealed, and her Saint Chi started flowing through her meridians again. She stood up shakily and looked at the corpses of the fat and thin cultivators with a look of horror on her face. She quickly looked away and covered her mouth with her hand. Retching again? The burly man with long hair didn't say a word. He just stood there and looked on coldly. After a long while, Luo Bing raised her head and looked at the burly man with long hair. She said, Thank you, thank you. She thanked him profusely and sincerely. After all, if the burly man with long hair hadn't shown up suddenly, she would have suffered a tragic fate. She had never encountered such a crisis before. At that critical moment, she kept imagining that someone would show up and save her. Someone had really come to save her. Even though this person looked somewhat frightening and had a ferocious appearance, Luo Bing didn't know why she wasn't afraid of him. His tall and sturdy body, which was like an iron tower, gave her an indescribable sense of security. Luo Bing couldn't help but imagine that if she could be sheltered by his broad wings, she wouldn't suffer any misfortune in the future. This was a feeling that her father and Chiu Yu had never given her. She didn't know why, but her heart suddenly beat faster. A strange feeling slowly grew in her heart. You, what's your name? Luo Bing looked at the burly man timidly and asked softly. The burly man with long hair glanced at her coldly. Luo Bing felt a chill run down her spine, and she quickly lowered her head. She didn't dare to look at him again. Chaihu. The burly man with long hair suddenly blurted out these two words. Upon hearing this, Luo Bing was delighted. She raised her head and smiled. So it's Brother Chai. My name is Luo Bing, and I'm the daughter of the city lord. Have you heard of me? After she said this, she was startled. This was because she had never called another man so intimately, except for Chiu Yu. However, in front of this burly man, she naturally called out that name without feeling uncomfortable at all. Instead, after she called out his name, she actually felt a sense of joy deep in her heart, as if she had done something amazing. What's wrong with me? Luo Bing's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. I know who you are. Chaihu replied calmly. He looked away, as if he didn't want to frighten her with his terrifying face. That's true. I don't come out often, but since Brother Chai lives in Sky Crane City, you must have heard of me. Luo Bing pursed her lips and smiled. Luo Bing hesitated for a moment before she said, Brother Chai, I'm lost. Can you take me home? She looked delicate and weak. Moreover, she had just been frightened, so her face was still pale. Her face was still a little pale. Any man who heard this would probably not reject her. Chaihu nodded and said, Sure. Luo Bing was delighted and said, Thank you. However, it's not today. Chaihu added in a cold voice. The smile on Luo Bing's face froze. She looked at Chaihu in a daze and said, Brother Chai, what do you mean? Chaihu said, I need Miss Luo's help. Please come with me. Luo Bing was startled as she recalled how the two men had treated her a moment ago. Her face, which had regained some color, turned pale again. She retreated while shaking her head and saying, Are you going to treat me the same way as those two? You're thinking too much. I won't hurt you. Of course, you have to cooperate with me obediently. Chaihu reached out to grab Luo Bing as he spoke. No, Luo Bing shouted loudly. However, Chaihu's cultivation was much higher than the two men's, so how could she resist? She was subdued in an instant. Luo Bing felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Today's series of encounters were more ups and downs than anything she had ever experienced in her life. She didn't expect that she would drive a wolf from the front door and face a tiger from the back door. She continued to beat Chai-Hu's arm and shouted, "Bad guy, bad guy, you're all bad guys." Chai-Hu didn't move and just said coldly, "Don't blame me for being impolite if you continue to move." Upon hearing this, Luo Bing's body stiffened. However, she quickly opened her mouth and bit the back of Chai-Hu's hand. She bit him hard and soon, blood gushed out of Luo Bing's mouth. Even though her mouth was filled with the smell of blood, she still didn't let go. Chai-Hu was a third-order origin king cultivator. If he really wanted to break free from Luo Bing, he only needed to exert a little bit of strength to shatter her teeth. However, for some unknown reason, Chai-Hu didn't do so. He just stared at Luo Bing, who was biting the back of his hand and continuously swallowing his blood without letting go. She was instinctively trying to protect him. A complicated look flashed across his eyes before he let out a sigh and gently chopped at Luo Bing's neck. He had a good grasp of his strength, and Luo Bing only let out a groan before she fell down. Although she was unconscious, 2 streams of tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. Chai-Hu bent down and picked her up. His body flickered and disappeared from his original position, leaving behind only the remains of the fat and thin cultivator. Heavenly puppet building. When Yang Kai returned, he saw Yi Jing Han anxiously pacing back and forth in front of the door, constantly looking outside. Upon seeing Yang Kai, she heaved a sigh of relief and went up to him. "Young Master Yang, where did you go?" Yang Kai replied, "I just took a walk around." As he spoke, he cast a glance at Yi Jing Han and said with a smile, "What's wrong? Were you worried that I would leave without saying goodbye?" Yi Jing Han waved her hand and said, No, it's just that I didn't see any trace of young Master Yang. I asked around, but no one replied." Yang Kai said, "Don't worry, I won't break my promise to you. And I wanted to inform you before I left, but it seemed like there was more than one person in your room, so I didn't disturb you." Hehehe. Yi Jing Han's face flushed red and she spat, "Hateful." She stamped her foot and ran into the inner hall. Chapter 2302. The next day, in the City Lord's mansion, decorated with lanterns and colored banners, was bustling with noise and excitement. Today was the day of Sky Crane City's City Lord Luo Jin's concubine marriage ceremony, and guests from all over the world had come to congratulate him. Carriages filled with congratulatory gifts streamed into the City Lord's mansion's backyard under the guidance of the City Lord's mansion servants, where they would be recorded and categorized into different categories before being stored in the warehouse. Everyone in the City Lord's mansion was beaming with joy, as if they had just gotten married. At the entrance of the City Lord's mansion, 2 rows of handsome servants and beautiful maids welcomed the guests, all of whom wore smiles on their faces and behaved courteously. Whenever a guest arrived, the master of ceremonies would announce their sect, attracting the attention of everyone present. After entering the City Lord's mansion, someone would lead the guests to the inner hall, where they would be seated in different positions according to their status. The representatives of the powerful sects who were at the peak of their power were naturally seated at the front, followed by the lower-ranked sects and families. The further they were seated, the lower their status. No one dared to raise any objections to such an arrangement, as everyone was well aware of how powerful they were and how important their sects and families were. The City Lord's mansion's arrangements had definitely been made long ago, so they naturally wouldn't cause any displeasure. Yang Kai followed the Thousand Leaves sect's group to this place and looked around curiously. This was the first time he had attended someone else's wedding, and even though it was just a concubine marriage ceremony, it was still a major event that would affect his entire life, so he found it rather novel. This lively and festive scene reminded him of Su Yin and Xianing Chong, Shanqing Luo, Shuiyu, and the others. Yang Kai blamed himself in his heart. When he had left the Homeland Star's territory, he should have held a proper wedding and let them experience the happiness of being a woman. Now that he thought about it, he felt like he owed them too much. He didn't want to come here today, but Yi Jing Han had invited him several times, and Yang Kai didn't want her to think too much about it, lest he left without saying goodbye. So, he simply followed the Thousand Leaves sect's group. Du Xian and the others also brought some congratulatory gifts from the sect. Although they were not very precious, there were still a lot of them. Before they came in, they had already been loaded in the carriage and handed over to the servants of the City Lord Mansion to put them in the back hall. Then, under the guidance of another servant, They entered the inner hall where the ceremony was held. The inner hall was quite large, and even with over 100 tables set up, it didn't seem crowded. By the time the Thousand Leaves sect group arrived, the inside was already bustling with activity. The experts of various sects and clans were either drinking by themselves or gathering in groups of 3 to 5 to talk loudly and laugh heartily. This kind of occasion was a good opportunity for many forces to bond with each other and improve their communication. The servant leading the way led Yi Jinghan and the others to a table in the middle of the room. He smiled and said, "The master's seat is right here. Please wait for a moment. The ceremony is about to begin." After he finished speaking, he turned to leave. When the wizard heard this, his face flashed with a trace of annoyance. He grabbed the servant's collar and said in a low voice, "Our seat is here? Are you sure?" This table wasn't located at the front, but rather at the back of the middle. Aside from the Thousand Leaves sect, the rest of the dozen or so tables here were all from small families and sects. Each of these families and sects might only have a single Dao Source Realm cultivator. They were comparable in strength to the few great families in Maplewood City. Although the Thousand Leaves sect didn't have a master from the Emperor Realm, they had quite a few Dao Source Realm cultivators. It was impossible to arrange for them to be seated here. Even if they weren't seated at the front few tables, they wouldn't be far off. Such an arrangement was obviously a form of contempt and humiliation. The servant was startled by the wizard Ma and said in a panic, "This lowly one is only responsible for leading the guests to the corresponding table. I don't know anything else. Master, please spare my life. Master, please spare my life." "Wizard Ma, let go." Du Xian furrowed his brows and ordered indifferently, "Brother." The wizard Ma seemed like he still wanted to say something, but Du Xian signaled him with his eyes. He turned his head and looked around, only to see many people staring at him with wide eyes. His actions had attracted the attention of many people. "Since we're already here, we might as well take things as they come," Du Xian said softly. Upon hearing this, the wizard Ma gritted his teeth and released the servant's collar, but he still wore an indignant look on his face. "Let's sit down first. How can we let others look at us like this?" Yi Jinghan furrowed her brows and took the lead to sit down. The other Thousand Leaves sect disciples also sat down quietly, but all of them had ugly expressions on their faces. The wizard Ma gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, senior sister, they're clearly trying to embarrass us. How can you endure this?" Du Xian glanced at him and said, "So what if we can't endure it? Are you going to destroy this place or kill that old fart?" The wizard Ma muttered, "I didn't say that, but there are so many people here, and they've arranged for us to sit in such a backward position. They're clearly doing this on purpose." Yi Jinghan said, "This is their territory, and it won't do us any good if we cause a ruckus here." Du Xian snorted coldly, "Luo Jian has already predicted that we'll swallow this loss. Remember the humiliation we've suffered today, and we'll pay it back double in the future." The wizard Ma wore an indignant look, but he knew that there was nothing he could do to change the situation. However, the strange gazes and whispers from the surrounding cultivators made him feel as if they were mocking him and his group. He felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles, and his whole body felt uneasy. Right at this moment, Du Xian suddenly poked Yi Jinghan's arm and said in a low voice, "Someone has been watching you ever since you came in. Who is it?" Yi Jinghan wore a puzzled look as she turned her head to look around, only to see Qiuyu sitting at the table in the front. Sure enough, he was staring at her with a burning gaze. She hurriedly scolded, "Don't talk nonsense, he's not looking at me." Du Xian chuckled, "If he's not looking at you, then who is he looking at? Junior sister Yi is a peerless beauty, so how can that little bastard Qiuyu resist your charm?" Yi Jinghan's face flushed red as she said in annoyance, "You're becoming more and more improper. You're the eldest brother, so you should set a good example for others." Du Xian couldn't help but smile in embarrassment. Yi Jinghan looked at him with a sweet expression. How could she not know that Du Xian was jealous? At this moment, Wu Ma suddenly interrupted. "That bastard actually sent someone over." Du Xian and Yi Jinghan turned their heads to take a look, and they saw an old man, who had always been by Qiuyu's side and was protecting him, walking towards them at a moderate pace. Du Xian furrowed his brows. What's this brat trying to do? Yi Jinghan snorted. Why bother with him? We'll return to the sect after this ceremony. I don't want to stay in this place for even a moment longer. As she spoke, the old man arrived in front of their table and cupped his fists. Sorry for disturbing you. Since he was a senior, Du Xian couldn't show any displeasure, so he cupped his fists and replied, Seniorly, you're too polite. He paused for a moment before asking, May I know why Seniorly has come here? The old man serenely replied calmly, I've been ordered by my young master to invite someone over. Upon hearing this, Du Xian couldn't help but look at Yi Jinghan. Yi Jinghan said impatiently, Go back and tell your young master that I don't have the time. The old man serenely looked at Yi Jinghan with a strange expression and said with a faint smile, Young sect master, you're overthinking things. My young master isn't here to invite you, but to invite this little brother over. As he spoke, he pointed at Yang Kai. Yi Jinghan's face flushed red and she asked awkwardly, Invite him over for what? Du Xian and the others also wore stunned expressions. Like Yi Jinghan, they all thought that the old man had come here to invite Yi Jinghan over. After all, Qiu had always been interested in Yi Jinghan, but who would have thought that the situation would be so dramatic that Yi Jinghan couldn't find a way out of this embarrassing situation? The old man serenely said, My young master didn't say anything, so I don't know. He just asked me to invite this little brother over. Upon hearing this, everyone cast their gazes at Yang Kai. The corners of their mouths couldn't help twitching when they saw him. At some point in time, Yang Kai had placed a fruit platter on the table in front of him and was holding a spirit fruit in each hand, stuffing them into his mouth and eating them with relish. There were even a few spirit fruit pits on the table in front of him. No one knew when he started eating, but in just a short while, he had already eaten almost half of the spirit fruits. The way he ate and wolfed down the spirit fruit made him look like a reincarnated ghost who had been starving for hundreds of years, leaving the Thousand Leaves sect's disciples dumbfounded. Moreover, because the old man serenely had suddenly come to this table, many people were looking over curiously. Upon seeing the way Yang Kai was eating, they couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh with disdain in their eyes. They all thought that this guy was probably a country bumpkin who hadn't seen much of the world. A plate of spirit fruits was enough to make him make a fool of himself. The Thousand Leaves sect's disciples felt uneasy. Young Master Yang. Yi Jinghan's face was burning hot, and she poked him lightly, hinting for him to restrain himself. Yang Kai turned his head and stuffed an unknown spirit fruit into his mouth. His mouth was filled with saliva as he chewed on it. He then passed the fruit platter to Yi Jinghan and said, Do you want it? If you want it, just take it. The corners of Yi Jinghan's mouth twitched and her face became even redder. Yang Kai acted as if he didn't notice this and passed the fruit platter to the other Thousand Leaves sect's disciples, saying, Don't stand on ceremony. It tastes pretty good, and you can even increase your cultivation if you eat more of it. These spirit fruits should have been picked not long ago and are very fresh and delicious. The Thousand Leaves sect's disciples didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They didn't know Yang Kai's background, and they didn't know why Yi Jinghan had brought him along with her. When they saw him acting so shamefully, they all turned their heads away and acted as if they weren't familiar with him. Cough. Du Xian coughed lightly and said, Young Master Yang, this seniorly is looking for you. Where did this seniorly come from? Yang Kai asked. What seniorly? Little brother, we meet again. The veins on the old man surnamed Li's forehead bulged. He had been left standing there for a long time, and Yang Kai had treated him as if he didn't exist. He was still a master from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, so he was naturally annoyed. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at him, grinning. So it's you. What are you doing here instead of following Qiu? Chapter 2303. My young master would like to invite you over. He has something important to discuss with you. Old man Li suppressed the displeasure in his heart as he spoke in a deep voice. I'm not going. Yang Kai refused without even thinking about it. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. The surrounding cultivator spectators who were watching the commotion widened their eyes as they stared at Yang Kai in shock. They wondered who this guy was in Thousand Leaves sect to be able to act so arrogantly, even daring to refuse Qiu's invitation. This caused the originally noisy inner hall to suddenly fall silent for a moment. Old Man Li also did not expect Yang Kai to refuse so straightforwardly. His old face instantly turned sullen as he spoke in a deep voice, "Little brother, it seems that your hearing is not that good despite your young age." "This old man will say it again," Yang Kai chuckled and interrupted him. "I won't go even if you say it 100 times. Can't you see that I'm busy?" As he spoke, he picked up another spirit fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. Old Man Li's face sank as he said, "Little brother, you better think carefully before you answer." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said arrogantly, "What's wrong? Are you threatening me? This is the City Lord's Master's concubine ceremony. If you dare to cause trouble here, do you believe that I will report this to the City Lord's Master and have him throw you out?" His shout was quite loud, causing the guests who were further away to look over curiously. Cold sweat instantly appeared on Old Man Li's forehead as a wave of embarrassment and annoyance washed over him. Although he wasn't really afraid of Luo Jin, if he were to do something against his will in front of everyone and bully the weak, it would definitely damage Sky Illumination Palace's reputation and reputation. Yang Kai continued chewing on his spirit fruit as he spoke in a muffled voice. "You're not young anymore. You often make people angry. Have you lived your entire life like a dog?" Pooh. Yijing Han had originally picked up a cup of water to take a sip to hide the joy on her face, but upon hearing this, she immediately spat it out. "You." Old Man Li flew into a rage. Yang Kai snorted, "Stop with the you and me. If Chiou wants to talk to me, tell him to come over himself. Let's get this straight. He's the one who's looking for me, not the other way around." After saying that, with a look of disgust, he muttered under his breath, "He's really sick. I don't know where his sense of superiority comes from." Then, he continued to struggle with the fruit platter in front of him. "Brat, you're good. This old man will remember you." Old Man Li was truly enraged. He flicked his sleeves and left in a huff. He was, after all, an elite of the Third Order Dao Source Realm and was highly appreciated by the Sky Illumination Palace Lord. Today, he had been humiliated and reprimanded by a young man in public. He didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so he couldn't help but teach Yang Kai a lesson. However, he naturally remembered today's humiliation in his heart. When the concubine ceremony was over, he would teach Yang Kai a lesson. After Old Li left, Wizard Ma immediately looked at Yang Kai with shining eyes. With a face full of excitement, he said, "Brother Yang, I like you so much." Yang Kai shuddered and looked at Wizard Ma with a pale face. He swallowed his saliva and said, "I'm only interested in women." Wizard Ma's expression immediately became awkward as he said, "Brother Yang, that's not what I meant. I just wanted to say, what you did just now was too satisfying." Since entering the city yesterday, Wizard Ma had been suppressing a bellyful of anger, but he had seen the scene just now. He felt great in his heart. The disciples of Thousand Leaves sect had many misgivings and couldn't act as freely as Yang Kai, so they could only endure the humiliation. However, Yang Kai didn't need to worry too much and could do whatever he wanted. Although Du Xian also had a look of satisfaction on his face, he was still a little worried. After all, Yang Kai had humiliated Old Man Li in front of everyone, so he didn't know if Sky Illumination Palace would let the matter rest. Furthermore, Sky Illumination Palace was in cahoots with Sky Crane City, so if they were to do something on their way back to Thousand Leaves Sect, they would be in big trouble. Just as Du Xian was feeling worried, he felt a pair of gentle hands holding his. He raised his head and saw Yijing Han looking at him with a smile in her beautiful eyes. She said in a low voice, "Senior brother, you don't need to worry. Young Master Yang has his own reasons for doing things." Du Xian's expression changed. Although he didn't know why Yijing Han had such confidence in Yang Kai, he was still affected by it. He nodded slightly and relaxed in his heart. On the other side, Old Li returned to Chiou Yu's side and whispered in his ear for a while. Chiou Yu raised his head and looked in Yang Kai's direction. He furrowed his brows and muttered to himself for a moment before slowly getting up. He was actually walking towards them. The expressions of the people from Thousand Leaves Sect changed, as if they were facing a great enemy. Only Yang Kai was still chewing on his spirit fruit, letting out a crisp sound. After a short while, Yu brought the two old men to Thousand Leaves sect's table. Du Xian immediately stood up and shouted in a low voice, "Brother Chiu, this is the place where the City Lord's master is taking in his concubine. The ceremony is about to begin. You aren't here to offend the City Lord's master, are you?" Yu looked at him and said, "Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble. I just want to have a few words with Brother Yang." Just a few words? Du Xian furrowed his brows. He really couldn't understand why Yu didn't hesitate to come here personally to have a chat with Yang Kai. After all, from what happened yesterday, these two didn't know each other at all. So what kind of grudge could there be between them? Yu patted Du Xian's shoulder and asked him to sit down. He then walked over to Yang Kai's side and gave the Thousand Leaves sect disciple sitting next to Yang Kai a meaningful look. That Thousand Leaves sect disciple frowned, but still gave up his seat. Yu patted the folding fan in his hand and put it away. He then sat down next to Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang, right?" Yang Kai didn't even raise his head as he replied, "Brother Chiu, I see that your glabella is dark today. Your gaze is unfocused, your lips are cracked, your tongue is burnt, your soul is scattered, and your face is dark red. I'm afraid that you're about to face some bloody disaster." Yu was stunned for a moment before the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he sneered, "Brother Yang is also good at reading people's faces and is proficient in divination?" Yang Kai glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. "No, it's just that there's death chi lingering around your body. You're definitely going to face some misfortune today." "What a joke," Yu sneered. "Today is the City Lord's master's concubine taking in his concubine, so the sky is filled with joy. How could there be any misfortune?" "It's up to you to believe it or not." Yang Kai curled his lips. Yu furrowed his brows and said, "Brother Yang, how do you think we should deal with it?" "Quickly pack up your things and get out of here," Yang Kai said casually before he looked at Yu disdainfully. "Do you need me to teach you such a simple matter?" Yu was left speechless. He rubbed his forehead and said, "Stop fooling around. I came here to ask Brother Yang a question." "What is it?" Yu opened his mouth, but no sound came out. It was obvious that he was using a sound transmission secret technique. Du Xian, Yijing Han, and the others couldn't help but become curious. They didn't know what question Yu was going to ask Yang Kai. After they observed him carefully, Yang Kai revealed a sinister smile. He revealed a sly smile and said, "You didn't go back? Brother Chiu, you're in big trouble now. Can't you lower your voice?" Yu gnashed his teeth as he looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Okay." After he spoke, he transmitted his voice to Yu. "That young lady called Luo Bing didn't go back after she went out with you yesterday? Are you sure about this?" Yu nodded and said, "I went to look for her last night, but her personal maid said that she didn't come back. I went to look for her again today, but I still couldn't find her." Yang Kai said with a smile, "The City Lord's master doesn't know about this, does he?" Yu said, "If the City Lord's master knows about this, it'll be terrible. The City Lord's master has 14 concubines, but he doesn't have any children. He only has one daughter. He treats her like a treasure. If he knows that Luo Bing is missing, Sky Crane City will be turned upside down. How can we sit here with peace of mind? If she's missing, shouldn't you look for her? Why are you asking me?" Yang Kai wore a puzzled look. "It's because Luo Bing followed you when you left the shop yesterday," Yu replied. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. He said, "Brother Chiu, what do you mean? You make it sound as if I abducted Miss Luo Bing." "It's good that you didn't. I just hope that she can come back safely today. If so, I will let bygones be bygones. But if she loses even a single hair, I will make the person who hurt her taste the world's torture," Yu said with a cold look in his eyes. Yang Kai sneered and said, "Brother Chiu, you are threatening the wrong person. After I left the shop yesterday, I went back to the Heavenly Puppet Building. I didn't see Miss Luo Bing. You can verify this with the Heavenly Puppet Building's people. You can also ask the Thousand Leaves sect's people. Moreover, I just came here, and I don't have any enmity with Sky Crane City. Why would I make trouble for Miss Luo Bing?" "Really?" Yu's gaze turned grave. Yang Kai snorted and said, "If someone really provokes me, I will make him face the consequences. Do you think that I will do such a despicable thing as abducting someone's daughter?" Chiu Yu's expression changed and he said, "Okay, I believe you. Although I have only met Brother Yang a few times, I know that Brother Yang is a straightforward person. You shouldn't be so despicable. But Brother Yang, if you have any news about Luo Bing, please inform me. I will be very grateful." "Sure, sure." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Farewell." Chiu Yu cupped his hands and was about to stand up. Yang Kai pushed him back into the chair and sat him down. "Brother Yang, what do you want?" Chiu Yu asked with a frown. "Nothing much. I just want to ask Brother Chiu for a small favor." Yang Kai chuckled. His smile was filled with evil and treacherous intent, which made Chiu Yu's heart skip a beat. A bad premonition welled up in his heart. "What is it?" Chiu Yu asked in a low voice. Yang Kai said, "Brother Chiu, can you help us change seats?" Chiu Yu asked doubtfully, "Change seats?" "That's right." Yang Kai nodded and said with a smile, "The lighting here isn't good. I don't like it. I want to change to a brighter place." The corners of Chiu Yu's mouth twitched and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He wiped it with his hand and said, "Then, where do you want to change seats?" Yang Kai pointed and said, "I think that place is pretty good. That table is also empty." Chiu Yu's face darkened and he asked, "Do you know who is sitting there?" Yang Kai said with a smile, "In short, it's a table for people to sit there." No, I can't do that." Chiu Yu quickly waved his hand. Yang Kai's face turned cold and he said, "Brother Chiu, you aren't a good friend. I readily agreed to help you with the matter you entrusted me with. Why are you making excuses when it's my turn to ask you to help me with a small matter? Don't you have any code of brotherhood?" Chiu Yu's eyes widened. He thought to himself, "What code of brotherhood do I have with you? Moreover, what you promised me just now was just a perfunctory reply. Where is your sincerity?" Chapter 2304. Chiu Yu sighed and said, "Brother Yang, aren't you making things difficult for me?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Don't treat me like an outsider. This is just a small matter for you. It's not like I'm asking you to take off your clothes and run around naked. Just tell me, do you want to change?" Chiu Yu's face twitched as he looked at him and said, "So what if I change? So what if I don't change?" Yang Kai chuckled and patted Chiu Yu's shoulder, wiping the juice on his hand on his clothes. "If you change, we'll be good friends. You'll be good, I'll be good, and we'll all be good. If you don't change, this young master will have to find the city lord's master to have a good chat and ask about his precious daughters." "Enough." Chiu Yu's face turned cold and he slapped Yang Kai's hand away, glaring at him and saying through gritted teeth, "You're threatening me." "Am I?" Yang Kai blinked. "Brother Chiu, you've misunderstood. I'm just negotiating with you." Chiu Yu said angrily, "I knew I shouldn't have asked you for information about Luo Bing, you despicable person." Yang Kai said with a smile, "Young man, don't get angry so easily. It's harmful to your body." Chiu Yu looked at him coldly for a long while before he turned around and left his seat. He went to a man who looked like a steward and whispered a few words to him. The steward frowned when he heard this, and he seemed to be in a difficult position. He even glanced at the Thousand Leaves sex group and shook his head slightly. However, no one knew what Chiu Yu said to him, but the steward nodded and agreed with an ugly expression. After a short while, the steward went to the Thousand Leaves sex group and cupped his fists. "Master, we've been busy today. The servants seem to have neglected something, and the master's seat isn't here. Please change seats with this old man. Please forgive us if we've neglected you." Du Xian, Yi Jinghan, and the others were stunned when they heard this. They didn't know what the steward was up to. Yang Kai chuckled and cupped his fists towards the steward. "Thank you for your trouble." While speaking, he signaled to Yi Jinghan and the others with his eyes. Although everyone was still confused, they were still at a loss. However, they still stood up. Under the steward's lead, they walked directly to an empty table at the very front. Under the steward's arrangement, they sat down in order. After making the necessary arrangements, the steward left. Yi Jinghan turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Young Master Yang, what's going on? What did you tell Chiu Yu?" She knew that with Thousand Leaves sect's current strength and relationship with Sky Crane City, it was impossible for them to receive such treatment. The only explanation was the secret conversation between Yang Kai and Chiu Yu. After all, Chiu Yu had gone to look for the butler after leaving. Soon after, their positions would be swapped. Du Xian and the others also looked at Yang Kai curiously, expecting him to give an answer. Yang Kai smiled and said, "It's nothing. Brother Chiu and I feel like old friends at first sight. So when we meet again, we have a heart-to-heart talk." He felt that the city lord's mansion was too negligent. "That's why I took the initiative to suggest changing your table." No one believed him. Yi Jinghan said, "Only a fool would believe you." Yang Kai said, "Brother Chiu is a pretty good person." Many of the guests were secretly shocked when they saw this change. After all, everyone had some understanding of the relationship between Thousand Leaves Sect and Sky Crane City. But at this moment, Thousand Leaves Sect had suddenly been moved to the front of the table. This small change inevitably made many people suspicious, and they secretly wondered if Thousand Leaves Sect and Sky Crane City had reconciled. If that was really the case, then they would have to reconsider whether they should express their goodwill to Thousand Leaves Sect. The atmosphere in the inner hall suddenly became strange. The members of Thousand Leaves Sect were also restless. They could feel many strange gazes directed at them from all around, making them feel uncomfortable. As time passed, the empty tables and chairs in the inner hall were gradually filled by people who came later. The noisy atmosphere in the inner hall gradually returned to normal. At a certain moment, someone suddenly shouted, "The City Lord's master has arrived." As soon as this shout was heard, the entire inner hall quieted down and everyone looked in the same direction. A man wearing a red robe walked out with a joyful smile on his face and cupped his fists in all directions. "Greetings, City Lord's master. Long time no see. The City Lord's master is even more elegant than before. I'm so envious. Congratulations to the City Lord's master for marrying such a beautiful lady. The master is really a role model for our generation. On this joyous occasion, I wish the City Lord's master good health, a prosperous martial path, a continuous line of descendants, and an everlasting family." Guests from all around congratulated him with smiles plastered on their faces, trying their best to flatter him. The man wearing the red robe was also exchanging pleasantries with a carefree smile on his face. "Is that Luojin?" Yang Kai opened his eyes wide and asked Yi Jinghan in a low voice. Yi Jinghan's face sank and she nodded. "That's him." The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. "If you didn't mention it, I would have thought that he was Luojin's father." This was also the first time that Yang Kai had seen the City Lord of Sky Crane City. He had assumed that since this guy could take in 15 concubines, he would be full of energy and would not look too old, even if he had the cultivation of the Third Order Dao Source Realm. However, the person in front of him was an old man with sparse white hair. Although he had a good cultivation, his vitality was weak and it was obvious that he was in his twilight years and had no hope of advancing to the Emperor realm. The crimson robe he wore accentuated his age even more. "Whose girl is this? She must be blind." The wizard Ma shook his head and felt sad for the woman who was marrying Luojin today. "Shut up. Be careful of your words." Du Xian glared fiercely at the wizard Ma and said in a low voice, "It's not like you don't know that none of Luojin's concubines willingly married him." The wizard Ma snorted. "It's because he has done so many bad things, like bullying men and taking women, that he has never had a child. Good and evil will be repaid in the end." "You're still talking." The wizard Ma curled his lips. All right, I won't talk about it anymore." The atmosphere was lively and festive. After a long while, a voice shouted out, "The auspicious time has arrived." In an instant, the sound of wind instruments rang out. The sound of gongs and drums filled the air. It was as if the roof was about to be lifted. Luojin's face emitted a red glow as he straightened his clothes and looked towards the door with a smile on his face. Everyone followed his gaze and looked over, all of them with smiles on their faces and eyes filled with anticipation. There seemed to be a melodious tune coming from outside, accompanied by the sound of music. A wedding procession gradually entered everyone's sight. A woman dressed as a matchmaker walked at the front, twisting her plump, bucket-like waist and wearing a sweet smile on her face. Beside a four-sedan chair, she slowly made her way over, trying her best to show off. Behind the sedan chair, there were boys and girls following behind, continuously scattering petals from the baskets in their hands. Everywhere the sedan chair passed, The petals paved the way, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. After the flower baskets, there were 2 rows of boys and girls, each carrying a lantern, following behind the sedan chair. On top of the lanterns, there were various festive words such as 100 years of bliss and a happy marriage. After that, it was the wedding procession. All of them were girls, and all of them were weeping like pear blossoms in the rain, as if they were part of the bride's family. The short journey took a full 10 minutes before the sedan chair arrived at the entrance of the inner hall. "Drop the sedan chair," someone shouted, and the sedan chair landed steadily. The matchmaker stepped forward and lifted the curtains of the sedan chair, extending her hand inside. Immediately after, then, a white and softy came up to him. Just this small hand alone was enough to cause the eyes of countless men to light up. Her jade-like hand was white and flawless, while her skin was as white as snow, appearing so delicate that it could be broken by the slightest breeze. It caused people's imaginations to run wild, as they secretly thought that a person with such jade-like hands would definitely be an enchanting beauty. However, this person was about to become Luo Jin's 15th concubine, causing people to wring their hands in pity, envy, and jealousy. Immediately after, a large red embroidered shoe extended out from the sedan chair, landing on the red carpet at the entrance. Only then did a dazzling and beautiful figure appear in everyone's line of sight. The bride wore a phoenix coronet and a red veil on her head. Her wedding dress was embroidered with a golden phoenix spreading its wings, while the phoenix coronet that was adorned with pearls and jade covered her face that caused people's imaginations to run wild. At this moment, countless people were cursing in their hearts. The phoenix coronet and red veil on the bride's head seemed to have the effect of isolating divine sense from probing. Impressively, they were extraordinary artifacts. All of the divine sense released by the cultivator who wanted to secretly check on the bride's appearance was blocked by an invisible barrier, making it impossible for them to see what was happening inside. Luo Jin seemed to know what everyone was thinking at this moment, as he glanced left and right. After giving a silent warning, he finally smiled in satisfaction. Yang Kai also curled his lips fiercely at this moment. Just like everyone else, he had secretly released his divine sense in an attempt to see what the bride looked like. However, he did not expect to be obstructed by the artifact. The artifact's power was extraordinary. If he had forcefully activated his divine sense, he would have been able to break it open and see what the bride looked like. However, this was a concubine ceremony after all. If he really did so, he would definitely attract attention and cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, he only gave it a try and did not try again, instead choosing to quietly observe. At this moment, the bride was being supported and led by the matchmaker as she walked step by step towards the inner hall. Although her appearance could not be seen clearly, the outline of her figure was faintly discernible under the wedding dress. This woman had a beautiful figure and was definitely a graceful person. As Yang Kai observed her, he suddenly furrowed his brows, as if he had sensed that something was amiss. However, he was unable to pinpoint exactly what was wrong. More importantly, the palpitations and irritability from yesterday suddenly surged up again, causing him to furrow his brows. He turned his head to look at Yijing Han and the others, only to see that they did not seem to have noticed anything. However, the scene before him seemed to have stimulated some kind of desire deep in Yijing Han's heart. At this moment, she looked at the bride walking step by step towards them with a look of expectation in her beautiful eyes, as if she was fantasizing about the day when she would be able to wear such a phoenix coronet and red veil and marry the person she loved the most. She stole a glance at Du Xian, her small face turning slightly red. Not long after, the group finally arrived at the inner hall. The matchmaker handed the ribbon in her hand to Luo Jin and said with a smile, "Master, I'm handing the bride over to you. You must treat her well in the future." Luo Jin laughed heartily. "I definitely won't let her be bullied in the slightest." The matchmaker said, "The bride is so lucky. Why is my life so hard? I haven't met a man like Master." The group burst into laughter, causing the lively atmosphere to reach its peak in an instant. Chapter 2305. Within the inner hall, Luo Jin held onto the bride's ribbon as he gave a faint smile, before turning around and walking inside. At this moment, a white-haired old man suddenly stood up from the table to the left of Yang Kai and the others. With a faint smile, he walked towards the two of them and stood in front of them. The sound of the wind instruments and the silence of the gongs and drums made the scene solemn and dignified. The old man smiled. This old man is extremely honored to be able to witness this marriage for the city lord's master. After pausing for a moment, he continued, "On such a beautiful day, the two of you have tied the knot and brought about the union of Qin and Jean. I hope that the two of you will love each other dearly in the future and live a long and happy life together. Do the two of you agree?" Luo Jin smiled. "This Luo agrees." The old man nodded, before turning towards the bride and asking, "What about you?" The bride's body trembled slightly, before a sweet-sounding voice rang out from within the phoenix crown, "I." As those words rang out, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, as the uneasy feeling in the depths of his heart grew even more intense. He felt that he should be extremely familiar with that voice. Before he could continue trying to figure out exactly who that voice belonged to, a trembling voice suddenly rang out from somewhere within the inner hall, "I don't agree." As those words rang out, everyone present was shocked. Everyone turned to look towards the source of the voice, wondering which reckless person actually dared to embarrass the city lord's master in front of so many experts. Anger filled Luo Jin's face as he turned his head and roared, "Who dares to do such a thing?" His face was so malevolent that it was practically distorted. Today was the day of his marriage ceremony, a joyous occasion. However, he never expected that it would be ruined at such a crucial moment. Dense killing intent involuntarily rose in his heart. A chilling glint flashed across his eyes. Carefully examining the source of the voice, he snorted coldly, "What's wrong? You have the guts to ruin this king's plans, yet you don't have the guts to stand up and admit it?" A guest immediately shouted from the side, "Obediently stand up and apologize to the city lord's master, and perhaps we can spare your life. If you dare to be stubborn, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death." Luo Jin replied, "Today is this king's wedding day, and this king doesn't want to take anyone's life. Obediently stand up, and this king won't make things difficult for you." As soon as he finished speaking, a person suddenly stood up from somewhere in the crowd. That person's entire body was wrapped in a black robe, making it impossible for others to see her true appearance. However, judging from her tall figure, she was clearly a woman. "Take him down." Seeing this person stand up, Luo Jin waved his hand fiercely. "Xiao, Xiao, Xiao." Several city lord residence cultivator immediately charged towards that person. The woman stood there. She didn't seem to panic at all. Just as those people were about to rush in front of her and capture her, she suddenly lifted the black veil on her head, revealing her true appearance. Under everyone's gaze, all of them suddenly widened their eyes and were flabbergasted. His face was filled with disbelief. "Ah, this, young miss?" The cultivator from the city lord's mansion who was rushing towards the woman was originally aggressive. They were prepared to capture this woman and bring her to a secret place to punish her. However, when they saw her appearance, their expressions changed drastically. They withdrew their attacks in midair and landed on the ground in a sorry state. They were all dumbfounded. This was because they discovered that the person who had ruined the concubine ceremony at such a crucial moment was none other than the city lord's mansion's young miss, Luo Bing. Qiu Yu suddenly stood up and looked at Luo Bing with a stunned expression. He never expected that Luo Bing had been in the inner hall all this time and had even ruined the city lord's master's ceremony. He had just separated from Luo Bing yesterday, and she was still fine at that time. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand why Luo Bing would do such a thing in just one night. For a moment, the inner hall was completely silent. Everyone looked at Luo Bing with strange expressions, not knowing what she was up to. "Binger." Luo Jin's body shook as he stared at Luo Bing with his eyes wide open. "Why did you?" Before he could finish his sentence, he seemed to have suddenly realized something and asked in a deep voice, "Who bullied you?" He saw that his precious daughter's eyes were red and swollen. It was obvious that she had cried for a long time. Furthermore, her voice was hoarse, so he didn't immediately recognize Luo Bing's voice. He instinctively thought that someone had bullied Luo Bing. Chiu Yu quietly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, fearing that Luo Bing would say his name. He thought that Luo Bing was acting like this because of him. No one bullied me. Luo Bing pursed her red lips. Is there really no one? Luo Jin narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. There really isn't anyone. Luo Bing shook her head. After a moment of silence, she said, Father, I have something to ask of you. Luo Jin sighed and said, We'll talk about it later. You should go back to your room and rest first. He was furious in the depths of his heart, blaming Luo Bing for not seeing the big picture and damaging his dignity and face in front of so many powerful people. He just wanted to finish the ceremony quickly and ask Luo Bing what was going on. However, Luo Bing didn't seem to want to listen to him obediently. She just shook her head and said, No, I have to ask you for this now. It'll be too late if you wait any longer. Binger! Luo Jin shouted in a deep voice, his face filled with anger. Luo Bing's body trembled instinctively, as if she was afraid. However, her gaze was firm as she continued to look at her father with a pleading look. Luo Jin looked at her and immediately knew that he couldn't persuade her. He could only sigh and smile at the guests. Everyone, please don't make a fool of yourself. My daughter has been spoiled too much by this king, so she was a little mischievous. I hope she didn't spoil everyone's mood. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but relax. They had long heard that Luo Bing was doted on by the city lord master, but they didn't expect that it was to the extent that she dared to cause trouble during the ceremony. They all expressed that they didn't mind, looking very considerate of Luo Jin. Luo Jin looked at Luo Bing and said, Tell me, what do you want from me? You chose this time. If it's too difficult, let's see how I'll deal with you later. Although his words were threatening, there was a smile on his face. Obviously, it wasn't a real threat, but a show of doting. The guests also laughed kindly, praising the city lord master's fatherly love. Luo Bing bit her red lips and pointed to Luo Jin's side. Your daughter wants to beg you to let her go, father. When she finished speaking, the inner hall, which had regained some of its festive atmosphere, fell into a strange silence once again. Many guests opened their mouths wide, as if they couldn't believe their ears. However, some people knew that today's matter would be a little difficult, so they felt somewhat uneasy and secretly observed Luo Jin's expression. The smile on Luo Jin's face stiffened and slowly disappeared. The gloomy expression on his face was so cold that it seemed like a layer of frost could be scraped off, while his eyes gradually filled with anger. After a while, Luo Jin said, Binger, go and rest. You're probably too tired. He had thought that his daughter had objected to the marriage just now because she wanted to take the opportunity to threaten him and make him agree to some difficult conditions. He had been fully prepared for it, but now it seemed that this was not the case at all. Luo Bing was really opposed to the marriage. How could Luo Jin agree? No matter how much he doted on Luo Bing, he wouldn't let his bride go in front of so many people. If he really did that, where would his face be? Where would his dignity be? He probably wouldn't be able to manage Sky Crane City and become the city lord in the future. Father, promise me. Luo Bing begged. Impudent. Luo Jin shouted angrily and looked at Luo Bing with resentment. It seems that I have spoiled you too much in the past, which made you lose your sense of propriety. Go back to your room and don't take a single step out of it without my permission. Father, Luo Bing cried, I didn't do it willingly, so why do you have to force me to do it? Please let her go. Hiss. The sound of people inhaling cold breaths rang out. Although everyone knew in their hearts that none of Luo Jin's concubines were willing to marry him, it was fine for them to keep this matter to themselves, as no one would point it out. However, if they were to bring it out in front of everyone, the atmosphere would be completely different. However, the person who said it was Luo Bing. All the cultivators in the inner hall felt their hearts skip a beat when they heard this. They had a strange feeling that a storm was coming, which made them feel uneasy. If you let her go, I will stay by your side in the future. I will be filial to you and listen to you. I won't cause any trouble in the future. I will be obedient. Luo Bing was still crying and begging. Luo Jin's face twisted and turned ashen as he shouted, What nonsense are you talking about? Luo Bing said, I'm not talking nonsense. I know who she is and why she wants to marry you. Just let her go. Luo Jin said angrily, What are you looking at? The young lady has lost her mind. Quickly take her away and take good care of her. Hearing his order, the cultivators in the city lord's mansion, who were at a loss, moved again and rushed towards Luo Bing. However, right at this moment, a person sitting beside Luo Bing suddenly stood up and grabbed her by the neck. Looking around at everyone with his white eyes, he snorted coldly, "I'll pinch anyone who dares to come over." The faces of the city lord's mansion cultivators who had rushed over turned pale with fright. They fell from the air once again and scrambled to get out of the way. The other guests who had come to congratulate the city lord's mansion opened their eyes wide once again. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect that today's ceremony would have such undercurrents and twists. "It's him." A frown appeared on Yang Kai's face as he looked at the one-eyed brawny man who was holding Luo Bing hostage. A thoughtful look flashed across his face. He still remembered that he had bumped into this brawny man in the restaurant yesterday. That fellow seemed to be called Chai Hu. At that time, he had left the restaurant early because he had gotten into a conflict with another group of people. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that this Chai Hu fellow would actually sneak into the ceremony and even dare to hold the city lord's mansion's young lady hostage in front of everyone. However, this person's cultivation was only at the third-order origin king realm. Even if he had Luo Bing in his hands, his fate would still be worrying. Thinking about this, Yang Kai turned to look at the bride standing beside Luo Jin. Ever since he saw this bride, he had a strange feeling. At this moment, he saw the bride's tender body trembling, as if she was struggling against something. Chapter 2306. One-eyed Chai, who had one hand around Luo Bing's slender neck, while the other was pressed against her back. Saint Chi surged within his body as he prepared to take action at any moment. The guards of the city lord's mansion looked at each other in dismay, their faces filled with embarrassment and resentment. With their young miss as a hostage, they did not dare to act rashly, for fear of angering Chai Hu and injuring Luo Bing. If that were to happen, they would not be far from death. In their anxiety, they all looked towards Luo Jin, waiting for his instructions. Luo Jin's eyes narrowed slightly as he sent a signal with his eyes. The guards understood his intentions and quietly spread out, surrounding Chai Hu in all directions to prevent him from escaping. As for the table of guests that Chai Hu and Luo Bing were sitting at, they had already scattered and fled the moment Chai Hu stood up and held Luo Bing hostage. "Old man Luo Jin, if you still care about your daughter's life, tell them to behave themselves." Chai Hu's single eye radiated with a malevolent luster as he roared towards Luo Jin while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Luo Jin snorted coldly before raising his hand slightly to signal for the guards to remain calm. Only then did he look towards Chai Hu and say, "This king seems to have seen you somewhere before." Chai Hu sneered, before replying with ridicule, "I'm just a nameless junior. City Lord Master would naturally not remember me." Luo Jin replied, "Regardless of the grudges between you and this king, it has nothing to do with my daughter. If you let her go, this king will promise to have a good talk with you." Chai Hu laughed heartily. "Have a good talk? What's there to talk about with a despicable and shameless person like you? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?" Luo Jin replied, "Looks like you've been holding a grudge against this king for a long time. Bing Er's words were also due to you threatening her, right?" Hearing his words, looks of understanding appeared on the faces of the surrounding guests. No wonder Luo Bing was able to embarrass her father in such a situation. It turned out that she had been forced by someone. If that was the case, it would explain why Luo Bing was unable to see the bigger picture. "If you say so." Chai Hu snorted coldly, not having any intention of defending himself. "He didn't force me." Right at this moment, Luo Bing suddenly interrupted, "Father, I said those words myself. I said those words myself. Let that girl go. What did she do wrong?" Hearing this, Luo Jin's face abruptly sank. The expressions of the surrounding guests were also very colorful. They really couldn't understand what was going on in front of them. Luo Bing was being held hostage by the one-eyed brawny man, and her life was in his hands. So, why was she still speaking up for him? Luo Jin took a deep breath before speaking out in a deep voice, "Bing Er, don't be afraid. Father will save you." After he finished speaking, he looked towards Chai Hu once again and said, "Sir, you're so daring as to sneak into the ceremony and hold this king's beloved daughter hostage. Exactly what are your intentions?" Chaihu gave a cold laugh before replying, "Master City Lord, why do you need to ask when you already know the answer? Others don't know why I'm here. Don't you know?" Hearing this, Luo Jin frowned. Narrowing his eyes, he said, "Why don't you state it clearly? If it's possible, why not accept it? As long as my daughter is safe, I am willing to pay any price." He spoke righteously and sternly, and his expression was solemn. The surrounding guests cheered and praised him. Someone immediately said to Chaihu, "Friend, you're being too impulsive. The City Lord Master has always been diligent in city affairs and loves his citizens. He has an excellent reputation, and young Lady Luobing is also innocent, pure, and kind-hearted. Why can't you speak nicely? Do you have to make it so difficult for everyone? Listen to me. Release young Lady Luobing, and the City Lord Master will definitely not make things difficult for you." "That's right. Release young Lady Luo, and everything can be discussed. Release her quickly. Otherwise, even if the City Lord Master doesn't blame you, we'll still teach you a lesson." A commotion broke out in all directions. Some people tried to persuade Chaihu with kind words, while others used malicious words. Chaihu seemed to have become much more nervous. He tightened his grip on Luo Bing's hand, causing her to have difficulty breathing and her face to turn pale. "Shut up, all of you!" Chaihu suddenly roared. He was currently in prison and was surrounded by enemies. His nerves were already tense, and hearing the shouts coming from all directions made him even more vexed. "If anyone dares to speak another word, I'll strangle her to death immediately. I'm a man of my word." Chaihu roared as he glared with his only eye. Seeing this, the guests didn't dare to utter a single word. All of them shut their mouths, afraid that they would really infuriate this irrational fellow and hurt Luobing. Luo Jin's face sank as he roared, "Speak! What exactly do you want this king to do?" Chaihu turned his head and glared at Luo Jin. "Release that person beside you." "Who are you referring to?" Luo Jin asked despite knowing the answer. Chaihu roared, "If you dare to be so shameless, I'll immediately take your daughter's life." Luo Jin's face changed slightly. "Sir, by doing this, are you trying to steal the bride?" Chaihu sneered. "She didn't want to marry you, so how can I steal the bride? I'm only here to save her." Luo Jin said, "You didn't ask her, so how do you know that she didn't want to marry you?" Chaihu said, "How could she be willing to marry you? You're dreaming." Luo Jin smiled. "You must have misunderstood something. Although this king doesn't know you, you and my wife should be friends, right? This king truly admires you for doing this for your friend. Since you're my wife's friend, you're also this king's friend. How about this? You ask my wife if she's willing to marry this king. If she says no, this king will immediately release you and won't force you. How about that?" Hearing this, Chaihu's face changed a few times, as though he didn't dare to believe his own ears. Hesitating, he asked, "Are you serious?" Luo Jin smiled. How could this king lie in front of so many guests? After pausing for a moment, he continued, "Or, are you saying that you're only here to cause trouble and ruin this king's reputation? If that's the case, this king will definitely not let you off easily." Someone replied, "That's right. We're all willing to testify for the city master." "Brat, you're not purely here to cause trouble, are you? If that's the case, you're really too despicable." Chaihu's face turned gloomy as he remained unmoved by the shouts coming from all directions. After muttering to himself for a while, he nodded, "Fine, I'll believe you this once." As he spoke, he turned his head to look at the bride and spoke in a deep voice, "Fifth sister, you've also heard what the city master said just now. Tell me, are you willing to marry him? Or are you being threatened by him? Don't worry, if you're really being threatened by him, your fourth brother will save you even if I have to risk my life. This king is eternally grateful for your painstaking efforts on behalf of my wife." Luo Jin gave a faint smile, his expression calm. "Shut up," Chaihu roared. Luo Jin smiled without saying anything. At this moment, the new bride, who had stood motionless by his side and had not said a single word even when Chaihu had caused trouble, had suddenly become the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone looked towards her, wanting to know what kind of answer she would give to this matter. Under everyone's gazes, the bride's delicate body trembled slightly for a moment. Before you, Er's voice rang out from behind the red veil. I am willing. What? Chaihu's body shook as he instantly turned sluggish. He had never expected to hear such an answer. However, that voice was undoubtedly his fifth sister's, and not someone impersonating her. For a moment, he was actually unable to accept such an outcome. Luo Jin looked at him and smiled. This king should understand now, right? This king and my wife felt like old friends at first sight and fell in love with each other. If not for that, this king wouldn't have married her. Big brother Chai. Luo Bing turned her head and looked at Chaihu blankly. She couldn't understand why the situation was different from what Chaihu had said. After all, Chaihu had told her that the bride was being forced to marry her father. However, she had heard a completely different answer from the bride. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Chaihu yelled. Luo Jin's face darkened as he shouted, This king has already given you enough face. On account of the fact that you're my wife's friend, I'm not willing to make things difficult for you. I hope that you'll know what to do. That's right. Friend, please stop pestering us endlessly. Otherwise, it won't look good for everyone. That's right. If you let young lady Luo Bing go, I believe that the City Lord's master won't really make things difficult for you. Everyone can sit at the same table and enjoy the banquet. Wouldn't that be great? You should know when to stop, brat. If you want to die, this old master doesn't mind sending you on your way. The surrounding guests started to clamor once again, as their impression of Chaihu was extremely bad. That's impossible. Chaihu continued to nag. It's impossible for fifth sister to marry you willingly. She must have been forced by you. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something and shouted, It must be big brother, second brother, and the others, right? Brat, what exactly are you talking about? The surrounding crowd was bewildered. However, Chaihu laughed heartily towards the sky, his laughter rolling like thunder. It was extremely carefree, as though he had figured out something and untied the knot in his heart. After a long while, he suddenly looked towards Luo Jin and gritted his teeth. You're really sinister, old man. You actually used big brother and second brother to force fifth sister to marry you. If you don't want your daughter's blood to be spilled here today, you'd better listen to my orders obediently. Luo Jin was enraged as he shouted, You dare to go back on your word? Chaihu sneered, What's the point of keeping my word with a despicable person like you? No matter what, I must take fifth sister away today. Whoever dares to obstruct me will die. As he spoke, he increased the strength of his hand. Luo Bing cried out in alarm. Luo Jin turned pale with fright and hastily said, Wait. Are you going to let her go or not? Chaihu shouted. Luo Jin's face was as calm as water, as though a storm was about to arrive. The atmosphere in the entire hall instantly became extremely oppressive. After gnashing his teeth for a long while, he said, Since you're so suspicious, I'll let my wife explain it to you in detail. As he spoke, he glanced at the bride beside him. Hearing this, joy appeared on Chaihu's face as he shouted, Fifth sister, come here first. After hesitating for a moment, the bride walked towards Chaihu, step by step. This brat is probably going to be out of luck. At a nearby table, Yang Kai, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, suddenly muttered in a soft voice. The members of the Thousand Leaves sect were originally beaming with joy as they watched the show unfold. Regardless of the reason behind Chaihu's actions today, and regardless of the final outcome, it had already damaged Luo Jin's reputation. In the future, today's matter would be discussed everywhere in the tea houses and wine shops. Those who didn't know the truth would definitely think that Luo Jin had done something to bully men and women, which would damage his prestige and image. Chapter 2307. Upon hearing Yang Kai's words, the Thousand Leaves sect members turned to look at him suspiciously with blank expressions on their faces. With a grin, Yang Kai replied in a low voice, City Lord Master looks so confident. How could he not have made any preparations? Duxian's expression changed slightly, as though he had thought of something, before replying in a low voice. Young Master Yang means to say that he's prepared to. Yang Kai shook his head, indicating for him to wait and see. On the other side, the bride wearing a phoenix coronet and a red veil walked step by step towards Chai Hu. Looking at her, joy could be seen in Chai Hu's single eye as he spoke out, "Fifth sister, please stand to the side and support me. I'll get this old fart to release Big Brother and the others. After that, we'll fly far away and never return to Sky Crane City." Without saying a word, the bride obediently walked to Chai Hu's side and stood there. "Sir, you've caused such a ruckus in my city lord's mansion today and ruined this king's face. Do you think you can leave?" Luo Jin gave a cold snort as a look of ridicule appeared on his face. "Where there's a will, there's a way," Chai Hu replied with a sneer. Luo Jin gave a deep smile. "This king feels that it's better for you to stay." Chai Hu's expression changed. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly felt a chill coming from behind him. In the next instant, a palm pressed down on his back, causing a surge of power to surge into his body, causing his entire body to shake violently as he was sent flying. While in midair, he turned his head back to look with eyes filled with disbelief. When he saw exactly who had taken action, his eyes were filled with grief and despair. Bang! Chai Hu landed on the ground, smashing the tables and chairs. However, under that palm, he seemed to have suffered some serious injuries. He seemed to have suffered a serious injury, so the moment he stood up, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Swish, swish, swish. The experts of the city lord's mansion rushed over in an instant, a few of their palms pressing down on his back. Power surged from their palms, yet they did not release it. After all, today was the city lord master's wedding ceremony, so it was truly inappropriate for blood to be spilled. If not, Chai Hu would have been a dead man by now. After being subdued, Chai Hu staggered about, appearing to be unable to stand properly. Looking at the new bride with an expression of extreme pain, blood flowed out of his mouth as he cried out in grief, "Fifth sister, why?" The person who had launched a sneak attack on him and seriously injured him was the bride he had come to rescue. Until now, he still could not believe that this was true. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Not only was Chai Hu stunned, even the surrounding guests had their mouths wide open as they stared dumbfoundedly at the scene before them. Only Luo Jin had a faint smile on his face, as though he had already expected this to happen. Yang Kai suddenly stood up. His eyes burned as he looked at the bride. His expression kept changing. Demonic chi? Yijing Han furrowed her brows and covered her red lips with her hand. She exclaimed in a low voice, "Is this bride from the monster race?" Although the moment the bride made her move just now was extremely short, the power she displayed was very different from Origin Energy. It carried a pure demonic Yuan Qi aura. Although there were human cultivators who cultivated demonic arts or secret techniques that allowed their strength to be close to demonic Yuan Qi, they would definitely not be this pure. From this, it could be seen that this bride was not from the human race. Instead, she was a member of the monster race. It wasn't that the monster race didn't exist in the star boundary. It was just that the monster race would rarely move about in the human race's territory. Even if they did, it would be extremely rare. Furthermore, they would do their utmost to conceal their whereabouts. After all, they were from different races, so it was inevitable that people would have thoughts of betrayal upon seeing a member of the monster race. Like Yijing Han, there were quite a few people who had noticed this, causing them to look curiously at the new bride. Furthermore, from the energy fluctuations radiating from the new bride when she made her move, she was shockingly a cultivator from the First Order Dao Source Realm. "Young Master Yang, what's wrong?" Du Xian hastily asked upon seeing Yang Kai's strange expression. However, Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, he continued to stare fixedly at the new bride, his body trembling slightly, as though he had discovered something incredible. "Take him away and keep a close eye on him. This king will have a good chat with him after the ceremony." Luo Jin waved his hand as he gave the order. The few city lords' mansion guards nodded their heads before taking action to seal Chai Hu's cultivation and detain him. "Don't!" Unexpectedly, a tender cry rang out at this moment. In the next moment, everyone saw Luo Bing, who had escaped from Chai Hu's clutches, rushing straight towards Chai Hu. Sending a flurry of punches and kicks at the few guards, she pushed them away with all her might. Opening her arms wide, she stood in front of Chai who, shaking her head as she shouted, "Don't come over." Her stance of wanting to protect Chai who caused the guests to be flabbergasted, as they were completely unable to understand exactly what she was thinking. After all, everyone had seen Chai who using her as a hostage. Now that she had escaped, shouldn't she be hurriedly distancing herself from Chai Hu? Why had she walked right into their trap? Banger, what nonsense are you making? Luo Jin was furious. He had been greatly angered by his daughter today, as she had repeatedly contradicted and disobeyed him. Furthermore, she even wanted to protect the safety of the person who had ruined his ceremony. How could he not be furious? Father, Big Brother Chai saved my life yesterday, so he's my benefactor. Please don't make things difficult for him, Luo Bing pleaded with a sobbing tone. Luo Jin's eyes narrowed as he said, "Benefactor?" Luo Bing replied, "That's right. I was in danger yesterday, and it was Big Brother Chai who saved me. Yesterday?" Luo Jin frowned as he said in a cold voice, "Didn't you go out with young Master Chiu yesterday? Why did this person save you?" Luo Bing shook her head. "I'll explain everything to father in detail. Don't make things difficult for him for now. Let him go." Upon hearing her words, Chiu Yu's face instantly turned pale. In a flash, he appeared before Luo Bing, extending his hand to grab her arm. "Little sister Bing, don't make trouble. Didn't the city lord's master say not to hurt him? Be obedient." Luo Bing shook her head and said, "Then let him go now." A sliver of impatience flashed across Luo Jin's eyes as he said to Chiu Yu, "Young Master Chiu, my daughter doesn't know any better. Take her away to rest." Chiu Yu nodded. "I'll obey the master's orders." As he spoke, he extended his hand and patted Luo Bing's body, causing her to immediately fall limply to the ground. Although she was still conscious, she was powerless to move. Chiu Yu picked her up by the waist and carried her towards the rear hall. After being injured by the bride, Chai Hu appeared as though he had lost his soul, remaining unmoved by everything that was happening before him. It was only at this moment that he clenched his teeth and spoke out with his only eye red, "Fifth sister, tell me, exactly why did you do this? Did you really willingly marry this old fart?" Luo Jin sneered, "This king has already given you enough face. If you don't appreciate my kindness, don't blame this king for being impolite." A guest at the side shouted out, "City Lord Master doesn't need to be too benevolent. This person's crime is unforgivable." That's right. The bride and City Lord Master are deeply in love. They have been cultivating for 100 years, and they have been cultivating for 1,000 years. They are a match made in heaven. How can a despicable person like you break them up so easily? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Chai Hu roared with all his might. Stubborn. Luo Jin snorted coldly before roaring, "Then you can watch carefully from the side. See if my humble wife is willing to marry this king." After saying that, Luo Jin turned his head to look around, before saying with a dark expression, "Are there any other friends who don't agree to this marriage? Step forward, and this king will give you a satisfactory answer." Today, he had been disrupted by someone, causing him to lose face. Therefore, he wanted to regain his dignity by establishing his authority. As he said those words, his face was filled with killing intent. Who would dare to step forward and contradict him? City Lord Master must be joking. There will always be a few people in this world who don't know how to appreciate kindness. There's no need for Master to pay attention to them. That's right. It's really not worth it to let such people spoil our mood. Let's continue. Let's continue. Only then did Luo Jin's expression turn slightly more amiable as he snorted coldly. Today is supposed to be a joyous occasion, so this king doesn't want to get angry. If there's anyone who doesn't agree, feel free to speak frankly. He looked around, only to see that everyone was smiling apologetically. "I." A voice suddenly rang out, causing the relaxed atmosphere to turn tense once again. Quite a few people sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked towards the source of the voice, thinking to themselves that there really were people in this world who weren't afraid of death. They actually dared to disagree even at such a time. Luo Jin's expression turned solemn as his fury was written all over his face. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked towards the side. At the table closest to the front, a youth stood up with a grin on his face before raising his hand. I have a small opinion. I hope that City Lord Master won't get angry. Someone from Thousand Leaves sect. He's actually a disciple of Thousand Leaves sect. Don't tell me that he's here to add insult to injury? That person looks unfamiliar. Is he really from Thousand Leaves sect? How could he be fake? Didn't you see him sitting together with Yijing Han, Du Xian, and the others? This is going to be interesting. Whispers rang out, and when everyone saw that the person who had spoken was actually sitting together with a Thousand Leaves sect disciple, they immediately understood that today's matter had become even more complicated. After all, Chai Hu was just a single person, and he had failed in his attempt to steal the bride and ended up being injured instead. However, if Thousand Leaves sect were to get involved in this matter, then the two great forces would definitely shed all pretense of cordiality and start a war. This was a matter that would affect the entire region within a few 100,000 kilometers. At the entrance of the hall, Xiaoyu was just about to leave with the incapacitated Luo Bing in his arms, but when he heard those words, he stopped abruptly and turned around. When he saw who had spoken, his expression couldn't help but change slightly. Why is it this brat? He's too unruly. Young Master Yang. Yijing Han was dumbfounded as she stared blankly at Yang Kai, who had just stood up, while her hand accidentally touched her red lips. She didn't know why Yang Kai had suddenly decided to join in on this matter. Young Master Yang, what are you doing? Du Xian's expression also changed slightly as he instantly realized the seriousness of this matter. Although they knew that young Master Yang wasn't a Thousand Leaves sect disciple, the others didn't. Everyone was sitting at the same table, so the others would definitely make their own guesses. Yang Kai standing up to oppose this marriage would make others think that he was acting on behalf of Thousand Leaves sect. Once such a misunderstanding occurred, they might not be able to leave Sky Crane City. In an instant, cold sweat appeared on Du Xian's forehead. It's a private matter. It's purely a private matter. Yang Kai smiled at the two before raising his head to look at Luo Jin. Luo Jin was clearly at a loss, and after looking at Yang Kai for a while, he asked, Is your excellency also from Thousand Leaves sect? Why have I never seen you before? What puzzled Luo Jin even more was that this group of people from Thousand Leaves sect was actually sitting at the table closest to the front. What was going on? Chapter 2308. Would you believe me if I said that I'm not from Thousand Leaves sect? Yang Kai looked at Luo Jin with a grin. Beside him, Yijing Han and Du Xian had pained expressions on their faces as they continuously wiped away the cold sweat on their foreheads, appearing nervous and uneasy. Seeing this, Luo Jin frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice, Then, how should I address your excellency? Although Yang Kai was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, a minor realm lower than him, Yang Kai didn't look that old. With such a cultivation at such a young age, Luo Jin couldn't underestimate him. Just in case, Luo Jin felt that it would be better to inquire about the other party's origins first. Yang Kai didn't look at Luo Jin when he said that, instead focusing on the reaction of the bride. He said in a clear voice, High Heaven Sect. Yang Kai. High Heaven Sect? Which sect is that? There's such a sect in our southern territory? Why haven't I heard of it before? Perhaps it's a sect from some other territory. With how big the world is and how many sects there are, it wouldn't be strange if you haven't heard of it before. The surrounding guests started to whisper amongst themselves, with even Yijing Han and the others frowning in thought. However, none of them had heard of the High Heaven sect, so they couldn't help but feel extremely curious. After hearing Yang Kai's introduction, the bride's body suddenly trembled, as though she had received some kind of shock. Seeing this, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, feeling increasingly certain that his guess was correct. When the bride had taken action against Chai Hu earlier, Yang Kai had felt that the energy fluctuations coming from her were somewhat familiar, as though she was someone he knew. Now, his guess was even more certain. Clearly, Luo Jin had never heard of a sect like the High Heaven sect, so he frowned and asked, Does little brother Yang have any objections to this king's wedding ceremony? Why don't you share them with this king? Yang Kai grinned. Actually, I don't have any objections. It's just that I'm more curious about the bride's appearance. If City Lord Master doesn't mind, can you allow the bride to lift this veil and let us see that peerless face? As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. They thought, how could a bride take off her veil before entering the bridal chamber? On the day of every woman's wedding, they would only enter the bridal chamber after the ceremony. Only then would the bridegroom lift the veil. This was the custom. This was etiquette. If this custom was broken, it would bring misfortune to the family. If the bride could be magnanimous on the day of the wedding, what was the use of the red veil? Although everyone knew this in their hearts, to be honest, they were also very curious about the appearance of the bride. They all wanted to see her face. It was just that no one had the guts to say it out loud at this time. Now that they heard Yang Kai say so, they were secretly looking forward to it. Luo Jin's eyes were filled with dignity as he stared straight at Yang Kai. After remaining silent for a long while, he gave a laugh. This little brother Yang is truly humorous. You must be joking with me because the atmosphere was too tense. This old man appreciates little brother's good intentions. As he spoke, he cupped his fists slightly in acknowledgement. However, his eyes were filled with threat, as if he was saying that he would teach Yang Kai a lesson if Yang Kai continued to pester him. Just as he finished speaking, Yang Kai smiled. City Lord Master has misunderstood. This one is not joking. I really want to see what this bride looks like. The smile on Luo Jin's face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a solemn expression. However, Yang Kai acted as if he didn't see it. He continued, everyone knows that the City Lord Master has good luck with women. He has 14 beautiful concubines, all of whom are tall and thin. He enjoys the good fortune of having one in his left and one in his right. However, no one knows what the City Lord's wives look like. Every time they go out, they cover their faces with black veils, with guards opening the way for them, making it impossible for others to see their true appearances. However, I believe that everyone knows that the City Lord's wives are definitely heavenly beauties. Only such appearances are worthy of the City Lord Master's prestige. Hearing this, Luo Jin laughed. You flatter me, little brother. He secretly thought to himself, so this brat isn't looking for trouble, but is here to flatter me. If that's the case, it's not like I can't cooperate with him. Right now, this is already the 15th City Lord's wife. City Lord Master can't keep hiding her and keep everyone in suspense, right? Yang Kai winked at Luo Jin. Why don't we take advantage of this time when all the guests are gathered and let everyone feast their eyes on her? That's also a wish of mine. If that's the case, we'll definitely be able to bask in City Lord Master's good fortune. Who knows, we might be able to be like the Master and enjoy endless luck with women. Don't you all think so, everyone? Although the guests didn't interrupt and only listened quietly, there were quite a few people who revealed looks of anticipation, as if they really wanted to see what the bride looked like. Luo Jin smiled. Little brother, this Luo's wives and this Luo are in love with each other and are a match made in heaven. If you want to have good fortune with women, this king seriously recommends you to make a trip to this city's 1,000 gold wine pavilion. You'll definitely be able to get what you want there. There are many beautiful ladies there. As soon as he said that, the surrounding guests all burst into laughter, as they were all convinced by Luo Jin's humor. However, there were some people who understood the meaning behind Luo Jin's words. Could it be that he was implying that this king's wives weren't ladies from the 1,000 gold wine pavilion, and that they weren't people who could be looked at as they pleased? If they dared to continue being long-winded, that would be the same as insulting this king. So don't blame this king for getting angry. All right, the auspicious hour is almost over. Let's continue with the ceremony. Luo Jin waved his hand, preparing to end this farce that he couldn't stand. Yang Kai took a ferocious step forward and said in a deep voice, "What if I want to take a look at the bride?" Luo Jin turned around and stared coldly at Yang Kai, before saying in an indifferent tone, "Little brother, go back and sit properly." Young Master Yang, what are you doing? Yijing Han was on the verge of going crazy. She had absolutely no idea why Yang Kai would provoke Luo Jin time and time again at this critical juncture. She could clearly see Luo Jin's impatience and anger, and knew that if this continued, there would be no way to resolve this matter. Young Master Yang, please come back. Du Xian also spoke out to persuade him. Yang Kai turned his head to look at them, before replying in an indifferent tone, "This is my personal matter. If you're afraid of being implicated, you can leave now. However, don't point fingers at me." Du Xian frowned, a look of displeasure appearing on his face. On the other hand, a flustered expression appeared on Yijing Han's face as she waved her hand. "That's not what I meant. It's just that." Yang Kai did not wait for her to finish her sentence before leaving his seat and walking towards the bride step by step. His steps were neither fast nor slow, while a leisurely expression appeared on his face. Looking towards Luo Jin, he said, "City Lord Master, if I can't see the bride's appearance today, I'm afraid that I won't be able to sleep well tonight. City Lord Master, can you please fulfill this wish of mine? Has this brat gone mad?" On the other side, Qiu Yu hugged Luo Bing as he stood foolishly in his original position, while a myriad of expressions appeared on his face. He was truly unable to understand what Yang Kai was trying to do. After all, from their previous encounter, Yang Kai was not someone who would pester endlessly. Chai Hu, who was originally filled with despair and being suppressed by the city lord's mansion's experts, suddenly had his eyes light up. Looking at Yang Kai with a burning gaze, he appeared to have found a life-saving straw in his despair. Struggling, he shouted out, "Little brother, help me take her away. She's just confused for a moment. You must take her away." "Impudent!" Luo Jin roared out explosively as he looked towards Yang Kai in an overbearing manner. "Brat, I think that you're here to pick a fight on purpose." While walking towards the bride, Yang Kai shook his head and said, "City Lord Luo, you're wrongly accusing me. I just want to take a look at the bride. If you don't agree, then I can only do it myself." Luo Jin roared out furiously, "Take him down!" Following his order, a dozen cultivators suddenly appeared from all directions, pouncing towards Yang Kai in an overbearing manner. Among them, there were even two second-order Dao Source Realm Masters, one from the left and one from the right, forming a pincer attack. Seeing that a great battle was about to break out, the expressions of the numerous guests changed as they retreated one after another, afraid that they would be implicated. There were even quite a few people who looked towards Yang Kai with looks of pity on their faces, secretly feeling that this brat's brain was damaged. He actually dared to cause such a ruckus during the City Lord's Master's wedding ceremony. Wasn't he courting death? In the blink of an eye, the dozen cultivator pounced towards Yang Kai, with the two second-order Dao Source Realm Masters taking the initiative to attack without the slightest bit of mercy. In an instant, Source Chi erupted within the hall as energy surged. However, in the next moment, a series of banging sounds rang out, mixed with miserable cries. All of the cultivator pouncing towards Yang Kai were sent flying back, smashing heavily into the walls of the hall, causing holes to appear one after another. "What's going on? What's going on? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Are my eyes playing tricks on me?" Waves of exclamations rang out as the guests from all directions simply did not dare to believe what they were seeing. Some people rubbed their eyes repeatedly, yet were still unable to change the result that was imprinted in their eyes. The dozen or so cultivator, including the two second-order Dao Source Realm Masters, had all been sent flying back in an instant. It was impossible for them to perform such a comical action for no reason, so the only explanation was that they had been sent flying by Yang Kai. However, more than 90% of the people present were unable to see exactly how Yang Kai had made his move, only faintly seeing Yang Kai's figure sway for a moment. Only a few people from the third-order Dao Source Realm narrowed their eyes, revealing solemn looks on their faces as they saw Yang Kai's extraordinariness. The same was true for Luo Jin. He originally thought that Yang Kai was just a brat who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, but who would have thought that he was actually hiding his strength. In an instant, Luo Jin realized that he was in big trouble. After repelling the dozen or so cultivator from the city lord's mansion, Yang Kai still had a calm and collected look on his face, as though nothing had happened as he continued to walk towards the bride. "What are you all in a daze for? Attack together!" Seeing that the situation was bad, Luo Jin roared out. In the next instant, even more city lords' mansion masters flew out and pounced towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai abruptly stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look around, a chilling glint in his eyes as he said in a cold voice, "If anyone else dares to come forward, don't blame me for not showing mercy." As soon as he said this, many of the cultivator pouncing towards him could not help but reveal looks of hesitation, as they were afraid that they would hand over their lives here. However, with Luo Jin watching from the side, they could only grit their teeth and push their strength, summoning their artifacts and secret techniques to attack Yang Kai. In an instant, the place where Yang Kai was standing was enveloped by a multicolored brilliance, as surging energies collided with one another, causing intense sounds to ring out. The entire hall shook, as though it would collapse at any moment. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.